AD. Report. Stay on your side, fiend, bellowed the blonde elf. As he spoke, he brandished a long, slim sword that glinted in the flickering firelight. If you cross, we will be forced to take action. The dark elf planted her hands on her hips and sneered, You haven't the power to threaten me, cur. Call me cur once again, and I shall. Cur, she purred. Filthy. Mangy. Obedient. Dog. The blonde elf's face screwed up in a rictus of anger, and he took a step forward. However, he stopped just before he stepped across the silver line cutting across the floor, and dividing the chamber into two halves. Instead he spat, The Queen of Light shall hear of this, shadow. The dark elf woman spread her arms out wide and bowed as she replied, By all means, tell your decrepit mistress that you are a mangy cur. I shall back up the claim, should she seek a confirmation. You. Elijah backed away, having seen enough of the exchange. It wasn't the first time the two had traded insults, and he suspected it would not be the last, either. During his previous reconnaissance, he'd discovered a few key things. First, there was quite a lot of animosity between the two sets of elves. He had no idea if that was indicative of the rest of the universe, but light elves and dark elves very much hated one another. Second, the two sides simply refused to pass from one wing to the other, instead rigidly remaining in their territory. The exchanges he'd overheard seemed to suggest that bad things would happen to whoever crossed that line, though he'd yet to discover what form those repercussions might take. And finally, he had absolutely zero chance of using his previous strategy to take care of the two forces patrolling the light and shadow wings. For one, there were just too many elves, and each one was armored, and felt far more powerful than the ogres Elijah had killed. For another, he strongly suspected that any hostile actions would have both sides bearing down on him, and with unknown abilities. No, he needed a different strategy, so he'd spent much of the past 8 hours reconnoitering the area. During that time, the seeds of a proper plan had begun to take root, and Elijah felt that it would only take a bit of cultivation, the mundane sort, to create an opportunity to destroy all of the elves in one go. He'd probably lose out on some kill energy or experience, as they called it in Norcastle, but if things went right, he wouldn't be in nearly as much danger as he'd encountered while fighting the ogres. But first, Elijah needed the right opportunity. So as he waited, he continued to explore the wings. Cloaked in guise of the unseen, he could come and go as he pleased. Neither the light or dark elves seemed capable of detecting him. If they could, he would have long since gotten their attention. As he explored, he came to appreciate the mirrored decor. The shadow side was decorated all in black, with silver accents to give it shape. Meanwhile, the light wing was the opposite, with white stone and tiles featuring gold accents. It made for an interesting study in contrasts, and an aesthetic that Elijah could very much appreciate. Still, the two wings were not without hidden dangers. In addition to the guards, which were ubiquitous, both wings featured themed traps. In the dark side, that meant shadows that often weren't shadows at all, but instead deep holes that ended in jagged spikes. The other wing had corridors crisscrossed with beams of light that Elijah suspected were capable of cutting a person in two. Both obstacles made traversal of the wings in question an extraordinary pain, and keeping himself from falling afoul of those traps had definitely kept Elijah on his toes. Still, his impatience to progress and gain enough kill energy to get level 40 had almost gotten him killed a couple of times. Only his copious experience had kept him from making deadly mistakes. However, now that Elijah knew the dangers, he could avoid them easily enough. The biggest issue was that he was forced to go against his instincts and avoid the shadows. Fortunately, guise of the unseen, as well as his chameleon-like natural camouflage, was enough to help him avoid detection. Otherwise, he found the chambers housing the two lieutenants, both of which were hidden by their native elements. For the shadow lieutenant Tulariel, that meant deep, impenetrable shadow. The light lieutenant was hidden by a sheet of white light. As usual, Elijah didn't dare cross the thresholds for fear of alerting the lieutenants as well as their underlings. With that suspicion in mind, Elijah knew he needed to take care of the guards before he engaged the lieutenants that were the subject of his task. Eventually, he found himself following a lone dark elf as he approached the chamber at the center of the two wings. As normal, his patrol coincided with that of one of the light elves, and the pair commenced with their banter. Elijah ignored it, instead waiting for the perfect time to implement his plan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Par seethed at the mere sight of the uppity elven woman on the opposite side of the sacred line. She wore a contemptuous expression, and though that wasn't uncommon, it still set Par's blood to boiling. How dare she look at him like that? He had half a mind to leap across the line, and show her the error of her ways. And then, he would teach her the meaning of respect. By the time he was finished, she would be begging him for the mercy of death. He wouldn't give it, though. Instead, he would keep her as a pet. A broken warning for anyone who dared to berate the servants of the one, true mistress. Oh yes. She would make quite the example. That pretty, little fantasy comforted him right up until he heard the elven woman speak. And then reality came crashing down on him, when he realized that he was powerless to do anything about her impudence. The sacred line existed for a reason, and to cross it was to surrender to death. Par was angry. Furious, really. However, he was not stupid, and he knew better than to give in to his instincts. He wasn't one of those fat ogres downstairs, after all. He could think, and more importantly, he was more than capable of self-restraint. However, the little light elf was trying his patience with every moment she remained among the living. I thought I smelled something awful, she said, wrinkling her perfect nose. Clearly, his dark reverence prefers unclean lackeys. Unsurprising, given his own proclivities. Par clenched his fists in fury. Your petty insults have no effect on me, wench. Insults? Nay. I merely worry for your hygiene, cousin, she said. It is unsanitary to walk around in such a state. Unseemly as well. Think of how your filth reflects upon your master's reputation. Though I suppose if he was worried for such things, he would not have set down his own path of decrepitude. Such a shame, for I hear he was once quite handsome. Now though, well, to say that it is a great loss is an understatement. Still, he has my pity, cousin. As do you. My master is...
Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
You could convert, she said brightly. Come to the light, cousin. We would welcome you with open arms. After a shower, of course. We wouldn't want your filth to spread. You are filthy, he shouted. Such a pointed rejoinder. Surely, your wit knows no bounds. Par stepped forward, coming right up to the sacred line. But he didn't dare cross. Not until his master completed his cultivation, and decided to take the citadel for his own. When he did, not only would the blasphemous light elves fall, but so would that monstrous champion. The Reaver himself would find himself writhing beneath Telariel's boot. The Reaver would beg for mercy, and yet, it would not be granted. Because the Dark One was not merciful. Nor was he cruel. He was simply unstoppable. Irresistible. He would one day rule the world. And after that, the universe. Eventually, he would go to the abyss and challenge the Ravena himself for dominance. Par was so certain of it that he couldn't keep a smile from spreading across his dark face. Do you crave insults, then? Enjoy them, do you? Sneered the blonde elf from only a few feet away. If so, you will. Prattle on, little elf. I know that my master will soon tear your entrails from your body, and hold you up as an example of what happens when you follow the wrong path. You will be powerless to stop it. You will beg and plead, but it will do no good. When the master is finished with you, he will put a stop to your disgusting mistress's misdeeds. She will bow before him, or she will die like everyone else who has ever challenged my master. That I promise, cousin. She looked as if she was about to respond, but she clearly thought better of it. Instead, she stamped her foot, let out a huff, and turned on her heel before striding away. Par was just feeling a sense of triumph when he felt something grab him around the waist. He didn't even have time to react before he found himself sailing through the air. Par windmilled his arms as he flew across the sacred line, only to collide with the retreating light elf woman. The pair of slender, armored figures clattered to the floor in a tangled heap. Before Par could extract himself, panic set in. He had crossed the line. His heart beat out of his chest as the realization took hold. He had done the unthinkable, putting himself at the mercy of the light elves. Panicked, he struggled to free himself and retreat, but he could not accomplish that feat before he felt a vice-like grip around his throat. Fiery pain erupted from the light elf's touch, and an outraged shout tore free from her perfect lips. "You dare! I didn't mean..." He could choke out no further words because her grip tightened even further. More, he felt the strength draining from his body. That was why no one crossed the line. To do so was to put oneself at the mercy of the enemy. For every second he remained on the wrong side, he would grow weaker until nothing but a husk remained. The light elf was going to kill him far before that, though. He barely had an opportunity to wonder what had thrown him across the sacred line before the pain overtook all rational thought. However, he did catch sight of a pair of emerald eyes glinting from within the shadows of the connected hall. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elijah watched as the dark elf died. He'd barely managed to retreat into the relative safety of the corridor before the two elves had collided, and it had been just in time to avoid the light elf's searching gaze. Now that the dark elf was dead, though, Elijah found himself once again nestled within the concealing embrace of guise of the unseen. The attack which had been undertaken in his guardian form had gone off without a hitch, and though he'd hoped for a longer fight, the results were acceptable. The light elf pushed herself to her feet, and for a long moment, stared down at the withered elf in confusion. Clearly, she was having trouble figuring out why he'd seemingly thrown himself at her. She was in the middle of trying to make sense of it all when the next part of Elijah's plan commenced, and a pair of dark elves rounded the corridor's corner and caught sight of the scene. They erupted into motion a second later, charging into the chamber and demanding answers. The light elf tried to explain, but the pair were having none of it. Without any further delay, the pair launched themselves across the line, grabbed the light elf, and dragged her back to their side. They hadn't stayed long enough for the drain to take effect. The light elf struggled. She screamed. But just as the dark elf had been weakened by being on the other side, so too was she diminished by the darkness. That, combined with the fact that she was outnumbered, sealed her doom. Elijah watched as the elf's screams drew more attention, and from both sides. Soon enough, 24 light elves faced off against just as many dark elves. They screamed insults at one another, each more disgusting than the last. And yet, they restrained themselves. At first. Soon enough, though, the insults reached a crescendo, and an enraged light elf screamed bloody murder before launching himself across the line. His fellows followed, and the silver line dividing the two halves of the chamber shattered into 1,000 splinters. After that, the fight descended into a bloody melee that provided the perfect backdrop for Elijah to work his magic. Still in the shadowy corridor, he shifted into his human form, and cast 2 spells in quick succession. First came Swarm, summoning a flock of bats that descended upon the warring elves. Each bite delivered a powerful affliction that would hasten their demise. Meanwhile, Elijah cast Calamity as well, adding to the chaos and delivering plenty of punishment all its own. The wind whipped into a frenzy, sending blades of air arcing through the mass of warriors, and lightning split the sky, electrocuting the unsuspecting elves. Even as the 2 spells wrought havoc upon the warriors, Elijah slipped back into his predator form, then retreated until he left combat. Then, he embraced guise of the unseen, and returned to the impromptu battlefield. There he saw the fruits of his labor. More than half the elves had already died, and the battle was still going strong. Idly, he marveled at how little of a spark it had taken to set everything ablaze. The elves clearly hated one another, and it hadn't taken much to send them into a battle lust. Still, Elijah knew that it wouldn't be enough. Some would survive, and he'd have to finish the job himself. Gradually, the battle wore on, but Elijah didn't act until only one survivor remained. For the normally slim dark elves, he was quite bulky, and his armor was stained with fresh blood. He jammed his sword into a prone light elf, using the blade to support his weight. Then, he let out a wheezing cackle of mingled incredulity and relief. He was so occupied that he never even noticed Elijah's approach. However, he couldn't ignore it when the Druid leaped upon his back, dug his claws in, and clamped his jaws down on the base of his skull. The dark elf tried to react, but he was so weakened that the force of Elijah's bite was enough to burst his skull. He fell dead without any further struggle, and Elijah leaped free, landing nimbly among the corpses. He'd had a hand in killing each and every one of them, and yet, he'd struck only one killing blow. Still, he'd managed to accomplish his goals to clear the wings while gaining enough experience to progress to level 40, and that was what was truly important. Standing over the corpses of his enemies, he let himself return to his human form. Then, he inspected the results of his progression. He'd gained a new ability, and he was eager to inspect it. Ability: Iron Scales. Harden your scales, temporarily reducing all damage by 90%. Usable in Guardian form. Duration dependent on Constitution. Current duration, 4.2 seconds. Elijah read the ability's description with some degree of relief. He'd been a little afraid that he'd gain another enhancement. And while the increases to his attributes were helpful, they were not impactful enough to change a battle by themselves. However, if it worked the way he expected it to, Iron Scales was precisely what he thought he'd need in the coming battles. Ice tickled the pads of Elijah's feet as he stalked through the frost wing. On the surface, it looked little different than when he'd left it behind the first time. However, the halls had grown even colder than before, and as a result, the ice coating the walls had thickened. The same escalation had been present in the fire wing, though he'd not investigated it very thoroughly because he intended to target the Frost Lieutenant first. With that in mind, he'd set off through the worsening conditions, quickly finding the doorway that would lead to the lieutenant's chamber. He'd checked it before, so he knew that the door led to a long, twisting hall that terminated in a thin and obscuring sheet of ice. Before, he'd only given it a cursory inspection so he could verify the lieutenant's location before turning back, so he knew the way. However, when he finally reached the lieutenant's quarters, he discovered that the ice sheet that had once guarded the entrance was gone. And the moment he saw inside the chamber, he got quite a shock. Before, he'd only caught a glimpse of the lieutenant's blurry silhouette, and once he had confirmed that he was looking at another ogre, he'd turned back. However, now, in the blazing firelight, he could see that the creature was differentiated from the other ogres by one key characteristic. It had two heads sitting atop its broad shoulders. One was ice blue, while the other was a deep crimson. It wasn't until he looked across the room and saw the telltale glow of overheated stone that he realized what was going on. The twin lieutenants, Tuck and Talk, shared a body. Elijah had no idea how that was supposed to work, but he was fairly sure that was what was going on. Still, he took the time to retrace his steps, return to the fire wing, and follow the mirrored path that eventually led back to the same chamber. And the two-headed ogre that sat in what looked like a study. The bulky creature was at least 12 feet tall, and his body type was somewhere between that of the guards and jailers. However, it was hidden beneath heavy, purple robes that concealed more than they revealed. Leaning against the wall near where the ogre sat was a metallic staff etched with swirling lines that glowed slightly. One half was blue, while the other was orange. The study itself was exactly what Elijah would have suspected, with one wall dedicated to bookshelves that were packed full of huge, dusty tomes. The ogre himself sat in an oversized leather chair, with his feet propped on an equally large ottoman. In one hand was a mug of something steaming, while in the other, he held one of the large tomes. He looked almost peaceful, at least insofar as a 12-foot monster with two heads could. Turn page. Done reading, barked one head. Not done yet. You not read whole thing. I skim. Read it before. You not read before. How you know? I know. You stupid. You stupid. Suddenly, a massive hand slapped against the fire head. Talk, unless Elijah was mistaken. Then, the other hand hit Tuck in the face. After that, Elijah lost track of what was going on. It was an odd thing, watching a two-headed ogre punch and slap itself in the face. Odder still was when the faces started biting back. Clearly, the pair of ogres didn't much care for one another. More importantly, Elijah couldn't resist the opening he'd been afforded. So he crept forward, activating both Venom Strike and Predator Strike along the way. He'd checked his enhancements before he'd entered the room, so he was entirely prepared for battle. Having no reason to delay and every reason to attack, while he had the advantage of a distraction, he pounced as soon as he was in range. However, he didn't bother with the hobbling attacks he so often employed. Instead, he went in for the kill shot. Leaping high into the air, he opened his mouth as wide as it could go, then clamped down on Talk's head. Then, harnessing every muscle in his powerful jaw, he squeezed. With his cultivation, the natural bite force of the scaled panther form, and the inflated attributes that came with shape of the predator, Elijah could bring quite a bit of force to bear. And it was downright terrifying when he used Predator Strike at the same time. He used the full extent of that horrifying might to absolutely crush the first ogre's head between his jaws. Then, he was bounding away before the other head even had a chance to react. Or so Elijah thought. A giant shard of ice hit him midair, scraping across his scales, and sending him spinning until he collided with the bookshelf. Even as a cascade of tomes fell upon him, Tuck bellowed, "Brother!" Arg! Elijah shot to his feet, feeling more than a twinge of pain in his side as the books rolled off of him. He rose just in time to see Tuck stamp his foot on the ground, causing a series of icy stalagmites to erupt from the ground. Tiles shattered, sending an explosion of frost-rimmed stone flying across the room. Elijah turned, tucking his head as he was pelted with hundreds of shards. But his scales protected him from the incidental damage. However, he had to bound out of the way in order to avoid the deadly spikes of ice. He narrowly dodged the spell, but he was sent crashing into the wall a second later by yet another flying icicle. "You kill Talk." Elijah had felt his shoulder pop out of socket upon impact, but he was otherwise in fighting shape. However, he knew he couldn't remain in his predator form. His speed was insufficient to completely dodge the flying ice spikes, and his defenses were incapable of standing up to the inevitable damage he would sustain. So he shifted. But he didn't take on his guardian form. Instead, he resumed his caster shape, leveling his staff at the panicked ogre before he'd even completed the transformation. He let loose with Storm's fury. The ogre was clearly surprised, because he remained completely motionless as the lightning bolt tore across the room and hit him square in the chest. The smell of burning flesh filled the air as the ogre was thrown from his feet. He didn't go far before hitting the ground on his back, but it was enough to give Elijah the opportunity to cast his next spell. Thorny vines burst from the ground, rapidly wrapping the ogre in writhing roots. The ogre wasn't nearly as strong as the guards had been apparently. Its casting abilities had come at the expense of some strength, so it struggled to escape the thorny bonds. After casting Healing Rain, Elijah ran forward, using Venom Strike along the way, and brought his staff down on the prone ogre's face. The creature's nose exploded into a bloody ruin, but more importantly, Elijah delivered yet another instance of neurotoxin. He used it again, and again after that. He wasn't worried about inflicting immediate damage. Rather, he only wanted to stack as much neurotoxin as he could. Meanwhile, the soothing rain went to work on his injuries even as he wailed on the fallen monster. With one facet of his mind, he kept track of how much time had passed, and just before Snaring Roots was scheduled to run its course, he leaped backward, casting Swarm along the way. By that point, his stores of Ethera had dipped past the halfway point, so he chose to use some of that to shift into his guardian form. The rest, he would keep in reserve for an emergency. As Elijah took on the shape of a scaled ape, the ogre was beset by frost spiders. Each bite delivered yet more venomous damage, and though the creature had escaped the bonds of Snaring Roots, it was completely incapable of stopping the swarm of spiders. Its panic gave Elijah plenty of time to finish his transformation, and by the time he loped forward, the creature was in sorry shape indeed. But the ogre was anything but defeated, as he proved a moment later when he raised his staff high into the air and shouted, "Blizzard!" Immediately, the air temperature plummeted well past freezing. Despite ward of the seasons, Elijah felt the icy cold down to his very bones. In fact, he could feel it sapping his strength with every second. And that was before the swirl of snow and ice began. The whirlwind cut through Elijah with frigid fury, but the combination of his high constitution and powerful enhancements was just enough to keep him on his feet. He loped forward, hitting the ogre with a shoulder tackle that took the creature to the floor. Elijah heard a sharp exhale of rushing air leave the ogre's chest, and he knew he had only a handful of moments to finish the fight. So he raised his hands high and channeled his inner ape as he brought his fists down like hammers. He didn't pay much attention to precision. Instead, Elijah only cared about harnessing as much of his strength as possible as he repeatedly pummeled the monster into submission. The first few attacks were absorbed by the creature's copious flesh, but Elijah kept on until he felt bones crack beneath his balled fists. He kept going, knowing good and well that if he didn't keep the pressure up, the ogre would recover. Meanwhile, the frigid cold continued to assail him, threatening to undermine his vigor and vitality until the ogre could turn the tables. Elijah refused to let that happen. So he gave himself over to the fury, letting it consume one facet of his quartz mind. He focused on that, leaving the rest to other tasks. Like pulling him back before he let the animalistic rage completely overwhelm him. He'd come close before in a different way back in the primordial forest, but it was similar enough that he knew precisely how dangerous his feral instincts could be, and he refused to let it happen again. Fortunately, with 8 facets of his mind on the job, he felt secure enough to give one over to the ferocious instincts that came with the guardian form. Bones crunched and organs burst beneath Elijah's fists. He knew it wasn't his sheer strength at work. The creature had already been weakened by swarm's afflictions, the neurotoxin of repeated instances of venom strike, and the gaping wound where his brother's head had once been. Still, Elijah was surprised at how easily the monster succumbed to his onslaught. But he knew it was a little misleading. Most people wouldn't have the protection of ward of the seasons, and he could feel that, without that enhancement, he would have already fallen to the intense cold. In addition, he had the advantage of versatility as well as his cultivation, including the powerful dragon core on his side. With that providing context, his victory should not have been a surprise. And yet it was. Elijah pummeled the monster until, at last, it perished. The icy storm persisted for a few moments after that, but it quickly dissipated. A second later, the ice it left behind started to melt. Seeing that, Elijah picked himself up and watched as the storm continued to fade. The study was a mess, and most of the books had been completely destroyed. However, a few of them had managed to survive, so after resuming his human form, Elijah crossed the room and gathered them. In his hands, the tomes were absolutely enormous, and worse, they were in a language he could not understand. Evidently, the universal translation that had come with the system didn't include the written word. Or maybe just not this writing, he muttered to himself. It was the first time he'd spoken since killing the old prisoner. God, he continued, running his hand through his hair. I really need some company for this kind of thing. Indeed, the constant solitude had begun to wear on him, and he hadn't realized how much it had affected him until he'd met with the old man. In retrospect, it wasn't surprising. People were social animals, after all, and even the most solitary person needed some human contact. Maybe he should have invited Jess along. If she'd seen him in action, perhaps she might have been a bit more amenable to his advances. He swallowed hard, remembering all the killing he'd done. Yeah, probably not. Besides, she likely wouldn't have survived the tower anyway. There was a reason none of Norcastle's teams had conquered it, after all. Elijah shook his head and pushed past those thoughts. There was nothing to be gained from maudlin regrets or asking unanswerable questions. So, refocusing on his task, he crossed the room once again, and found the ogre's staff. The thing was at least as big around as Elijah's bicep, and almost twice his height. A suitable size for an ogre, but for Elijah, it was unwieldy and ultimately useless. However, he wasn't going to just leave it behind. The thing pulsed with power, suggesting that it would be valuable. Maybe not to a human, but surely there was someone who'd want it. After all, there were plenty of other races on Earth now. Maybe one of them was of a size to use a staff the size of a goal post. So, resolving to take it with him, Elijah hefted it onto one shoulder and took one last look around the room. There was nothing left that either hadn't been destroyed or simply wouldn't fit in his pack. Satisfied that he'd taken everything he could, he left the study behind and went in search of the next two lieutenants. Finishing the two-headed ogre that was Tuck and Talk had come with a couple of benefits. The first was the enormous staff Elijah had thrown over his shoulder, but even more importantly, he'd gained another level. Given that it had taken an entire wing of elves to progress to level 40, doing so from a single kill or two, if he counted the twin heads as separate entities, was phenomenal efficiency. That gave Elijah a little more insight into how the system awarded kill energy, and he suspected that, even though the creatures were probably only a few levels higher than their guards, they awarded a lot more experience. Likely, it was something to do with Ethera density, which translated into more power. That made sense, though Elijah was still trying to wrap his head around how everything worked. For instance, he knew he gained experience from healing, but he'd also surmised that healing himself was useless for those purposes. In addition, the power of the entity he healed seemed to have some effect as well. Everything still didn't add up. Not completely. But he didn't have the time nor the inclination to investigate. Instead, he headed toward the stairs that would lead him to the next lieutenants. Before he ascended, though, he dropped his pack and the ogre's staff in the large, central chamber. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about lugging everything around or damaging his pack. Thus unburdened, Elijah checked his enhancements to ensure that everything he needed was active. At present, he was using Aura of Renewal, Essence of the Boar, and Shield of Brambles, as well as Essence of the Wolf and One with Nature. Once he was satisfied with everything, he shifted into the shape of the Scaled Panther, then proceeded up the steps before following a twisting hall that led to the light wing. Along the way, Elijah deftly avoided the slicing beams of light until he reached an intersection. Down one hall, he knew he would find the once divided chamber that had become a graveyard for elves. He chose the other, which he'd already established would lead him to the light lieutenant. That's when he embraced guise of the unseen, took a deep, steadying breath, then headed up. The path was fraught with even more beams of burning light, but Elijah's high dexterity allowed him to maneuver his body well enough to easily avoid them. So he reached the next lieutenant quickly and without issue. The elf inside was precisely what he'd been led to expect. Avyssal was beautiful, wearing a long, gossamer robe, and seemed entirely at peace. Except for the huge basin of blood in front of which she stood. At first, Elijah tried to convince himself that it was some other red liquid, but the smell, which was augmented by his animalistic senses, was absolutely unmistakable. After he allowed himself to accept the reality of the basin, which was at least 4 feet across and made of elaborately engraved stone, it didn't take long for him to look up and see the source of all that blood. 3 bodies, all completely devoid of skin and entirely unrecognizable, hung from the ceiling. Every few seconds, a few drops of blood would drip down to land in the basin. Avyssal, meanwhile, paid them no heed. Instead, she occupied herself in much the same way the twin ogres had, which was to say that she was reading a book. However, neither the nearly incomprehensibly beautiful elf nor the bodies hanging from the ceiling were the most extraordinary details in Elijah's view. Instead, that label belonged to the fact that there were 8 identical elves moving throughout the room. However, even their presence wasn't what alarmed Elijah. No, it was the fact that, despite their appearance, which was as solid-looking as anything else in the room, they were just as plainly fake. It wasn't a single thing that told him they weren't real. Rather, it was a multitude of factors. The first that he'd noticed was the most important, though. None of them showed up in the sense granted by One with Nature. At first, he hadn't really understood what had triggered his instincts, but the void was jarring enough to send a tingle of unease up his spine. But it was more than that. There was no smell coming from any of them, save for the single elf standing near the basin, but other than that, they were perfectly realistic. They were copies. It only took Elijah a few seconds to make the connection. The lieutenant was a master of light, but instead of using the dangerous beams that existed throughout the rest of the wing, she had created illusions. But they weren't real. Elijah could feel that through one with nature. He couldn't quite put his finger on how he knew it, but he completely discounted the possibility that they were corporeal. Instead, he felt completely certain that they were like ghosts. For most people, they would make for a confusing mess, but Elijah could see through the deception. And as such, there was nothing keeping him from attacking the real lieutenant. There was a part of him that was curious about what she was doing with the bodies and the blood. However, he wasn't so interested that he would pass up a golden opportunity to attack an unwary enemy. So without further hesitation, Elijah padded into the room, avoiding the illusions along the way, then positioned himself behind the elf. It was telling about how far he'd come down the path of a killer, that he didn't hesitate before leaping into action. After engaging Predator Strike as well as Venom Strike, Elijah pounced. Even as his jaws closed around the elven woman's head, she let loose with a series of flashing lights that had him seeing stars. The illusions all screamed, and Elijah felt the light burning holes through his scales. But it only lasted a second before he bit through Avisal's skull. After that, the illusions let out one last scream before dissipating into motes of light. Then, a blaze of blinding light flashed before everything went dark. Then, slowly, the flames flickered back to life, revealing a very different setting than the one he'd seen before he'd killed the elf. And she was definitely dead. He'd felt the influx of energy that heralded her death. Plus, he'd crushed her entire skull between his teeth, which was usually a good way to ensure something would cease living. However, when Elijah looked down, instead of the beautiful elf headless though she was, he saw a decrepit creature with pallid, flaky skin, and a body that looked like it belonged to a desiccated corpse. The copies were predictably gone, but the illusion that had apparently extended to the entire room had disappeared as well. Now, Elijah saw a blood-stained torture chamber that would have been at home in the dungeon where he'd killed the warden. Elijah pushed his disgust aside, focusing on what was really important. He'd managed to kill the light lieutenant without a real fight. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible without the unique advantage of one with nature, proving the necessity of bringing the right tool for the job. For most people, that meant having a diverse group, but Elijah had to lean on his personal versatility instead. It had worked so far, but he dreaded the day when he'd encounter a situation he simply wasn't equipped to handle. That day had yet to come, but he knew it would. Hopefully, he'd have even more skills and abilities when it did. For now, though, he needed to loot what he could, then head to the other wing where he would deal with Tulariel, the Master of Shadow. Over the next few minutes, Elijah scoured the area. However, other than a few extra copper Ethereum, he found nothing of value. Even the books he'd seen had been illusory, so he quickly left the grisly chamber behind, retracing his steps as he headed toward the Shadow Wing. That necessitated the traversal of the battlefield, where he was confronted with the results of his actions. Dead elves, each wearing elaborate armor that was impossible to remove, carpeted the floor, though Elijah pushed past them without a second glance. In a few facets of his mind, though, he wondered if killing denizens of a tower counted as murder. On the surface, he was certain that it didn't. And yet, some vestiges of guilt remained, casting doubt on his certainty. Fortunately, he quickly left that chamber behind and found his way through the Shadow Wing, and to the room that housed Tulariel, the Shadow Lieutenant. In the shape of the Predator, and with guise of the unseen cloaking his presence, Elijah observed the dark elf was in the middle of executing an elaborate sword kata. It was a truly impressive display of grace, balance, and skill, reminding Elijah of just how inadequate his efforts with the staff were. It also lit a fire beneath him. Once he conquered the tower, he resolved to devote himself to better learning the weapon he'd adopted as his preference. At the moment, though, he had an elf to kill. There was no justification for it. As far as Elijah could see, Tulariel was simply minding his own business. Unlike Elijah's previous encounter with Avicil in the Light Wing, there were no basins of blood or skinned corpses. Still, he knew precisely what he had to do, and the fact that the elf didn't overtly deserve it was irrelevant. It was a fundamental aspect of nature's brutality that sometimes, some creatures needed to die so others could live. Elijah understood that better than most, and he refused to let himself get tangled in doubts. Instead, he focused on the obstacle in his way, on the death that would allow him to live. He lashed out like a striking snake, intending to end the fight the same way he'd overcome the last lieutenant. However, at the last second, Tulariel's battle instincts kicked in, obviously telling him that he was in mortal danger. Just before Elijah's jaws closed in, the dark elf dove forward, moving so quickly that Elijah couldn't even redirect his course. After missing his target, he crashed into the floor, then dug his claws into the tiles, forcing himself to a stop just in time to see the dark elf dart in, slashing his sword across Elijah's unprotected flank. He shifted, avoiding the brunt of the blow only possible because of the time dilation afforded by his sash of the whirlwind, and his scales deflected the sharp blade before it could penetrate too deeply. However, the message was clear. In the realm of speed, Elijah was woefully outmatched. The only solace was that, due to Shield of Brambles, Tulariel had been assaulted by a painful thorn for his trouble. A draconid. Here, the elf breathed, yanking the thorn from his hand. He narrowed his eyes. No. You are more than a mere beast, are you not? Elijah didn't answer. Instead, his mind whirled with potential strategies. The scaled panther or draconid, apparently form was ill-suited to a straight fight. It was deadly so long as he had the advantage of surprise and kept his opponents on the back foot, but its defenses were too soft to stand up to even glancing blows. No, as much as he wished he could remain in his favored form, he couldn't do so. But that presented a problem all its own, chiefly that both of his other forms, human and scaled ape, had weaknesses of their own. As a human, he was wholly dependent on Ethera to do damage. However, that same pool of Ethera was the only way he could endure damage. By comparison, the scaled ape form was incapable of keeping up with the dark elf. Still, it was his best shot. So, without further ado, he initiated the shift from draconid to human. He only paused for a brief second before he cast Shape of the Guardian. What? A shapeshifter? What sort of monster are you? Tulariel didn't ask any other questions before he launched himself forward with blistering speed. Elijah tried to avoid it, but mid-transformation, he was incapable of doing much more than protecting his head. The sword sliced into his shoulder, stopping only when it hit the bone. However, by that point, Elijah's transformation into a scaled ape completed. He let out a roar, slapping the sword away and throwing himself at the elf. Tulariel's reflexes were up to the challenge, though, and he nimbly danced away, aiming a backhanded blow at Elijah along the way. Fortunately, his scales were more than up to the task of deflecting the attack, largely because the elf was incapable of putting his full strength behind it, but he couldn't stop himself before colliding with the wall. With a growl, Elijah tore himself away, then wheeled around to face the elf. A lamellar ape. Apparently, that was the true name of his guardian form, which would have been interesting if Elijah wasn't in a fight for his life against a superior and frustrating opponent. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, hoping to take the elf by surprise. With all his strength, he could move incredibly quickly. However, because his attributes were lopsided, that strength was incredibly difficult to control. And he didn't even have essence of the monkey to close some of the gap either. So the elf had little trouble spinning out of the way and landing yet another attack. This one cut a few inches into Elijah's hip, telling him that, despite what that first attack might have suggested, the elf was more than capable of harming him. It would take a while, but it was possible. Likely, even, considering that Elijah couldn't even catch the nimble swordsman, as became evident over the next few minutes of back and forth. Elijah's frustrations mounted as he missed the elf time and time again. Each charge was rewarded with yet another painful wound as well, which only exacerbated Elijah's rage. But he shunted that into one facet of his mind, focusing the rest on coming up with a plan of attack. However, he kept coming back to one simple reality: attacking was what was eventually going to get him killed. Instead, he needed to defend. So, instead of once again charging after the elf, he slammed his fists into the ground and waited. The elf, realizing that something was the matter, hesitated. However, he couldn't pass up an opportunity of attack, so he darted in, slashing his sword across Elijah's shoulder. It clanged against his scales, doing nothing. Ability: Iron Scales. Harden your scales, temporarily reducing all damage by 90%. Usable in Guardian form. Duration dependent on Constitution. Current duration, 4.2 seconds. Using his latest ability made his scales incredibly durable, but only for a few brief seconds. However, because of his inflated constitution, he felt that he could use it quite a few times before fatigue started to take hold. More importantly, he could counter the elf's attacks without even moving. Tulariel retreated, pulling another thorn out of his forearm. Already, his body was peppered with lightly bleeding wounds, and if he wanted to kill Elijah, there would be many more where they'd come from. All Elijah had to do was take damage, and the thorns from Shield of Brambles would eventually wear the elf down. And so the elf continued to attack. Elijah, for his part, practiced activating Iron Scales at the last second, and because of his sash of the whirlwind, he managed it well enough. Still, it was unsurprising when the elf had finally had enough. He retreated, then refused to attack further. "It seems we are at an impasse," Tulariel said. "So we are," Elijah growled. "You can speak." "I can." "Are my subordinates dead?" was the elf's next question. "They are," Elijah said. Speaking in the lamellar ape form was unnatural, but he could manage it. "The light elves, too." The elf cocked his head to the side, obviously surprised. Then, he grinned. "Small rewards, I suppose. Why have you attacked us?" "Because I must," Elijah said. He knew better than to start going on about towers and tasks. It was unlikely that the elf would believe him, and even if he did, it would do little good. After all, it wasn't as if the creature intended to surrender. Nor could Elijah allow it. His task had been clear on that count. Besides, Elijah had a plan to finish things in a hurry. "Why?" "I can give you." Elijah cancelled Shape of the Guardian, and before he'd even completed his transformation, he'd begun to cast a spell. Meanwhile, the elf recovered from his surprise and dashed in Elijah's direction. Still, the delay was just enough to allow the spell to complete. Snaring roots leaped from Elijah's staff, prompting a surge of lashing vines to erupt from the floor and wrap themselves around the elf. It wouldn't last long. Elijah knew that. But he hoped it would be just enough to give him one shot. And he knew exactly how he was going to use that opening. He ran forward, casting another spell along the way. He didn't have time for Storm's Fury or Swarm, and he didn't want to spend the Ethera necessary to fuel Calamity. But that was fine. Long ago, he'd chosen his path, and though he would utilize those attack spells when necessary, he preferred his animal shapes. So he once again shifted into the lamellar ape form, enhancing his strength and constitution to superhuman levels. The elf, trapped by the vines, tried to rip himself free and avoid the oncoming attack, but he was slowed just enough to allow Elijah one good attack. And he used it well. With his hands clasped together, Elijah raised his arms, then brought his fists down with thunderous fury. The elf lashed out with his sword, but it clanged off of Iron Scales just before Elijah's own attack fell. The impact of his fists crushed the elf's collarbone as well as a few ribs. It also sent him crashing to the ground where the remnants of snaring roots held him in place for Elijah's next blow. It fell with inevitable force, crushing bones and rupturing flesh. He hit the elf again. And again after that. Over and over he repaid the elf for every attack he'd landed. And soon enough the dark elf perished. Elijah stood over him, then let out a roar as he beat his chest with wild abandon. The lieutenants were all dead. Now, he only needed to challenge the champion before defeating the Reaver himself. Hopefully, he would be up for the task. Advertisement. After examining the Dark Elf's corpse, Elijah came away with an extra sword and 3 silver Ethereum, which was the most he'd gotten from any individual kill. Fortunately, when he returned to where he'd left his equipment in the central chamber, he found that the blade was just small enough to fit inside his pack. So he added it to his collection before settling down to rest and recuperate. Because of his copious use of iron scales, he'd sustained very little actual damage. However, that same strategy had drained his stamina more thoroughly than anything he'd ever done. It felt like he'd just run 2 marathons back-to-back while carrying a sack of rocks on his back, and he very much needed a few hours of downtime. It also didn't help that he hadn't really slept since entering the tower, which by his count, had been at least 3 days ago. Maybe as much as a week. Time felt a little squirrely when he had nothing to mark the passage of each day. He was also hungry and thirsty, so he spent a little time taking care of his biological necessities, and eating his last grove berry before heading to one of the most isolated rooms he could find and settling down to take a nap. It was a testament to how tired he was that he was able to fall asleep at all, and for the next few hours, Elijah slept like a contented baby. So when he awoke, he felt ready to defeat the champion and progress to the last level of the dungeon. So he pushed himself upright, ate some mostly tasteless travel rations and drained one of his jugs of water. If he didn't conquer the tower soon, he would have to start rationing his water. He'd only brought a handful of glass jugs, and there were only a couple left. Pushing that out of his mind, Elijah climbed to his feet, and went through a brief calisthenics routine, so he could work out the kinks in his stiff muscles. He'd healed all his injuries from the day before, but his body still paid the price. However, it only took a quick cast of healing rain, and a little stretching to banish the resulting soreness. Once he'd done that, Elijah set off through the citadel, and toward the stairs leading up to the champion's wing. The old prisoner had pointed it out, but Elijah hadn't needed it because the broad stairs were obviously important. At least 40 feet wide at the base, they narrowed to only 10 feet across after 100 or so yards. From what Elijah had seen of the citadel's dimensions from the outside, the distances seemed impossible. But magic was involved, so possible only seemed like a suggestion rather than a rule. In any case, after getting himself into the right frame of mind, Elijah shouldered his 2 staves, one, the enormous ogre's staff, and the other his staff of natural harmony, then shifted his pack before embracing shape of the predator and slipping into the draconid form. Fortunately, the magic took care of the staves and his pack, leaving him free to progress up that long flight of intimidating stairs. Once he reached the top, Elijah let guys of the predator settle across his shoulders before he approached the doors. To his surprise, the massive, gilded doors opened inwardly of their own volition. However, Elijah could see nothing but a black field on the other side. So he took a deep breath, then pushed through. Unlike when he'd progressed from one level to the next, he felt no sense of displacement. Instead, it was like walking through any other doorway. However, as he passed the threshold, his vision cleared and he saw a large expanse of glittering, gray sand. More distressingly, Guise of the Unseen was forcefully cancelled, leaving him entirely exposed. Elijah didn't even have a chance to look around before a bellowing voice bounced off the walls to assail his ears. "Little Draconid," it roared. "I have watched you dismantle my would-be challengers, and I approve of your methods. However, if you wish to face me, you will need to prove yourself worthy against more varied opponents. Do you accept the challenge?" Elijah had only dedicated one facet of his mind to listening to the voice's declaration. The other 8 were occupied with cataloging his surroundings. The floor was gray sand that glittered in the firelight of 100 surrounding torches. The walls were tall and featureless, save for a sturdy gate on the other side of the circular room. However, the most surprising aspect was the fact that he could hear the din of hundreds, perhaps even thousands of conversations. "You must answer." Elijah finally found the source of the voice. He was an ogre, and yet, he was simultaneously larger and more muscular than any Elijah had seen below. 15 feet tall, with bulging muscles that made him look like a bodybuilder, the ogre wore nothing but a fur loincloth, hide boots that came up to mid-calf, and a leather harness crisscrossing his massive chest. Aside from a ragged scar that cut from his hairless scalp, diagonally across his face, and to the opposite jaw, his lumpy visage looked little different than the lesser ogres Elijah had so far encountered. But even from so far away, he radiated power and authority as he stood on a platform atop the wall. 3 elven women, all clad in gossamer robes, sat in elaborate chairs to either side of the massive ogre, and beyond the platform, Elijah saw the source of the din he'd heard before. Hundreds of ogres and elves stood shoulder to shoulder in an enormous, bowl-shaped arena. That gave Elijah some insight into what sort of challenge the ogre offered. And given the point of the task he'd been given, it didn't take much for him to connect the dots. The path before him looked clear. He just didn't like where it would lead him. Elijah preferred to fight unfair battles. That was where he excelled. But with what was coming, he knew that wouldn't be possible. For the first time, he would be forced to fight on even terms. No tricks. No clever plans. Just him against whatever opponents the ogre sent his way. He didn't know if he could survive. Still, it wasn't as if he had a choice. The walls were too high to climb, and he couldn't go back the way he'd come. None of his spells could reach the ogre either. So he had no other option but to go along with the scenario. So, knowing what was coming, Elijah shifted into his human form. As he did, he was suddenly aware of his own nudity. He hadn't bothered dressing after defeating the ogres, largely because he hadn't seen the point. Now, though, with thousands of ogres and elves looking down on him, he regretted the oversight. Pushing his embarrassment aside, he cast Healing Rain. Then, he ensured his enhancements were still active before raising his voice and shouting, "I accept your challenge." The crowd roared. The ogre clapped. And the gate opened. A trio of tall, goblinoid creatures strode forward. "The challenger versus the hobgoblin trio," announced the giant ogre. "Who will win? Place your bets now." The hobgoblins looked like their smaller counterparts, and yet they were much larger. In addition, they had much more muscle and far more refined features. Still, each one wore a savage snarl on his face, and they all carried jagged and rusty swords. Elijah had no intention of letting them get close. So he used snaring roots, aiming just in front of them. Normally, he used the spell on a single opponent. However, it wasn't really that limited. Instead, the vines that it manifested would attack any enemy that came too close. So when the hobgoblins did just that, the thorny vines lashed out, tangling their legs. One tripped and fell on his face. Another was briefly immobilized. And the last attacked the vines with his jagged sword, hacking through the thick roots with savage ferocity. But it was just enough to allow enough time for Elijah to cast Swarm. Hundreds of hornets, each the size of Elijah's thumb, swooped in, stinging the hobgoblins and delivering their afflictions. At the same time, he shifted into the shape of the guardian and raced forward. Using every point of strength at his disposal, Elijah covered the ground in an instant. The immobilized hobgoblin that was his target stood no chance of dodging, and Elijah hit it like an out-of-control locomotive. The impact broke the comparatively slender hobgoblin's bones, and Elijah ended its life only a second later, when he grabbed its head like he was palming a basketball and squeezed. It popped like an overfilled water balloon, surprising even Elijah with its fragility. However, he wasn't going to sit there and stare. Instead, he wheeled around, and with a roar, raced toward the hobgoblin who was still trying to cut himself loose. Elijah reached out, grabbed him by the waist, and spun around before tossing him into the crowd. He didn't see where the creature landed, but he felt the influx of kill energy that told him the hobgoblin was dead. That left only one. Elijah turned slowly before locking his eyes on his intended victim. These weren't enemies. They were prey. And Elijah intended to make that abundantly clear. Seeing the approach of a massive lamellar ape, the hobgoblin let out a terrified scream. For his savage side, the sound was music to Elijah's ears. Before the hobgoblin could scramble away, Elijah leaped, and his arcing path ended when he landed upon the hobgoblin. Bones broke. Organs ruptured. And ultimately, the creature died an ignoble death. Elijah bent down, scooped up the hobgoblin's corpse, and tossed it at the ogre. It didn't quite make it up to the platform, but it came close enough that the elven women flinched. The champion, and that was who it had to be, pointedly did not, though. Impressive, the ogre bellowed with a hearty laugh. Very impressive. But how will you do against the next opponent? Elijah had no chance to answer before the gates opened once again, this time revealing a large, reptilian creature. Its torso was humanoid, but the bottom half resembled an enormous snake. Elijah didn't have much chance to study it, though, because the creature opened its mouth wide, then spat a glob of thick mucus in his direction. Elijah darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the projectile before rushing the snakeman. It moved as quick as its reptilian appearance would imply, and it managed to avoid Elijah's charge. It lashed out, raking its claws across his shoulder as he barreled past. However, Elijah used iron scales at the last second, and the snake creature's claws clanged harmlessly. The Naga are known for their speed and dexterity as well as their potent venom. One nick can kill even the strongest warriors. Can our sturdy challenger compete with that? Place your bets. Elijah paid the ogre's commentary little heed as he dashed in, aiming to end the fight in only a second. However, the creature once again evaded him, though he did manage to activate iron scales before it raked its claws across his ribs. Like that, the fight went on, with neither side capable of gaining an advantage. At least that was the case until Elijah finally had enough and switched to his draconid form in mid-stride. The increased dexterity was all he needed to land a solid blow, and with his claws, he ripped a long gash in the Naga's abdomen. Intestines spilled out, though Elijah was incapable of avoiding a retaliatory swipe that opened up a gash in his hind leg. Fiery agony erupted from the wound, and his leg immediately spasmed. Yet, Elijah had endured pain before, and he managed to dash away before the Naga warrior could follow it up. When he turned back to face the snake-like creature, he saw that it was struggling to gather its intestines. So Elijah used that distraction to his advantage when he shifted into his human form, used Touch of Nature to counteract the monster's venom, then aimed Storm's Fury in the Naga's direction. The creature had no chance of dodging, and it took the resulting lightning bolt square in the chest. It flew backwards, landing a few feet later in a coiled and twitching heap. Elijah didn't let up, though. Instead, he hit it with another Storm's Fury. And another after that. By the fourth, the creature's twitching had become a full-blown seizure, and it died only a few seconds later. Incredible, yelled the ogre. Absolutely astounding. But can the challenger stand up to the Forest King himself? Something huge, green, and monstrous crashed through the gate, knocking the metal doors aside and letting out an immense roar. Place your bets now. In most cases, a frog alternates between disgusting and cute, depending on who's looking at it. Rarely are they considered horrifying, and yet, that was precisely the thought that crossed Elijah's mind as he barely managed to dodge a thick, rubbery tongue. It slapped against the body of one of his previous opponents, a mantis-like creature with organic scythes for hands, that he'd narrowly defeated only a few minutes before. The frog's tongue stuck fast to the corpse's chitinous exoskeleton, but Elijah knew it would only be temporary. The tongues of amphibians and the saliva they secreted were a marvel of nature, and on Earth, frogs captured prey by covering them in said saliva, which was capable of transforming from liquid to solid and back, making for some of the stickiest substances in nature. That meant that it wouldn't stay stuck to the mantis's body for long, so Elijah needed to act quickly and decisively. With that in mind, he aimed his staff at the frog, which was the size of a rhinoceros, and let loose with Storm's Fury. The lightning tore across the arena, disappearing into the frog's gaping mouth. The creature let out a deep, croaking bellow of pain as its body was racked with convulsions. As had been the case for the past 10 fights, the giant ogre on the platform far above commented on Elijah's progress. However, he didn't hear it. Instead, he sprinted forward, hoping to take advantage of the frog's electricity-induced seizure. As he did so, one facet of his mind completed the casting of shape of the predator, and over the space of 3 steps, he shifted into the draconid form. He'd shifted a dozen or more times since the gauntlet had begun, and he suspected his latest transformation wouldn't be the last. Whatever the case, he crashed into the amphibian with snapping jaws and slicing talons that ripped into the creature's rubbery stomach with ease. Yet, he didn't get to anything important before the frog recovered and tried to hop away. But Elijah had already seen that tactic, so he latched on with claws meant for climbing trees, and went along for a ride. The panicked frog sailed high into the air, its arc taking it on an inevitable collision course with the wall. It smashed into the barrier with a wet squelch, and the impact very nearly jostled Elijah loose. Nearly was not completely, though, and Elijah managed to hang on. More importantly, his tenacity was rewarded with an opportunity to truly dig into the stunned monster's belly. He dug deep, raking his claws across the wet and pliable flesh until, at last, he hit organs. Without skipping a beat, Elijah continued to tear into Frog's abdomen until he had completely submerged in its innards. That was when the real work started. Elijah didn't bother with trying to identify organs. Vaguely he recognized some of them, but what they were was less important than inflicting as much damage as possible. So he tore his way through the frog's guts one raking claw at a time. In the back of one facet of his mind, he was aware of how disgusting it was. However, he'd long since moved past acknowledging that, adopting a philosophy of pragmatism. Besides, he'd once been a biologist, so he could handle all sorts of grotesque sights, sounds, and as it turned out, tastes. More importantly than that, though, by that point, Elijah was exhausted enough to not care about anything except killing the monster as quickly as he could. So that was what he did. And eventually, he managed to finish it off, though it took far longer than Elijah would have expected. Like many of the other creatures he'd fought since Earth had been touched by the World Tree, the frog was clearly far more durable than any animal should have been. However, he'd long ago accepted that most of the biological knowledge he had accumulated over years of study was now useless. After all, what use was any of that against dinosaurs made of roots? Or monstrous killer whales whose insides seemed to defy the laws of physics? Or, as was the case with his latest conquest, a giant frog who, according to everything Elijah knew about biomechanics, was so large that it should not have been able to bear its own weight. In any case, Elijah felt a deep sense of relief when he finally climbed out of the monster's slimy gut. Once he did, he summoned healing rain, as much to wash the remnants of the frog's innards away as to treat any injuries. Even as he basked in the rejuvenating precipitation, he heard the tenor of the crowd suddenly shift. For a moment, he didn't understand what was going on, but then Elijah picked up what they were saying. "Champion! Champion," they chanted over and over until the ogre finally bellowed for them to quiet down. "This challenger has accomplished something impressive. For that, he has our praise," shouted the ogre. The crowd went wild. But if he is to be called a champion, then he needs to do more than defeat a few hobgoblins. Indeed, he must become a challenger in truth. He must fight me. The enormous ogre then stepped forward and leaped from the platform. He landed in a spray of glittering gray sand only a moment later. By that point, Elijah knew he was in trouble. The ogre was even larger than his first assessment had suggested, a trick of perspective, he was sure, and what's more, he was far more muscular than any of the other ogres Elijah had fought. He looked like a perfect warrior. But the implications were clear. Elijah needed to kill the champion, if he wanted to complete the tower. There were no clever tricks to be played. No sneaking. No ambushes. Just him and the opponent. If the fight had happened a few weeks before, he would have never had a chance. However, because he'd spent the past few days or weeks, maybe learning to use every facet of his toolkit, Elijah didn't even flinch at the challenge before him. Instead, he remained in place, letting the waters of healing rain wash away the remainder of his fatigue, while he leveraged his quartz mind to increase his Ethera regeneration as much as possible. The tiny vortexes at the center of each facet of his mind eagerly drank the ambient Ethera, funneling it through his soul and into his dragon core. Across the arena, the ogre beat his muscular chest and roared to the crowd. It was clear that the champion was as much a showman as he was a fighter, especially considering that his bare chest had been oiled and his bald head shined to a dull gleam. Not that that made him any less dangerous, of course. Elijah did find it amusing, though, and he was reminded of a professional wrestler. Perhaps that would change once the fight began. Elijah rolled his shoulders, then checked his enhancements. The ogre looked so muscular that if he landed a single blow, even a glancing one, it would have dire consequences for Elijah, so he replaced Shield of Brambles with Essence of the Monkey. Beyond that, he had Essence of the Wolf, One with Nature, Aura of Renewal, and Essence of the Boar active. With that, he was ready for the fight. He stepped forward, leveled his staff, and summoned Calamity. Thunder rolled and lightning struck as blades of wind swirled, kicking up sparkling gray dust and obscuring the ogre. Elijah couldn't see much, but he definitely noticed when the champion came crashing through the maelstrom, his fists gleaming with purple energy. Elijah hurriedly cast snaring roots, but they did nothing to stop the enormous ogre's vast momentum. He ripped through them, barely even slowing down. And yet, even that small delay allowed Elijah enough time to cast Swarm. Hundreds of fist-sized mosquitoes manifested, then flocked onto the champion's oil-slick back, where they latched on and started doing the job for which they had been summoned. Yet, few of those proboscises managed to penetrate the ogre's thick hide, and their inability mitigated the swarm's effect. Still, a few managed to break through, so the spell wasn't entirely useless. Elijah cast Storm's Fury, sending a bolt of crackling lightning to hit the creature in the chest. That definitely did something, sending the ogre's muscles into involuntary contractions. However, that only slowed the monstrous humanoid down a little more than the roots, so Elijah had no choice but to rapidly shift into his lamellar ape form. He managed to complete the transformation just in time to meet the ogre's charge and get sent flying through the air to hit the wall hard enough to crack the bricks from which it had been constructed. Fortunately, he used iron scales just before the ogre made contact, but even 10% of that punch was enough to make Elijah see stars. He was still within the effective radius of healing rain, though, so it cleared up quickly. That was just in time for him to see the ogre once again bearing down on him. Elijah used iron scales once again, then leaped at the creature. The two collided with a titanic impact that shook the very ground, but Elijah definitely got the worst of it. Even with the protection afforded by iron scales, he had the breath driven from his chest by a momentous uppercut that took him in the gut. That's when Elijah realized his mistake. He'd gotten so used to fighting like a beast that he'd forgotten the years' worth of lessons he'd learned in the boxing gym. The lamellar ape form wasn't perfectly suited for most of his techniques, but the general principles remained just as valid as they ever were before. So, when he regained his composure a second later, he stepped back into the fight with renewed confidence. The ogre came in with a simple jab, but instead of simply taking the hit, Elijah shifted slightly to the side, letting it pass him by. Elijah returned the would-be blow with one of his own, whipping his own fist out to slap against the ogre's hip. With the size difference, that was the best spot he could reach, and though it wasn't ideal, it certainly threw the ogre off balance. Elijah followed it up by tapping into his bestial nature. His jaws snapped out, latching onto the ogre's exposed thigh, and ripping a chunk of his quadriceps muscle away. The champion howled in pain and fury, but by the time he brought his own fists to bear, Elijah had danced away. Awkwardly, by his standards. But it was effective enough to let him avoid the ogre's furious and ill-aimed punch. That further overbalanced the creature, which Elijah used to great advantage when he rushed in with a shoulder tackle that bent the champion's knee the wrong way. Its sudden collapse surprised Elijah, and that shock very nearly got him killed. Even as the ogre fell, it reached out, grabbed Elijah's shoulder, and yanked him off his feet. Before he knew what was happening, the creature had him pinned to the ground, and was raining one Herculean blow after another down on him. Elijah used iron scales, but it could only do so much against such a powerful opponent. However, that damage reduction was just enough to keep Elijah from being pummeled into unconsciousness. While one facet of his quartz mind focused on using iron scales at the appropriate time, another took care of keeping him moving just enough to avoid taking too solid of a blow. Still another housed his panic. The rest were wholly occupied with trying to think of a way out of the dire situation. But as far as he could tell, there was only one shot. He just didn't want to take it because, if he was wrong, a bad situation would turn to worse, which would probably mean the end of his struggle, and not in a way that would see him traipsing into the next level of the tower. He didn't have much choice, though. The battle had turned in a hurry, and he had none of his usual tactics available. The creature had escaped his calamity without issue, and the swarm had already dissipated without infecting the ogre with much in the way of afflictions. So he shifted. Not because he wanted to take advantage of his draconid form. Rather, he transformed because that form was much, much smaller than the lamellar ape. As such, when the ogre's fist descended, it found only sand where Elijah's head had once been. Meanwhile, the smaller size also gave him just enough wiggle room to escape the ogre's grasp. He slithered out from beneath the creature, then leaped onto the wall. Bounding off that surface, he launched himself at the slightly confused ogre. He landed lightly, then sank his claws into the monster's oiled back. The creature howled at the sudden pain, and he tried to dislodge the stubborn draconid, but to no effect. Because Elijah had learned something about his opponent. The ogre was strong. Far stronger than anything he'd ever encountered, and that was including the very first encounter with one of the Vox. However, the champion's attributes were lopsided, but not in the way Elijah's guardian form was. Instead of having a detriment of dexterity, it instead lacked constitution. Normally, that wouldn't have been such a debilitating weakness. The monster was still plenty durable, and with its extremely high strength and dexterity, it could probably end most fights before they had a chance to really begin. Yet, Elijah was just capable of avoiding that fate, and he'd managed to find the ogre's weakness. And now, on the champion's back, he could finally exploit it to the fullest extent. His claws bit deep, but his teeth went even deeper. He ripped into the monster's back, tearing it to ribbons even as he ripped huge chunks of muscle from its body. Bits of flesh flew through the air, and blood coated the gray sand, but Elijah refused to stop. He couldn't afford to rest. Even the slightest pause would lift the pressure, and allow the ogre to regain his equilibrium. Elijah couldn't let that happen, so he ripped and tore, bit and clawed until, at last, he found his way to the ogre's vulnerable organs. He started with the intestines, but those were shredded in seconds. A foul and acrid stench filled Elijah's nostrils as he dug into the chest cavity, piercing lungs and finally, latching onto the ogre's overlarge heart. He ripped it free, then, at last, bounded away. The ogre fell like a tree, hitting the ground with a massive impact that sent even more sand, blood, and guts into the air. He was dead before he hit the ground. Just like that, Elijah had won the battle and conquered the second floor of the tower. The crowd went silent, as if they were unsure how to react to the fall of the champion. That silence stretched for what felt to Elijah like an eternity before, suddenly, they let out a collective roar that shook the very foundations of the arena. It wasn't simply deafening. Rather, it was a sound so loud, so visceral, that it was physically painful to endure. However, Elijah felt nothing but elation at his accomplishment. He basked in the crowd's approval, his chest heaving with excitement. Then, he noticed a silver box glinting in the distance. It stood before the gate, his reward for another level conquered. The prideful satisfaction he felt was nothing new. He'd felt the same way, though to a lesser extent, upon winning bouts in his boxing days. Or when playing other sports as a kid. It was always addictive, and yet, it was usually fleeting as well. Not so this time. Elijah knew how uncommon his accomplishments were. His first tower had been a series of misadventures he'd survived through cunning, good fortune, and simple endurance. However, the gauntlet he'd just run was no such thing. He'd fought, not via tricks or subterfuge, but in an even match against impossible odds. And he had come out on top. That he'd proven himself stronger than an entity like the champion, much less the 10 encounters through which he'd fought before facing off against the giant ogre, was a heady realization. Yet, Elijah knew he wasn't finished. There was still one more level left in the tower, and if he was going to conquer it and survive, he would need every aspect of his unique abilities. So, with that sobering realization coursing through every facet of his mind, he summoned healing rain, and set about scrubbing himself clean. The water wouldn't persist longer than the spell's duration, but it still lasted long enough for an impromptu shower. He'd even packed a little of his homemade soap for just such an occasion. He must have made for an odd sight, showering with his summoned rain cloud in the middle of an arena that, at present, housed quite a few dead bodies. But the crowd never stopped cheering, which told Elijah that they weren't even whatever passed for real people within a tower. Instead, they were just background noise. Meaningless, soulless, and inconsequential. "I'll still take the cheers, though," he said to himself as he finished washing the soap and all the viscera from his body. The shower also served the purpose of reinvigorating and healing much of the damage he'd taken. However, he still had to use touch of nature to heal a few broken bones he'd sustained. All in all, though, he managed to make it out of the arena with far fewer injuries than he'd have suspected. It was a rarity for him to get through a fight without being beaten, bloody, and on the brink of death, so he chose to enjoy it while he could. After all, he still had the Reaver to defeat, and he wasn't so naive as to think it would be any easier than the gauntlet he'd just endured. And given the fact that it would have only taken a mistake or two to send the previous battle careening in an entirely different direction, Elijah was wary of what he might have to suffer on the next level of the tower. After he finished showering, he dressed in one of the outfits he'd bought back in Ironshore. He still had one that was undamaged, but he chose one that had already been subjected to quite a bit of wear and tear. As usual, he wore no shoes, as much because he didn't have any as because his spells seemed to work better so long as his feet remained unshod. Clean and rejuvenated, he returned to the ogre's corpse and took the creature's money pouch, which he tossed into his pack. Then, he retrieved the giant staff he'd lugged up from the other wings, then shouldered it before heading toward his reward. The chest was a lot bigger than the ones he'd received in the past, and as he approached it, he noticed that it looked slightly more elaborate. He leaned down, then unlatched the clasp that held it shut. The lid popped open of its own accord, revealing a leather bracer. The moment he opened the treasure chest, a notification popped up, too. "Congratulations! You have completed level 2 of Reaver Citadel. Grade A. To progress further, go through the gate and reach the third and final level." Elijah pumped his fist in celebration at his grade. He'd only received AB for the previous level, but it seemed that he'd performed far better in his most recent challenge. The question remained as to how that would translate to his reward. The sash of the whirlwind had been invaluable so far, allowing him to move more quickly than ever before. Often, he likened it to time dilation, but it was really that his increased speed was accompanied by an adjusted perception of time. That gave him the opportunity to use his speed more efficiently. Still, it wasn't a huge difference, and he suspected that was because of his decidedly average performance in the previous level. Now that he'd gotten a higher grade for the second, he hoped that the reward would be that much more powerful. So, it was with eager hands that he reached down and grabbed the leather bracer. When his fingers brushed against the item, an expected notification flashed before his inner eye. Reward for completing level 2 of Reaver Citadel. Silver Bracer of Rage. As usual, it didn't give any indication as to what it would do. So he picked the bracer up and turned it this way, and that while inspecting it. As he'd already seen, the item was primarily made of black leather, but the back side, which was intended to protect his forearm, was plated silver. In addition, there were designs etched in silver thread across the whole thing. It reminded him of Celtic knots, but slightly off, as if it was a similar concept, but developed by a different culture. But it was an interesting look he couldn't deny. The inside of the bracer was lined with soft fur reminiscent of sheepskin, though with a silver sheen, and a leather lace on the bottom held the whole thing together. Elijah unfastened it, then slipped the bracer onto his right arm. Once he tied the laces awkwardly, because he only had one hand to do it, he felt a surge of power. When he opened his status, he saw that his strength had improved by 7 points. "Nice," he said to himself. Given that strength was the only attribute that he couldn't directly boost via one of his enhancements, any help in that department was more than welcome. Still, he'd hoped for more. Even the Sash of the Whirlwind, which was supposed to be worse than the Silver Bracer of Rage if the grades were meant to indicate anything, had an extra function in addition to the 3 points it gave him to both strength and dexterity. Sure, the attribute bonuses for the bracer was better by a point, but he'd hoped for an extra function. Whatever the case, he intended to put the extra strength to good use. After renewing his enhancements, he opened his status. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 41. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 53. Dexterity: 55/45. Constitution: 53/43. Ethera: 51. Regeneration: 65/45. Attunement: Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body: Core. Mind: Soul. Wood: Hatchling. Quartz: Neophyte. His attributes were really getting up there, especially since he'd gained another level during the previous battle. 1 point per level in each category didn't seem like a lot, but it definitely added up. Getting extra attributes via his equipment was nice as well, especially when it gave him an extra 10 points in strength and 3 in dexterity. Added to all of that were the effects of his enhancements. And when he shifted into his forms, the results were even more impressive. After all, Shape of the Guardian gave him 30 extra points in strength and constitution, which was an absolutely insane amount of power and durability. Similarly, Shape of the Predator gave bonuses to strength and dexterity as well, so when he was in either of his animal forms, he was an absolute terror. And even with all of that, he'd struggled with the Ogre Champion. That was a sobering thought, and it brought him back to the reality of his situation. He'd done well so far, but when he progressed to the next level, he'd be forced to fight the leader of the Citadel. And Elijah knew it wouldn't be an easy battle. So he pushed his self-congratulatory thoughts away and focused on the path ahead. The gate was open, but he couldn't see much beyond the entrance. He stepped forward into the darkness, but he didn't immediately progress to the next level. Instead, he followed a long, low-ceilinged hall for a few hundred feet before it doubled back and sloped upward. He kept going, hitting multiple switchbacks until, at last, he reached another door. He pushed it open, revealing a featureless black plane of impenetrable darkness. Knowing that it was the way to the next level, Elijah stepped through and felt the familiar displacement that had come with progressing between previous tower levels. It only lasted a moment before his bare foot hit something soft. He looked down to see an elaborate rug. Another second, and he saw that he'd stepped into a richly decorated corridor. Lined with doors, the corridor was lit by flickering lamps, and it featured a host of small statues, oil paintings, and tapestries. And that was just what Elijah saw at a glance. Before he could study it further, though, he heard voices coming from nearby. So he shifted into the shape of the predator, then adopted guise of the unseen only a second before 2 elves came into view. One was a dark elf, with onyx skin and white hair, but the other was a light elf, with blonde hair and a fair complexion. Clearly, the enmities of the previous level meant nothing here. Fortunately, the elves were either too distracted to see him or completely incapable of piercing his guise of the unseen, because they never even glanced in Elijah's direction. That allowed him to get a good look at the pair, and he was a bit surprised to see that they were devoid of the armor every other elf he'd seen within the tower wore. Instead, they were both dressed like they'd stepped out of a period drama. The female elf with the blonde hair wore a gown of deep crimson, while the male dark elf was clad in pantaloons, a blue tunic, and actual hose. Both wore copious amounts of jewelry and quite a bit of dark makeup around their eyes. Elijah waited for the pair to pass by, then followed at a discreet distance. He didn't know where he was going, so one direction was as good as any other. He trailed the two elves for a few minutes, listening to them chatter on about nothing as it became clear that they were a couple. Eventually, though, they led him to a pair of elaborately carved double doors, which they unhesitatingly stepped through. From his position a half-dozen yards behind them, Elijah only caught a brief glimpse of the room on the other side of the doors. But the moment he did, he realized that he'd found exactly what he was looking for. Still, he waited for another elf to wander into the room, and he slipped inside before the door could close. After positioning himself in an out-of-the-way corner, Elijah took stock of the situation. And it wasn't good. Around a vast table laden with a feast were seated 24 elves. And at the head was a man, not an elf, that was clearly the Reaver. If Elijah hadn't known from the man's commanding demeanor, he would have gotten the picture from the notification that popped up the moment he laid eyes on the black-clad man. Task: slay the Reaver without alerting his subjects. If Elijah hadn't been keenly aware of how close he was to the elves and, more importantly, to the Reaver himself, he would have sworn that he was watching a high-budget fantasy movie. The table itself was polished wood, and it was piled high with so much food that Elijah questioned whether or not the elves could consume even a quarter of it. He saw whole roast pigs, tureens of buttery potatoes, and a host of other foods he couldn't identify but looked amazingly appetizing. Suddenly, he was reminded of how long it had been since he'd had a proper meal. During his trek to the tower, he'd eaten nothing but wild game, and whatever edibles he could forage. He was used to that sort of diet, so he didn't mind, but it was woefully lacking compared to the feast laid out before him. It was especially pointed because of the sheer delight shown by the elves each time they took a bite. More than once, he considered casting calamity and clearing them out, just so he could take their meal. However, the task set by the tower had specified that he should kill the Reaver without alerting his subjects. He didn't think that failing the second part would result in anything dire, but he was certain that it would at least affect his eventual grade. And he had no intention of taking a lesser reward, if he could help it. So he settled into a corner and watched the progression of the feast, and over time, the elves grew progressively drunker. The Reaver, though, abstained from alcohol. His cup, which was a jeweled thing that looked more like a chalice, only held water. He also didn't eat nearly as much as the elves, who were positively gluttonous with their consumption. For his part, Elijah held his own hunger at bay through a sheer expression of willpower. It wasn't until it had been gnawing at one facet of his mind for more than an hour that he realized just how unnatural it was. Elijah had always enjoyed food. Simple or complex, the product of home cooking or a five-star restaurant, it didn't matter. He could always find something to appreciate. Even cooking wild game over an open fire was enough to get his salivary glands working overtime. And yet, he'd never felt an urge to eat, to consume, that was nearly as strong as what he experienced watching those elves gorge themselves. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation, or maybe it was something else entirely. But he knew that the hunger was wrong. That it was alien. That it came from the Reaver. The moment that thought crossed Elijah's mind, he doubled down on his resistance. The challenge of the current level of the tower had already begun, and he'd almost fallen prey to it without even realizing that he was in danger. Now that he knew what to look for, he could feel the tendrils of alien thoughts wrapping themselves around his mind. And once he was aware, it was much easier to resist the hunger that had, only a few minutes before, seemed so potent. He also saw the gluttonous elves for what they were. The slight crinkling around their eyes. The fearful glances toward the Reaver. The tears coating their cheeks. They weren't guests. They were prisoners, one and all. But Elijah wasn't there to free them. Instead, he watched as they continued to gorge themselves. The food gradually disappeared down their respective gullets until, at last, the first one passed out. Her stomach bulged obscenely, and using one with nature, Elijah knew she was dead. She had literally eaten herself to death. And she wasn't the last. Over the next few hours, the elves dropped, one by one until only the Reaver remained. Still, he sat at the head of the table like nothing had changed. He sipped at his water with a mild expression that bordered on boredom. Then, finally, he stood. The legs of his chair scraped against the tile floor, loud in the silence the dead had left behind. He looked from one elf to the other, disappointment playing across his face. He ran his hand through his brown hair before letting out a tired sigh. Then, the air around him shimmered. So did the ambient Ethera. And before Elijah's eyes, the Reaver transformed. His arms and legs extended, growing longer and skeletally thin. The same could be said for his hands, and soon enough, the fingers had doubled in length. More, they were tipped in jagged black claws. The man's skin took on a gray hue, and his face remolded itself into a visage out of a horror movie. Like a mixture of man and bat, with long incisors extending to at least a few inches long, he looked like someone's twisted interpretation of a vampire. However, when the men fell on the elves' corpses, Elijah found that the Reaver wasn't interested in blood. Or not only blood, Elijah amended. The ghoulish mockery of a man ate everything. It was a grotesque sight, watching that creature gorge itself, but Elijah didn't dare look away. Instead, he watched every last bite. And it was nearly enough to send his stomach into rebellion. He kept himself from vomiting, but it was a close thing. Even so, Elijah's stomach twisted into knots as he watched the creature's macabre feast. The Reaver took special and obvious pleasure in consuming the elves' ruptured stomachs, but he seemed to quite enjoy every other bit of elf he consumed as well. Even the bones, which crunched loudly beneath his powerful jaws. Or the intestines, which went down with a wet slurp. Eventually, Elijah stopped trying to identify the bits and pieces, but unfortunately, his biology background came back to haunt him. Whatever the case, the only solace was that it couldn't last forever. Eventually, the Reaver completed its feast, leaving only bloody chairs behind. It shifted back into a human form, and returned to its chair. A moment later, a pair of ogres stomped into the room. Their body types resembled the jailers, which was to say that they were built like sumo wrestlers, though even more obese. The pair waddled in, and without a word, started clearing the table. Very little food had survived the elves' forced gluttony, so they were mostly tasked with gathering used dishes. It took a few trips, but gradually they accomplished their task. In the meantime, the Reaver sat at the head of the table, with a bored expression playing across his face as he sipped at his water. Once everything had been cleared away, the Reaver pushed himself back to his feet, and without a word, left the dining room via a side door. A disgusted Elijah followed, intending to ambush the creature the moment he had a chance. However, even though he had already used Predator Strike as well as Venom Strike in preparation of the attack, he never got the chance. Most of the time, the hall was deserted. Yet, each time Elijah verged on commencing his attack, an elf or ogre would be there. Usually, they shuffled past the Reaver quickly. Obviously, they were engaged in their own tasks, but they were frustratingly spaced in such a way as to ensure that Elijah never had a clear opportunity to do what he very much wanted to do. After a few minutes, during which the Reaver traversed the halls at an unhurried pace, he reached a pair of elaborate double doors. At first, Elijah thought he'd stumbled upon some sort of ritual room, or something else of importance. However, when the Reaver threw the doors open, he saw another long, straight hall. It was at least 50 yards long, and from what Elijah could see, it was entirely empty. Looking left, then right, Elijah ensured that no one else was around. Then, he crept forward, preparing to pounce. He knew precisely how he intended to attack, he only needed to do it. Just before he was going to leap upon the creature's back, heavy footsteps announced a new arrival. Frustrated, Elijah whipped around to see the second largest ogre he'd ever beheld. The creature was tall and broad, and he was clad in a full set of dark iron armor. Elijah could see nothing of the ogre's skin. Instead, he looked like a monstrous automaton. "Remain in the hall," the Reaver said. "I feel something amiss, though I know not what it might be. Be wary." The metal-clad monster grunted an affirmation, the sound confirming that it was, indeed, a living creature. Elijah had enough experience with that armor to recognize the futility in attacking such a creature. He could get through it, perhaps, but not in his draconid form. Even with Predator Strike he would fail. He knew that as well as he could sense that the creature was much, much higher level than him. Frustrated, Elijah slipped into the hall as he followed the Reaver. The corridor was nothing special, though Elijah felt curious abnormalities in the walls. Or rather, he felt the tiny organisms that lived in the pits and grooves that shouldn't have been present in a solid wall. He remained a few feet behind the Reaver as they traversed the hall, until they reached another pair of double doors on the other end. There, the Reaver flung them open to reveal a large and richly furnished apartment. Velvet, thick carpets, and gold ornaments abounded, but the Reaver paid them no heed. Instead, the creature stepped inside, closing the door only an instant after Elijah had slipped in after his prey. Just like that, Elijah had a golden opportunity. He had the Reaver alone. He only needed to finish it off before it reached the end of the hallway and that massive, metal-clad guard. Still, he didn't rush. Elijah had always been a patient person. So he waited and watched as the Reaver went further into the apartment. After a few minutes of watching the monster go about its nightly routine, he finally got the opportunity he'd been waiting for. With the additional power of Predator Strike as well as Venom Strike singing through his claws, he pounced. And missed entirely. His claws swiped through the creature's human head, but he hit nothing but air. In the meantime, the Reaver screeched. It was a sound no human had ever uttered, and Elijah likened it to something that should have come from an insect. At the same time, the thing transformed, or perhaps it let the illusion of its human form lapse, showing Elijah his error. He'd been using his eyes when he should have relied on his other senses. As a result, he'd been fooled by a formless illusion. But now that the monster was in its natural form, that would no longer be a problem. So, even as the thing panicked, Elijah lashed out with his claws, using every point of strength and dexterity to get in as many attacks as possible before the monster reacted. When he finally bounded away, he left a ruin of bloody ribbons where the monster's emaciated thigh had once been. But Elijah had pushed it a little too long, and he was forced to leap over the creature's retaliatory counterattack. It swung its long, thin arm with wild abandon, clipping Elijah's tail and throwing him off balance. However, even though it sent him sliding across the bedroom, it wasn't enough to injure him. That had never been the point, though. When Elijah recovered, he saw that the Reaver had abandoned the fight altogether, and was using its lengthy legs to sprint toward the apartment's exit. Elijah's heart jumped into his throat. If the creature reached the guard, he wouldn't have just failed his task, which would end with him losing a potential reward. Instead, he'd run the risk of losing his life. The guard was dangerous enough on his own, but if the Reaver made it to the end of the hall, more help would be on its way. It wouldn't be long after that Elijah would be buried under the weight of the entirety of the level's defenses. He couldn't let that happen. So he launched himself after the Reaver, moving with every ounce of speed he could muster. His claws dug into the tiles and ripped the rich carpets apart as he tore across the room. But despite its awkward appearance, the Reaver was deceptively fast, and it remained just ahead of Elijah's pursuit. When it reached the door, Elijah knew he had to change tactics. Fortunately, he had just the tool for the job. So he initiated a transformation back into his human form without breaking stride. The Reaver threw the doors open, then started down the hall. But Elijah didn't let it get another step before he embraced snaring roots and cast the spell. Thick, thorny vines exploded from the floor, wrapping around the monster's thin legs. It ripped free, but for every vine it shredded, another took its place. For a brief second, it was immobile. Elijah crashed into it, having initiated yet another transformation this time, taking on the shape of a lamellar ape. The monster raked its claws across his chest, but Elijah had preemptively used iron scales, and the attack did nothing. The same couldn't be said for Elijah's own blows, which rained down on the monster's emaciated body with reckless and inevitable abandon. Bones cracked, and the monster screamed. Yet, despite the volume, no cavalry came running to the creature's rescue. For a second, Elijah thought he'd won the battle. But then, he heard a metallic click, and an instant later, a line of fiery agony erupted in his side. Report. Elijah twisted away from the lacerating pain, trying at the same time to keep a grip on the monster's bony shoulder. But he couldn't do both at the same time, so his hind brain kicked in, forcing him to flee the agony, cutting a long line into his scales. Against that, his iron scales were wholly insufficient, and he let out a roar of pain all his own. It joined the monster's anguished whimpers. No matter how quickly Elijah moved, though, the pain persisted, and soon enough he saw why. A small dart no bigger than his human thumb was embedded in his scales, and when he yanked it free, he found that a series of long, writhing white tendrils came with it. As they left his body, they left behind a stinging pain that felt like the world's most painful jellyfish sting. From the inside. The second the last of the tendrils had left his body to dangle from the dart, Elijah tossed the projectile aside. Or at least he tried to. However, the tendrils had left his entire side so numb that the best he could do was a slight shrug as he dropped the thing onto the carpeted floor. The tingling numbness spread quickly, encompassing the entire left side of his torso, and all the way down his hip before, at last, slowing to a virtual stop. But the effects didn't stop with simple numbness. Instead, with the sensation having spread to his chest, he soon found that his breathing had shallowed to the point where he knew he wasn't getting enough oxygen. That, in turn, caused him to panic. In only a second, Elijah was panting with anxiety, with his mind whirling for a solution. Meanwhile, the injured reaver had begun to recover, its shattered bones shifting grotesquely as they reset. As it pushed itself to unsteady feet, it let out a hiss of pain. Then, it cocked its arm before following it up with a backhanded blow aimed at Elijah's face. He tried to dodge, but with half his body not working properly, he only managed to shift enough to avoid taking the attack head-on. Pitiful beast, the creature rasped as Elijah crashed to the floor. Then, it kicked him. You attack me. In my home. How dare you? It kicked Elijah again. The blows didn't hurt. In fact, he couldn't even feel them, even if he knew they'd left some damage behind. Instead, the pervasive numbness had started spreading again, telling him that he needed to do something to stop it, lest he lose all bodily control. So, between kicks, Elijah shifted back to his human form, then cast Touch of Nature, which pushed the numbness back just enough that he could roll out of the way of the next blow. He could do nothing about the follow-up kick that took him in his side, and launched his much lighter body into the wall. Once again, via one with nature, he felt the odd grooves in the wall. Suddenly, one facet of his mind arrived at the answer. Traps. There were traps in the walls. How could he have missed that? Why hadn't he paid more attention? If he had. No. He couldn't go down that road. Instead, he used Touch of Nature once again, though a good portion of the spell's power went to healing his ribs. Meanwhile, the Reaver continued to rant about intruders and trespassers, spitting out insults that made him sound like an indignant aristocrat who'd stumbled upon a thief. Which wasn't so far from the truth, really. Except that the aristocrat in question was a monstrous creature with skin like a cadaver and arms and legs that were about 2 sizes too long for its skeletally slender body. As that useless thought skittered through one facet of Elijah's quartz mind, he used the others to search for a strategy to escape his dire situation. Because even with Touch of Nature, he was only barely able to push the numbness back. So, with the monstrous Reaver kicking him, he didn't have much opportunity to change his circumstances. Still, being launched a few feet away had given him just enough time to attempt a gambit. So he shifted his staff just enough to aim it at the Reaver's feet, then cast Storm's Fury. His aim left a lot to be desired, but he still managed to clip the monster's foot with his spell. That sent its leg into brief spasms, which gave Elijah an opening to cast Healing Rain. The nurturing precipitation fell from the sky, soothing Elijah's injuries, and working toward pushing the numbness away. It was incapable of doing the job alone, but with another application of Touch of Nature, he gained even more ground. More importantly, when the Reaver recovered a second later, the healing spells gave him the necessary control to avoid the worst part of the next kick. Though he did feel a rib shift a bit, even when he only took a glancing blow. It was healed a second later, and he continued with that strategy. With another facet of his mind, though, he started casting another spell. Even as he shifted and rolled around on the floor, trying his best to dodge the Reaver's swinging kicks and stomping feet, a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes manifested and swooped down on the unsuspecting monster. It was a testament to how worked up the thing was that, at first, it didn't even notice the summoned insects. Which made for a perfect scenario for the little creatures to do the maximum amount of damage. Or at least that was how Elijah comforted himself as the Reaver's uncoordinated barrage of attacks continued. He wasn't just getting the snot kicked out of him. He was distracting and delaying the monster. It was strategy, not incompetence. Of course, he didn't quite believe that, even as one facet of his mind tried to convince him of it. After a handful of seconds, the Reaver finally noticed the mosquitoes sucking its blood. However, by that point, it was too late for it to stop the cascade of afflictions they brought with them. Soon after, it abandoned its quest to kick Elijah into submission, opting instead to try to dislodge the pesky insects. It was mostly unsuccessful in that endeavor, but more importantly, the thing's antics gave Elijah some much-needed breathing room to cast Touch of Nature a couple more times. Soothing healing washed through him, banishing the numbness almost entirely. Tiny white tendrils were ejected from his body with every instance of the spell. If Elijah would have been a little less occupied with his own survival, he certainly would have been disgusted at the things that had been in his body. As it was, though, he was far too focused on the task at hand. Because now that the numbness had been overcome, he felt like he finally had the upper hand. So, after casting Touch of Nature one last time, and healing the damage he had left, he swept his staff out, catching the Reaver mid-kick. With Elijah's still impressive strength working for him, he managed to knock the monster's leg out from under him. The Reaver tipped over, but before it fell, it caught itself with one of its enormously long arms. Then, it skittered backward in a crab walk that took it further down the hall. Elijah tried to cast Snaring Roots again, but he didn't have enough Ethera to fuel the spell. In fact, the constant healing had sapped almost the entire contents of his core. He didn't remember spending so much Ethera, but he supposed he must have gone into a daze or something. Or maybe the numbing tendrils had had a secondary effect of draining his Ethera. In any case, the situation had changed, and he had no choice but to adapt. So he used the one spell he could and once again shifted into the shape of the Guardian. It had always been his least costly spell, and as such, it gave him the best chance to survive the encounter. As he threw himself to his feet, his body transformed, taking on the strange amalgamation of lizard and primate. Then, he raced after the Reaver. The first trap he triggered almost took him by surprise, but he dedicated one facet of his mind to keeping track of the changing conditions, and as a result, he became aware of it just in time to avoid the debilitating dart. It was a close enough call that he shifted another 3 facets of his mind to that task. As he continued his pursuit of the monster, he was forced to react to more trap activations, twisting and turning his immense body as he sought to avoid a repeat of his first encounter with the darts. He managed it. Barely. But it slowed him down to the point where he only barely managed to keep pace with the Reaver. With the distance between his prey and the end of the long hall steadily shrinking, Elijah knew he needed to change tactics. So he harnessed every point of strength he possessed and flung himself down the hall. However, he didn't go directly at the monster. Instead, he bounded forward, bouncing from one wall to another and keeping just ahead of the traps. With his strength, he could move incredibly quickly, but when he did that, he couldn't really control himself very well. So he removed that part from the equation, just pointing himself in a direction and going. Like that, he stayed just ahead of the triggering traps, though he knew that if he slowed by even a millisecond, he would be peppered with darts. So he didn't slow, and as a result, he crashed into the Reaver in barely a couple of seconds. The creature was more than a little surprised at Elijah's rapid pursuit, so it didn't even react before it was bowled over. Elijah knew the danger hadn't ended, though, so he wrapped his hand around the monster's slim waist, then used the monster's body as an impromptu shield against the closest trap. The darts thudded home in the Reaver's struggling body. It did not possess Elijah's high constitution. Almost immediately, one of its arms went limp, quickly followed by the rest of its body. In only a few seconds it was a dead weight, flopping around like a corpse. But it lived. Elijah could sense that much. Without knowing what else to do, Elijah returned the same way he'd come, traversing the hall on his way back to the Reaver's quarters. Along the way, he continued to use the monster as a shield, intercepting the darts as they came. With multiple facets of his mind focused on the traps, he could anticipate their activation well enough to facilitate his passage. By the time he reached the apartments, the Reaver had taken 9 darts in various parts of its body, and as a result, it was only barely clinging to life. Elijah ended it by banging its head repeatedly against the ground. It took quite a few blows, but eventually, he managed to kill the thing. The resultant experience gave him another level, but more importantly, the monster's death completed the final level of the tower. He sighed, letting the creature fall from his claws. His shoulders slumped as he shifted back to his natural form, and realized just how close he'd come to losing. He shuddered to think of what would have happened had he succumbed to those darts. A few seconds later, a notification told him that he'd completed the last level. Congratulations! You have completed level 3 of Reaver Citadel. Grade A. To complete the tower, progress to the exit. He was a little disappointed he hadn't gotten the highest possible grade, but he was a little too relieved for that to last more than a second or two. He'd conquered the Reaver's Citadel, and though it hadn't been quite as harrowing as the College Tower, it certainly hadn't been easy either. His abilities had been stretched to their limits, and as a result, he'd been forced to learn how to use every tool in his kit. That was the true reward. Of course, there was a more tangible reward waiting for him as well, and it only took a second for him to find the silver box. It was lying next to the huge ogre staff he'd dropped when he'd been forced to transform to his human form after his failed attempt at an ambush. He bent down and opened the lid, resulting in another notification. Reward for completing level 3 of Reaver Citadel. Claws of Gluttony. The item inside was a strange one. At first glance, it looked like a disparate pile of black iron. However, when Elijah pulled it from the box, he realized that it was precisely what the name suggested. Composed of a single leather cuff that was connected to 5 distinct and hollow claws via a series of thin, black chains, it looked like an awkward thing to wear. That suspicion was confirmed when he tried it on as well. He checked his status, and once again, disappointment blossomed when the item didn't live up to his expectation. This time, he didn't even get any attribute bonuses. Indeed, the item seemed no more than ornamental in nature. So he took it off and threw it into his pack. Hopefully, he would soon find someone who could help him identify the items he'd acquired in the tower. And perhaps buy the ones he didn't need. If not, he would have to go back to Ironshore where he knew he could get that kind of information. Not that he wanted to do that just yet. He could travel between Ironshore and Norcastle much more quickly now that he knew where the second was located. However, it was still a long trip, and one he didn't want to re-experience just yet. In any case, he scoured the Reaver's quarters, coming away a little disappointed with his haul. There was very little in the apartments that wasn't nailed down, and what he could take probably wasn't worth it. Still, he found some tiny golden statues that looked like they might be valuable, so he figured that it wasn't a total loss. He tossed those into his pack as well, then set about searching for the exit. The search only took him a few minutes, and he found the exit in the bathroom of all places. With a shrug, he stepped through the door and was transported back into the real world. It had been almost 3 weeks since the stranger had come out of nowhere, brought hundreds of people back from the brink of certain death, and then declared he would conquer the tower that had plagued Norcastle for months. In that time, Captain Orville Essex had begun to doubt his initial impression of the man. According to his inspectability, Elijah Smith was an unremarkable, level 18 healer. Yet, the way he'd moved, not to mention his feats in the hospital, had come at odds with that label. Essex had chosen to trust his gut that something was amiss, and what's more, he had decided to trust the man. He'd come to regret that in the intervening weeks, when the mayor and the goons he'd put on his council had taken issue with the fact that Essex hadn't let them know about the enigmatic healer. More, they'd called his qualifications into question, casting doubt on his assessment of Elijah. They had even spread rumors about his ineptitude. After all, if he thought a level 18 healer was special aside from his ability to work in the hospital, then why would the citizens of Norcastle trust him with their security? But the captain had held fast in his assessment. Elijah Smith was not normal. In fact, Essex suspected that the healer had some ability, or item meant to obfuscate his true class and level. That was the only explanation for his obviously high attributes. He'd subdued one of Essex's guards without skipping a beat, and what's more, he clearly had the ability to traverse the wilderness alone. That, combined with the reportedly ridiculous Ethera pool that allowed him to heal far more than anyone else in the city, was enough to convince Essex that the man was special. Was he special enough to conquer a tower that had, so far, killed more than 24 of Norcastle's strongest warriors? That was the question that had kept him up at night. I should have insisted on sending some of my people with him, he muttered, staring at his desk. Jess Roy, the other healer who'd brought Elijah to Essex in the first place, sat across from him. As she had done every day since his departure, she'd come by to ask after the man's well-being. And as always, Essex had no answers. The tower had yet to erupt into another surge, so they knew the other healer was still alive. Beyond that, though, his fate was a complete mystery. You can't just send some people in to help him, she asked. Essex shook his head, we've been over this. Even if you don't send the maximum number of people into a tower, which is 6, apparently it locks others out after a few hours. Last week, I sent some people up there to check, and they were blocked from getting in. He's still alive, but we can't help him. As long as it doesn't send another surge out, we know he's still alive, though. You still think he's that guy on the ladder, she said. I do, the captain responded, leaning back and running a hand through his hair. As he did, he pulled up the appropriate list. Planetary power rankings, Earth. 1. Oscar Ramirez, level 46. 2. Sadie Song, level 45. 3. Hu Shui, level 44. 4. Ram Kondu, level 44. 5. Anupriya Pandey, level 44. 6. Nico Song, level 43. 7. Thor Gunderson, level 43. 8. Kimberly Jackson, level 42. 9. Elijah Hart, level 42. 10. Michael King, level 41. 11. Gunnar Lindstrom, level 38. 12. 13. 14. The power rankings kept going after that, but Essex wasn't concerned with any of those names. There were a few people within Norcastle who were knocking on the door of making it into the top 100, but they were still a few levels away. For his part, Essex didn't think any of them would ever reach those lofty heights. Even the best of them were only a little above average in terms of talent, and the gap between them and the best of the best kept growing wider. And the distance between the top 10 and everyone else was a wide gulf that didn't look like it would ever be crossed. Essex himself was only level 24, and he'd had to make a concerted effort to get to that point. The same was true for his guards, and the only ones who'd made it to a higher level had done so by spending every waking moment hunting in the wilderness alongside like-minded people. That sort of attitude came with issues all its own, and most nights saw the captain lying awake wondering what would happen when those people figured out that the only thing keeping them in check was a sense of morality. One day, perhaps soon, someone powerful would decide that they were tired of following rules. And when that day came, Essex could only hope to minimize the casualties. In any case, that was a problem for another day. Or hopefully, one that would never manifest. For now, he was focused on the 9th name on that list. Elijah Hart had gained a few levels over the past 3 weeks, and as a result, he jumped into the top 10, an impressive feat by any measure, given how set the general rankings usually were. Sure, the top 10 jostled a place or two pretty frequently, but the names had remained mostly the same since the ladder had been introduced. That supported the captain's theory that Elijah Hart and Elijah Smith were one and the same. After all, what better way to rapidly progress than to challenge a tower meant to be conquered by an entire group of people? Doing so alone was bound to result in some impressive gains, assuming the solitary challenger managed to live through the attempt. He didn't seem like one of the top 10 most powerful people in the world, Jess stated. He was just kind of weird. Essex shook his head, then looked around at his office. The world had changed so much, and he knew he was on the verge of being left behind. He was too old to change the way he thought. Too set in his ways to adjust to the new realities of their transformed world. He didn't intend to give up, but he could see the writing on the wall. But for now, he just wanted to protect the people who couldn't protect themselves. The innocents who'd taken refuge in Norcastle deserved a life where they didn't have to worry about plagues or monster attacks, and he'd long since decided to devote his life to that endeavor. However, if someone like Elijah Hart decided the world would be better off if Norcastle was wiped from the map, then Essex didn't think he could do much to stop him. The sort of person who gets onto a list like that is bound to be abnormal by definition, he stated. I just hope he's peaceful. He was nice, Jess said. Weird but nice. Even when Mark attacked him, he didn't overreact. He just stopped him. Because he was never in danger, Essex stated. But what if someone who can actually hurt him does something stupid? What if he decides to get serious with us? It would probably take the whole guard to stop him. He's probably left hundreds of bodies in his wake. He might have just healed his way to his level. Once again, Essex shook his head. I doubt that very much, he responded. It was possible, certainly, but healing didn't work nearly as well for progression as killing. Largely, that was due to the fact that healing the same person over and over gave diminishing returns. There were ways around that, but the system was finicky enough that their experiments had yet to yield concrete results as to what worked and what didn't. It was entirely possible that it wasn't a set of hard and fast rules, but rather a system of guidelines that were applied based on individual and unique situations. But the biggest reason Essex doubted that Elijah had reached his level via healing alone was the fact that he hadn't even hesitated to say that he could conquer the tower. That kind of confidence only came from experience. A terrifying prospect, given the difficulty even his best warriors had encountered with the surges of Vox as well as the people who'd already failed to conquer the tower. Just then, a knock on the open door announced the arrival of one of Essex's guards. When he looked up, the woman said, Captain. He's back. The healer. And there's trouble. What? Some of the mayor's men were at the gate when he arrived, and... Oh God, Essex said, leaping to his feet. He was running down the hall before the guard's woman had even turned around. And he had good reason for his haste, too. If the mayor's men acted the way they normally did, then there was a good chance that someone was going to end up dead. And he couldn't allow that to happen, because once blood was shed, there was little he could do to stop it. So he ran, praying that he wasn't too late to stop the seemingly inevitable clash. Asterisk. Elgia gripped his staff with white-knuckled fingers as he glared at the 4 men who'd chosen to bar his way. They were all burly, bearded and armed, though Elijah didn't get the sense that they were terribly dangerous. It was only a vague feeling, but through his experiences, he'd learned to judge that sort of thing with some degree of accuracy. Look at him, said one. Scared out of his mind, he is. 'Bout to piss his pants, probably. You scared, little man? The other 2 just laughed. The first, a balding man who looked like an NFL linebacker, stepped forward and pushed Elijah. Or he tried to, at least. Elijah saw it coming, but instead of lashing out with his staff or worse, shifting into one of his forms and killing all 4 of the men, he just shifted slightly and avoided the man's hand. That overbalanced the fellow, and he stumbled a little before getting his feet back under him. You think you're clever, huh? Well, you ain't gettin' in here without payin' the toll. 2 silver coins, or you can walk back wherever you came from. And that big stick. Looks expensive, said one of the others. Elijah already had a single copper Ethereum gripped in his other hand, so he held it up and said, Last time I came here, this was the entry fee. Has that changed? The guard, who Elijah recognized as the same one he'd encountered the first time he had entered Nor Castle, shook his head, though the burly bullies didn't see him. "You pay us separate," the leader spat. "Why?" "What?" "I asked why I should pay you." "'Cause we'll beat you if you don't," the man growled. "Then I'm not paying for entry, right? I'd be paying to avoid having to teach you a lesson. Is that right?" "What? You don't hear so well, do you? Or maybe you're just incapable of understanding. I don't know. The point is that I'm not paying you just so I don't have to go through the trouble of beating you all within an inch of your lives. In fact, I don't think it's any trouble at all. You seem the types who need it, so I'll just consider it a public service." "What? You say that a lot." "Huh? Variation. Nice. Variety is the spice of life, I'm told. So, we doing this thing?" "I need to meet with Captain Essex, and you're kind of in my way," Elijah stated. "But I'll warn you right now, it's not going to be pleasant for you. I think I can hold back, but you're all kinds of weak, so I'm not making any promises." "What? Jesus, man. You're backsliding now," Elijah said to the clearly confused would-be bully. "Look, just let me past, and it'll save you a beating. And a little advice. Just stop. You're going to pick a fight with someone who's perfectly willing to teach you the lessons I'm trying to avoid here." That seemed to do it for the man. Clearly, his brain had short-circuited, because he didn't even repeat his favorite word again before launching himself at Elijah. However, because of his sash of the whirlwind, well-honed battle instincts, and his high attributes, to Elijah, the intended attack looked like it was moving in slow motion. So he let the giant staff fall from where it was leaned against his shoulder, and before it even hit the ground, he sidestepped and swung his staff of natural harmony. He didn't use all his strength, but even so, the sound of a breaking bone echoed through the area as Elijah's staff hit the man's knee. It bent the wrong way, and the bully let out a scream of pure anguish as he lurched to the ground. He hit with a small cloud of dust and a pitiful whimper. His lackeys, who'd started forward at the same time, pulled to a stop a few feet away. Elijah raised his finger, saying, "Not another step, or I won't heal him. If you still insist on fighting, things are going to get worse for all of you. A lot worse." That, along with how easily he'd disabled their leader, brought them up short. So, keeping one facet of his quartz mind trained on the trio, Elijah knelt beside the fallen bully. Then he tapped him on the head, saying, "Shut up. It's just a dislocated knee. And a broken kneecap. You'll be fine. Quit whining." Why you asshole," the man shouted, grabbing at Elijah. It was a weak attempt, and one that was easily slapped it aside. "Come on, man. Do you want me to heal you or not? If I leave you like this, I can guarantee you're going to walk with a limp the rest of your life. Maybe Jess and the other healers can fix you up. I don't know. But with your attitude, I'm doubting it. So, this might be your best chance to avoid spending the rest of your days hobbling around." That got through the man's thick skull, and he shut up after that. Elijah wasn't going to heal him outright, though. For one, he didn't want to waste the Ethera. For another, he didn't want to have to break more of the man's bones when he recovered. So he used healing rain instead. Then as the rain started to fall, he said, "Stay in the storm. It'll be a little cold, but it should be enough to heal you." With that, he pushed himself to his feet, grabbed the giant ogre staff from where it had fallen, then stepped forward. When he reached the stunned guardsman, he apologized for the mess, then handed him the copper Ethereum entry fee. After that, he strolled into the town. Just as he reached the first intersection and turned toward the hospital, he saw Captain Essex speeding in his direction. Jess followed a few dozen feet behind. When the older man reached him, Elijah said, "Oh, nice to see you, Captain. I took care of your little tower issue. But you should probably keep sending people in there at regular intervals. It won't be quite as dangerous now that the Ethera's been drained, but it'll still be a pain, so don't send your rookies in there." Then, he stepped past the stunned captain and smiled broadly as Jess finally caught up. He said, "Hey. I've been thinking a lot about you, and I've decided to let you court me." Huh? Court? I feel like I'm speaking a different language lately. Court. As in, attempt to date. I know, it's a stunning turn of events, but I think you've got a good shot, he said. She burst out laughing. You haven't changed a bit, have you? You mean I'm still ruggedly handsome and incredibly charismatic? Yeah. Sure. Let's go with that. I feel like you might be making fun of me. Oh no, I would never do that. Good. I don't deal well with teasing. I have very thin skin. A blanket of snow covered the roofs and collected in the shadowy alleys of Norcastle as Elijah was escorted through the town. From most of the eaves hung garlands and flickering lights, and evergreen wreaths festooned most of the doors. Red and green ribbons and streamers abounded, lending the city a festive spirit that felt infectious, even after the encounter with the thugs at the gate. I didn't realize it was Christmas, Elijah said softly as he took in the festive decorations. Indeed, his sense of time still hadn't recovered after his trips into towers and his long isolation. At one point, he'd tried to keep up with the passing months, but it had quickly grown impossible. Now, he usually only paid attention to the seasons, and that only for practical reasons. The idea of celebrating holidays, especially ones with religious connotations, hadn't even crossed his mind since the world had been transformed. Still, he wasn't immune to the Christmas spirit. Growing up, the holidays had always been a source of warm and comforting memories, and even the end of the world as he'd always known it hadn't changed that fact. The mayor thinks it's important to celebrate the holidays. He thinks we'd lose sight of our past if we forget the things that used to be important, Essex said. Jess pointed out, plus, everyone likes Christmas. That as well, Essex stated. Neat, was Elijah's response. He immediately regretted the word choice, but it was too late to change it, so he just let himself fall silent. Soon enough, they reached a large square, at the center of which was an enormous spruce tree that was at least 40 feet tall and decorated with twinkling lights as well as red and green ornaments. Went all out, huh? I love it, Jess said, her bright smile showing off a pair of dimples Elijah hadn't noticed before. My favorite time of year. After that, they left the square behind and headed in the direction of the guards' headquarters. Now that they'd left the main thoroughfare behind, the decorations became less prominent, but they were still there, just more subdued. Even the building that was their destination bore a festive wreath on the door. They passed inside, then headed to the captain's office. Once the door was shut, Elijah leaned his massive ogre staff against the wall and let out a sigh. That thing is just too big, he said. So, what's up? Who were those guys out front? And am I going to have to kill them? Please don't, Essex said. I mean, I don't want to, but... They're the mayor's men, Jess said, flopping down in one of the chairs. Do you really think you could? Kill them, I mean. Elijah shrugged. Probably. If they come at me all at once, I might have to reveal some of my secrets, but yeah, he said. I think I could do it. Why? You need some bullies killed. What? No, she said. Of course not. It probably wouldn't be much trouble. I could just nip on over and... Essex interrupted, please do not kill anyone in my city. It's going to be difficult enough explaining what you just did as it is. I was just kidding. About murder, Essex pointed out. Yeah. Probably bad taste, Elijah admitted. Won't happen again, Captain. Please don't call me Captain. Aye, Elijah said, giving the man a poorly received salute. However, before Essex could say anything else, Elijah went on, so, I guess you want to hear about the tower, huh? Turns out, it was a pain. He went on to describe in detail everything he'd seen inside. If Essex was going to send more people in, he needed to know everything. Perhaps that would give his subordinates, or possibly even himself, the opportunity to survive. For their part, both Jess and Essex listened intently, with the latter even going so far as to take copious notes and asking plenty of questions. Due to his advanced mind cultivation, Elijah had no problems remembering everything, so he gave Essex all the information he could want and more. By the end, more than 3 hours had passed, and Elijah was even more exhausted than after his bout in the tower's arena. The problem was that he'd barely had any social interaction over the past couple of years, so when he did talk to other people, it was an exciting and sometimes frustrating experience where he often went overboard one way or the other. Sometimes, that manifested in poorly conceived jokes, but his issues with talking to Jess were another symptom of his psychological trauma. Elijah knew that, and yet, there wasn't much he could do about it except to try to work through those issues as best he could. And that was exhausting, if ultimately necessary. When he'd finally finished, he said, "And that's about it. Went in, killed some ogres and elves, fought a gladiator-style gauntlet, and killed this creepy Slenderman/vampire knockoff. But it wasn't about the enemies I killed. The real reward was the loot I got along the way." "I don't think that's how the saying goes," Jess interjected. Elijah shrugged. "Well, that's how it should go. Anyway, do you need to know anything else about the tower? Because I've been roughing it for a while now, and I'd love to get a nice meal and a real shower. Oh, and is there anyone around here who can identify items? Because I got some stuff in there that I'm not sure exactly what it does." "I think that's all I need for now," Essex said. "But can I give you some advice?" "Sure. However it is that you're concealing your identity, you should probably choose a different name. If I made the connection between your assumed identity and the power rankings, then someone else will too." "Oh," Elijah said. He'd accidentally left his real name on his assumed identity when he'd first arrived in Norcastle, but he'd changed it before he had gotten too far into the city. He hadn't even considered changing his first name, though. "I guess I'm just not really cut out for that kind of thing." "You should probably learn to be," Essex said. Elijah sighed. "Probably right," he said, running a hand through his hair. It was greasy and more than a little unkempt, reminding him of just how little good his impromptu shower back in the tower had been. He pulled his hand away, looking at a bit of gore that had stuck to his finger. He shook it, sending the chunk of gray skin to plop against a wall. "Gross. Is there anything else we should know?" "Nope," Elijah said brightly. "Oh, there's also a little, abandoned town a few miles away. Your people should probably avoid it unless you want to die. There's a big, grumpy bear there. He's kind of a friend, actually. Or at least he tolerates me. I think that was probably the fish, though. But I like to think my winning personality had something to do with it. In any case, he's probably way more than any of you can handle, and I'd be very upset if someone took that as a challenge, if you know what I mean." "I don't. Don't mess with my bear buddy is what I'm saying. I can't stress this enough." "We won't. But I can't control everyone," Essex stated. Elijah nodded. "All right. So, if there's nothing else." There wasn't, so he grabbed both of his staves and said, "I'm going to get a shower and some rest. When can I visit the branch of the World Tree?" "I'll set it up. Just come back here when you're ready," Essex said. With that, Elijah said goodbye to Jess, then headed back outside. By that point, the sun had begun to set, which made the holiday decorations that much more expressive. The sight brought with it a wave of nostalgia. In Hawaii, he hadn't been especially interested in Christmas. Certainly, he'd celebrated, everyone did, but it didn't carry the same cachet that it had back home. But the holidays he'd shared with his family before his parents had died were some of his best memories. Those memories came with a certain sadness, though. Not only were they a grim reminder of his parents' untimely deaths, but it also brought his separation from his sister and her family into focus. Before the world had transformed, he'd always assumed he'd have plenty of time to reconnect, and there was always technology to fill the gap left by physical distance. After nearly dying to cancer, though, he'd been forced to confront the realities of his choice to move so far away from home. The isolation was especially difficult when his illness had forced him to abandon work. His co-workers had tried to keep in touch, but they were always just that, co-workers. Without the connective tissue of a shared career, they inevitably drifted away. He'd even lost his girlfriend's support, though that was more his fault than hers. In any case, seeing the Christmas decorations of Norcastle brought with it a mixture of pain, nostalgia, and a little comfort. So when he arrived at the hotel or inn, really Elijah wore a subdued smile. The innkeeper was just as brusque as before, but she remembered him, which made his renting a room a little easier. Soon enough, he found his way upstairs where he took a long shower before going to bed. He slept like a log, and when he awoke, he set about the task of emptying his pack and cataloguing his loot. The two most important pieces were the staff and the claws of gluttony, though the sword he'd taken from the warden was probably quite valuable as well. Beyond that, he'd taken a few smaller weapons from the elves he'd set against one another. Finally, he had a large pile of loose copper coins as well as a few silver Etherium. He still wasn't certain what the sword or staff did, and he felt sure that he was missing something with the claws of gluttony as well. However, as he'd told Essex, he had no way of figuring any of that out. So that was at the top of his list regarding what to do for the rest of the day. After that, he needed to access the branch and deposit his Etherium, as well as try to find out if there were any other towns nearby. Because his resolution to find his sister hadn't faded. Sure, he'd been derailed a bit by his recent tower excursion, but now that Norcastle was safe, he was even more dedicated to hunting her down than ever. So, after dressing in his cleanest clothes, he headed downstairs and settled in at the bar. The same cook greeted him, and he ordered a breakfast of sausage and oatmeal. While he waited for his food, Elijah glanced around the room, and to his frustration, found that quite a few of the patrons were watching him. Sure, they tried to look like they weren't, but with his multifaceted mind as well as one with nature, Elijah could see through their thin subterfuge. So as he ate, he kept an eye on everyone. Most of the inn's diners were just normal people, but 6 people stood out. Elijah couldn't quite put his finger on what made them different, but he suspected that each one had a few levels under their belt. And it didn't take a genius to figure out why they were there, especially after his actions the day before. It seemed that, despite his efforts to help the city's people, his peaceful stay in Norcastle had come to an end. But Elijah had no interest in going on a rampage, so even though he could tell that none of the watchers had good intentions, he still took the time to enjoy his breakfast before heading back upstairs. The moment he was in his room, he threw open the window, checked to make certain that he hadn't left anything behind, then shifted into his draconid form. Then, he embraced guise of the unseen before leaping through the window and landing in the alley beside the building. There he settled into the shadows to wait. Only 10 minutes later, he heard a ruckus before the heavy tramp of boots announced that someone had entered his room up above. A few seconds after that, he saw one of the men from the inn's common room poke his head out the window and let out a curse. Elijah only had to wait a little longer before the hostile men and women stormed out of the inn and spread out, presumably to look for him. But he knew they wouldn't find him. So he waited until their search took them down the street before he set off across the city. He didn't intend to stick around Norcastle for much longer, but he still needed some information before he set off back into the wilderness. More, he intended to check on Jess and Essex to make sure they were okay. Because if they weren't, bad things were going to happen to whoever had hurt them. The frigid air reminded Elijah of the recently departed tower, though there were enough differences that he didn't start experiencing flashbacks. For one, he increasingly thought that he was immune to post-traumatic stress. Certainly, in the immediate aftermath of some horrible experience, he felt the full weight of his trauma. More than once, those instances had very nearly broken him, at least temporarily. However, the more distance between him and what should have been life-altering trauma, the more he could look at it like from the perspective of an observer. He knew he should feel differently. Everything he'd ever learned about human psychology told him as much. And yet, he didn't, lending weight to his budding theory that the influx of Ethera had come with some sort of inoculation to the psychological impact of life and death struggle. Or maybe it was his cultivation. It might have even been his archetype. As a steward of nature, he had a unique perspective on the struggle inherent in nature, so perhaps that insight was enough to alter the way he processed the things he'd been forced to do. Either way, he was grateful for it. Without that ability to keep going in spite of everything he'd been through, he would have long since succumbed. And if that had been the case, there's no chance he would have survived. In addition to that seeming inoculation to the psychological consequences of his decisions, the other reason he didn't descend into flashbacks was because of the clear, blue sky. It was the sort of morning that only seemed to come in winter, and freezing though it was, there was a certain crisp beauty to it that certainly had never been present in the tower. But the irritation and murderous thoughts were similar. In the tower, he'd aimed those feelings at ogres and elves, but in Norcastle, the target landed squarely on the backs of the mayor's men who'd been sent to harass him. Or kill him. Maybe they even thought to kidnap him. Elijah had no idea what their goals were, but he had seen enough to recognize that the realization of those goals would be bad news for him. Not that they had any chance at all. They were weak, blundering idiots, and they posed no threat to him. Even in his human form, which was markedly weaker than either of his other shapes, he could tear them apart with ease. And he was sorely tempted to exercise his superiority as well. The only thing holding him back was simple morality. Defending his grove was one thing. So was fighting his way through a tower. But when he had the option of simply leaving. No, he couldn't make himself take lethal steps if he had that option in front of him. Of course, that wouldn't be the case if they'd hurt Essex or Jess. Or any of the other healers at the hospital. Elijah was hesitant to kill other human beings, but he wouldn't hold back if they were the first to cross those lines. So he stalked through the town, and despite the city streets being bathed in bright sunlight, none of the other pedestrians could see him. They were completely unaware of the predator in their midst, and that fact excited his draconid instincts like nothing else could. But he pushed those wild impulses aside and focused on the task at hand. At first, he'd followed a few of the thugs who'd meant to ambush him in the inn, but he'd quickly lost interest when they gave up on the chase and returned to the castle in the center of the city. Elijah could have followed, but he thought another tactic was appropriate, which was why he found himself traversing the city on his way to the hospital. Once he reached the building in question, he waited a few minutes for an opportunity to slip inside. When one didn't present itself, he circled the structure until he found an open window on the second floor. Using his sharp claws like he was climbing a tree, he vaulted to the window and slipped inside. From there, it was easy enough to find Jess. She was perfectly fine, which was quite a relief. However, he didn't immediately confront her. Instead, he waited until she was alone until he shifted back to his human form and said, "Don't scream." Of course, she screamed. Or tried to. But before more than a peep could escape from between her lips, he had himself pressed against her, with his hand over her mouth. "I said not to scream," he repeated. "I'm going to let you go. Please, for the love of my friend Nerthus, don't scream." "Okay." She nodded. Elijah let her go and backed away. That moment of closeness had felt nice, though. Way nicer than he would have expected. But he had been alone for quite some time, so maybe he should have known how much a little human contact would mean to him. In any case, he pushed that aside and said, "I saw you have some visitors in the hospital. Want to tell me what's going on?" Jess didn't answer. Instead, she punched him inexpertly in the chest. Then, she hit him again. "Don't ever do that again," she hissed. "I thought I was about to die. And where did you even come from? How did you get in here? I swear if you..." Elijah took the first couple of hits, but then he caught her wrists as gently as he could. "I came in through one of the windows, okay? And I couldn't very well use the front door, could I? I saw the goons out there," he said. "And the ones inside, too. What the hell is going on?" "Let me go," she said with a calm iciness that brooked no hesitation. Elijah pulled away and held his hands up in surrender. "I'm sorry. I just can't afford to let you take all your frustrations out on me. I'm sure those idiots out there are going to notice if you're gone for too long, he said, looking around the storage room. It was large enough to accommodate the two of them, but only just. It's your fault. What is? That they're here, she said. They're the mayor's men. I saw two women. She rolled her big, brown eyes. It's a figure of speech, Jess said. It doesn't literally mean that they're all male. People. You should call them people so you can avoid these kinds of. Fine. People, she interrupted, and with some vehemence. You are so frustrating to talk to sometimes. Just take a deep breath, Elijah said, his hands still in the air. He had his staff in one of them, and the butt hovered dangerously close to what looked like a shelf full of cleaning chemicals. Wussa. What does that mean? Thinking it was probably safe, he lowered his hands. Fortunately, Jess didn't react to that. I saw it in a movie once. What does that have to do, you know what? Never mind. You need to get out of the city, she said. The mayor is after you. I don't know exactly what he wants to do, but I can guarantee it won't be good. I could just kill him. What? No. You can't kill him. It's complicated, okay. I mean, he's an asshole, but he's also the reason a lot of people are still alive. Counterpoint, he sent people to probably kill me. And it wouldn't even be that hard. Probably. I haven't really killed any humans though, so, yeah, he said, trailing off when he saw the expression of horror on Jess's face. Not that I want to kill people. I mean, okay. I won't kill anybody unless they deserve it. That's a good policy. And just so we're clear, the mayor and his goons don't deserve it, right? They do not. All right. Noted. Just maiming and crippling. I can do that. No. I was mostly joking, Elijah lied. I think you'd better leave, Jess said. Ouch. It's not like that. It's just that, I mean, with everything going on, it's probably best. Not that we don't appreciate what you did. Sure seems like nobody appreciates it, Elijah said, more than a little annoyed. He'd done nothing but try to help the people of Norcastle, and now he was getting chased off. That wasn't right. We do. I swear we do, she said, stepping forward and gripping his arm. This is for your good as much as it is for anyone else's. I promise you, it's not, he said, gently pushing her hand away. All the playful quirkiness was gone from his voice as he continued, but I get it. I'm dangerous, weird, and I scare people, right? Or maybe the mayor heard about what I did either in the tower, or the hospital, and he wants to use me. Either way, if I stay here, I'm going to have to make it clear why that's a bad idea. So, you're right. I probably should leave. I just wish it would have ended differently. She looked down. Me too. Elijah shook his head, then said, don't freak out. Without any more warning, he used Shape of the Predator, assuming his draconid form. To her credit, Jess didn't scream, but she definitely reacted with some alarm, pushing herself against the wall in an effort to get as far away from him as she possibly could. Of course, that just highlighted an issue Elijah hadn't anticipated. So he cancelled the transformation, shifting back to his human form. Then he said, okay, so I had this cool thing planned where I was just going to transform into a draconid, then disappear. But that's not possible, because apparently, you being all freaked out by it counted as me being in combat. Which, you know, ouch. That hurts. But whatever. I get it. Giant lizard dragon monster, right? Of course you'd be scared. But it does raise an issue, chiefly that I need you to leave the room first so I can use my stealth ability. What kind of a healer are you? I'm technically not one. I'm a druid. Totally different thing. Better in my opinion, but your archetype is totally cool, too. So, unless you want to, you know, give me a proper goodbye. Not going to happen, she said, snorting a chuckle. He shrugged and grinned. Didn't really expect it, but you can't blame a guy for trying. But I do need you to tear yourself away from me. I won't get past those thugs without going on a killing spree if I'm unable to use my stealth. Just take care of yourself, okay? And come back. Maybe we can, see what happens, she said. Then, before he could respond, she left the room. The moment she did, he whispered to himself, that went really well. Even as he said it, he shifted back into his draconid form, and adopted guise of the unseen. A moment later, he was padding through the hospital toward the window he'd used as an entrance. He took a few seconds to watch Jess, who was cut off by one of the goons, but her responses to his questions were acceptable enough that he let her go a moment later. So, seeing that she was fine, Elijah left her and the hospital behind. One facet of his mind paid attention to his surroundings as he traversed the city, but the majority of his thoughts were on the healer. He'd never really expected anything to happen. Maybe if he'd stuck around a little longer, but he knew that, even in the best of times, he was an acquired taste. He'd been a lot smoother before the world changed, but 2 solitary years had a way of affecting a man's personality. He still hadn't returned to what he'd once considered his normal demeanor, and he wasn't certain that he ever would. But that was fine. It might make things a little lonely going forward, but hopefully, the more time he spent around people, the easier it would become. In any case, Elijah soon crossed the town, barely noticing the festive decorations along the way, and soon arrived at the guards' quarters. It only took a little patience to wait for an opportunity to enter and make his way to Essex's office. It was empty, but that didn't stop Elijah from heading inside and waiting on the captain. An hour later, the man himself showed up. Upon entering, he shut the door, then plopped down in the chair behind his desk. A second later, he'd opened the drawer to retrieve a bottle of whiskey. Elijah let guise of the unseen and shape of the predator drop at the same time. The captain reacted quickly, yanking a long dagger from his belt. But Elijah slapped it away with one of his staves. The other he balanced on his shoulder as he said, "Calm down, Captain. I'm just here for a little information. How did you get in here?" "Just waltzed right in. Nobody even tried to stop me," Elijah said. "But never mind that. There are some things I need to know, and I think I'm correct in assuming that I'm not going to get the branch access you promised." He sighed. "I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I did try to." "It doesn't," Elijah said. "In fact, it makes me feel like you took advantage of me. Here I was thinking we had a deal. Shame on me, I suppose. But here's the thing, you still have information I need. Even if I can't access the branch, you can help me out." "What do you need to know?" "Are there any other settlements nearby?" Elijah asked. "Ones with branches, I mean." "No. Not that we're close enough to connect with, but there were some refugees that came from the east. They said that the population is denser in that direction, but it's also more dangerous." "I can deal with danger," Elijah said. "Did they say anything about what towns or cities are there?" "I'm looking for Seattle." Oh, what? "I have heard some things about Seattle," Essex stated. "It's in that direction, but I don't know if you really want to go there." "Why not?" "It's a war zone," Essex stated. 3 different factions. I don't know much beyond that." "Who does?" "Nobody here. The group who came from there died about 4 months ago," the captain explained. "They never integrated with the rest of the population. They didn't trust us. They ended up being some of the first to die from the plague." "Crap," Elijah said. Then he sighed. He'd come in search of a direction, and he'd gotten that much. Still, he'd hoped for a little more. "Any luck with item identification?" "Sorry, no. All the crafters are loyal to the mayor, so if I go to them, they'll run to tell his people." "Great. Well," he sighed. "I guess that's it, then. I wish I could say I've enjoyed my stay in your town, but the last bit where people were trying to hunt me down and kill or capture me kind of soured me on Norcastle. I'm sure you understand. I'm sorry it happened like this. If I was in charge, I would have done things very differently, the captain responded. Then, he looked Elijah in the eyes. Take care of yourself, Mr. Hart. I have a feeling that things are going to get a lot worse for you before they get better. Elijah shrugged. Story of my life. I'll survive. Don't like this one bit, growled Keurig as he knelt next to the tracks. He looked around the pass, seeing a story that had played out months before. There were hundreds of tiny arachnid corpses, all in various states of decay. He recognized the species, which on his home world, had been referred to as sovereign spiders. Typically, the creatures were incredibly territorial, and left unchecked, they were capable of approaching sapience. They had no natural predators, largely due to the fact that their flesh was infused with poison that would painfully kill anyone or anything that ingested it. As a result, there was little reason for natural predators to have evolved. But something had killed the budding community, as evidenced by the piles of corpses and half-rotted webs. We found something, boss, came a shout from up the pass. The dwarf pushed himself to his feet, then knocked the dust from his pants before following the shout to its origin. The pass was narrow, but it was more than large enough to accommodate Keurig and his team of scouts. They had been tasked with finding a way through the mountains, and it appeared that they had discovered just that. However, the spider corpses had brought them all up short. After a few moments, he found his way to a yawning cave. From experience, he knew it would have been a perfect location for a sovereign spider queen to nest. But judging by the smell, something large was rotting inside. Keurig didn't need to lay eyes on the corpse to know what he would find. But he'd always been thorough, which was why he'd been given leadership over the scouts of Ironshore. It was also why he'd survived as long as he had. So he squared his shoulders and headed through the mouth of the cave. Only a moment later, his dwarven eyes adjusted to the lack of light, and he saw the rotting corpse of a full-grown sovereign spider queen. He also saw his subordinate, Rosanna, kneeling next to the thing. She was short, even for a gnome, and her blue hair stood in stark contrast to the hulking monster's corpse in front of her. She looked back, her eyes shining, and grinned. It's a real queen, Keurig. Do you know what this means? That something even nastier is out here, he muttered. No. I mean, yes. Of course that's a possibility. But I'm talking about the venom, she went on. Do you know what we could do with something that's strong? Poison something? No. Well, yes. But I talked to old Biggle, you know, the alchemist, and he said that a potent poison is the only thing he's missing for a body cultivation potion, she said, her words spilling out in a rush. With the amount I could get from this big of a specimen, I bet he could make 10, or maybe even 15 doses. That's huge, Keurig. Like super huge. Keurig didn't need her to tell him the value of cultivation. Back home, his people would make pilgrimages to the lava pits for below the city, and use the dense, ambient Ethera as well as the lava itself to spark the evolution into the first stage. Of course, even that had required alchemical assistance for all but the most naturally gifted, so he was well aware of how valuable something like that could be. A poison-based body cultivation. Seems less than optimal, he muttered. He and the rest of his clan had been exiled before he'd ever had a chance to start his own cultivation, and he'd all but given up on taking the first steps down that road. However, a newly integrated world offered many opportunities, which was why it was like a magnet for outcasts like him. Like everyone in Ironshore, really. I think it would be brilliant, she squeaked. Even after more than 2 years living side by side with gnomes, Keurig still wasn't quite used to them. None of them had proper beards, and they were far too excitable. Still, he didn't want to be prejudiced, so he'd tried his best to be as accepting of the other races as possible. Because of that, he had one of the most evenly integrated squads in the entire city. Imagine what that would do for your poison resistance. I heard it's great for hunters and alchemists. Keurig wasn't so sure if he'd accept a poison-based body cultivation even if it was available. A proper dwarf had a fire constitution, after all. Any dwarf with anything else, regardless of how advanced their cultivation, was worthy of mistrust. Or at least that had been the case back home. But he wasn't back home anymore. He was on Earth, and he needed to adjust his expectations accordingly. What killed her? He asked, wanting to change the subject. Looks like an animal of some sort, the little gnome answered, pushing herself to her feet. But I don't think I'd want to meet the sort of creature that could do this to a queen sovereign spider. Keurig had some ideas about that, but he didn't give those thoughts voice. The entity who called the mystery-wreathed Isle of Slaughter home was not to be mentioned, lest he visit some calamity upon their heads. Still, he'd heard some stories from the goblin Calyx, who was the lone survivor of the expedition sent to that island. Unless she'd been drinking, she never spoke of the slaughter she had seen, but that changed when she was in her cups. So Keurig had made it his business to facilitate that by spending a few nights buying her one drink after another. After all, if there was some murderous monster living only a couple of miles away, he needed to know. He'd rather take his chances in the wilderness than ignore that sort of threat. What he'd learned had very nearly sent him running. But then the human had visited their city, and during that time, he'd acted perfectly reasonable. So Keurig had resolved to stay. However, he had also decided to take no chances at risking that man's ire. Whatever the case, he'd learned enough to match the human's fighting style with the old wounds he saw on the spider's corpse. Certainly, it could have been his fears manifesting to make connections that weren't there, but Keurig had always prided himself on his ability to look at things objectively. More than that, he trusted the instincts that told him that he was looking at the aftermath of that man's passage. He was just about to order Rosanna to organize the processing of the monster's corpse when another member of his team raced into the cave. Pavi was a goblin, but unlike his more urbane brethren, he'd taken a liking to the outdoors. That had translated into his joining Keurig's scouting team. Pavi bent down, catching his breath as he said, "Boss. There's tracks up ahead. You need to come see." "What kind?" "I'm not sure, but they're a lot," the goblin panted. I know I'm not the most experienced, but..." "Spit it out." "Hundreds. Maybe thousands, boss. I don't know what made the tracks, but there were a lot of them." "Show me." After that, Pavi led him outside and up the trail through the pass. After a few minutes, they came upon the tracks Pavi had mentioned, and Keurig saw precisely why the young goblin was so alarmed. There weren't just hundreds of tracks. There were thousands leading to a rough path that ran perpendicular to the main trail. A few felled trees lay nearby, telling Keurig yet another story. But most troubling of all was that he recognized the tracks. Not wanting to believe his own first impressions, he knelt at the edge of the trail and examined an isolated footprint. That confirmed his fears. "Orcs," he said. "Orcs?" Pavi echoed. "Here." "Where'd they come from?" "I don't know," Keurig admitted, pushing himself back to his feet. He ran his hand through his vibrant red hair, then let out a sigh. "Gather the other scouts." "But..." "Now, Pavi. We might already be too late." "For what?" "Do you know anything about orcs?" Keurig asked. The goblin admitted that he didn't, so Keurig went on. "They have a very distinct cycle of social development. When they first appear, they're little more than intelligent beasts. Like the crag apes back home. But if a pack grows past a certain point, they start working together. Their society starts to evolve, becoming a primitive tribe. For a while, that's how they stay. But if they're left alone for too long, they go to the next phase." "What's that?" "Conquest. Throughout the universe, on every planet connected to the world tree, orcs are considered a menace that must be eradicated the moment they're found. Otherwise, they will rapidly grow into a force that will sweep across a planet, conquering everything in their path. Eventually, they will develop sapience. Do they not teach the story of the Dreadlock Empire on your world?" Nobody taught us anything where I'm from, Pavi stated. Well, they should. This many orc tracks means only one thing, Keurig said before pausing for a moment. When he continued, his voice was grim, Ironshore is in grave danger. After that, the young goblin sped off to gather the others. Meanwhile, Keurig waited, his mind churning with a host of possibilities. Each one was worse than the last, so by the time his 10 underlings joined him, he was on the verge of panic. Still, he kept his wits about him as he gave out his instructions. 2 of his scouts, he sent back to Ironshore. 6 were tasked with following the tracks to their origin. Meanwhile, he and Pavi, who happened to be the stealthiest of all the scouts, save for Keurig himself, would follow the tracks until they found the orcs who'd used the pass. With any luck, they would have missed Ironshore altogether, but even as that thought crossed his mind, Keurig knew that it was a long shot. Once everyone had their orders, they set off into the wilderness. For his part, Keurig led Pavi along the alternate path for almost a mile until they reached another trail that led down the mountain. It showed plenty of signs of having been used, but not recently. That was somewhat comforting, but Keurig knew enough about orcs to know that it wouldn't last. If they'd sent a war party out, there was assuredly a village in the other direction. Still, he didn't want to make any assumptions, so he continued to follow the tracks, using camouflage to mask his passage. Pavi did the same, though his ability wasn't as advanced as Keurig's. For the rest of the day, they descended the mountain on the crooked and winding path used by the orcs, and just before nightfall, they found their quarry. The orcs were big, with jutting brows, sloped foreheads, and jutting tusks. More distressingly, they were all wearing primitive clothing and carried stone-bladed weapons. That suggested that they'd reached a reasonably advanced stage of development. As he knelt in the bushes a few dozen yards away, Keurig could only take solace in the group's size. There were only 20 orcs there, which was far more than he could fight alone. But even with the bulk of Ironshore's defenders having been slain by the men on the island, they had enough capable warriors to fend off such a group. Still, after Keurig had seen everything there was to see, he and Pavi circled around the group of orcs and continued down the narrow pass. Unfortunately, it quickly became clear that the group they'd encountered was only one among many. Over the next day, they found many more like it until, at last, they reached the base of the mountain. There they encountered the bulk of the orcs' forces. 100 or more fires burned among a forest of tents. But more distressing was the sheer number of orcs present. If there were less than 5,000, Keurig would have been incredibly surprised, and he suspected that the true number was probably twice that. After he'd observed enough, Keurig grabbed the young goblin scout's arm and guided him away. He didn't relax until they were miles into the wilderness, and even then, only slightly. He said, "Pavi, I want you to promise me something." "What is it, boss?" "What's about to happen to Ironshore is going to be horrific. I intend to fight until the very end, but if it comes down to it, I want you to promise me that you'll gather as many people as you can and flee." "But boss, those orcs there are more than we could have handled before we lost the mercenaries," he said. "We have almost no chance of winning now. You owe it to yourself to escape what's coming." "What about you?" He fingered the axe at his waist. "Orcs are good for leveling, I'm told. I intend to see for myself." The smell of pine needles hung in the air, and regret danced in Elijah's mind as he padded through the forest. He'd left Norcastle without making the mayor's guards pay for their transgressions, and he sorely wished he'd taken a different tactic. However, as vicious as his need for justice was, they had done nothing more than inconvenience him. And by all accounts, the mayor was a big part of the reason the city's residents had survived. Elijah had no problem with killing. He'd done it enough to get past any compunctions he might have had in that arena. However, he drew the line at senseless violence, which was how he would have categorized killing or maiming the mayor and the people sent to harass him. So, as much as it galled his pride to let them off without punishment, he pushed those thoughts away and focused on his surroundings. Fortunately, his draconid form wasn't cold-blooded, so he could easily endure the frigid temperatures. Yet, just because the weather wasn't harmful, it didn't mean it was particularly pleasant. At least he was used to it after spending most of the past 2 years outdoors. Still, as he traversed the forest, he was more than a little cranky, which was why he decided to go a little out of his way to revisit the guardian bear and the amanita that had facilitated his mind cultivation. Perhaps he could spend a few days to see if it could do the same for the other parts of his cultivation. As powerful as his quartz mind was, Elijah couldn't help but believe that progressing to the next stage of body would be even more impactful. And if he could do the same for his dragon core, that would be a game changer for him. With those thoughts occupying a few facets of his mind, Elijah quickly covered the familiar ground between Norcastle and the small town he'd visited on the way to the tower. Soon enough, he reached the stream where he'd caught so many fish, but in the middle of winter, it had mostly frozen over, a testament to the region's frigid climate. Leaving the frozen stream behind, Elijah kept going until he caught sight of the small town. It had snowed the night before, so the slice of long-lost Americana was covered in a white blanket. Yet, it only took Elijah a few seconds to recognize that something was out of place. He couldn't quite put his finger on precisely what was wrong, but still, he couldn't escape the notion that something terrible had happened. So, after embracing guise of the unseen, he slipped down the slope and entered the city at a light trot. Along the way, he noticed a host of unfamiliar smells, animals who'd come through the area, he was certain, but there were 2 other easily identifiable scents present. The first was the acrid stench of decay that seemed to pervade everything in the area, but the second was the all-too-familiar smell of humans. Elijah's stomach tied itself into knots as he came to the most likely conclusion, and yet, he refused to acknowledge it. Instead, he explored the whole town, taking extra time in every building in a subconscious effort to avoid the inevitable. However, he could only delay so long before he found the old appliance store. Or what was left of it. The collection of washing machines, dishwashers, ovens, and microwaves had spilled into the street as if they'd been carried out on a tidal wave. Most bore some degree of damage, and a few had been completely ripped apart. Their innards had been scattered across the road and partially buried beneath the snow. Elijah knew what he would find, but he needed confirmation. His heart pounded in his chest as he crept forward, nimbly leaping from one fallen hunk of machinery to another. Meanwhile, the stomach-churning odor of oily decay clung to everything, growing more powerful with every step he took into the appliance store. And then, he saw what remained of the bear with which he'd briefly coexisted. It was just a pile of offal and bone. The once mighty creature had been skinned, and half its body had been butchered. Whoever had killed it clearly hadn't had the ability to take everything, though, so quite a bit of the corpse remained intact. Though without the bear's glorious pelt, it made for a pitiful sight. Elijah stared at it for a long while, and with every passing moment, his pulse quickened. Rationally, he knew that the bear's death was no great tragedy. It was entirely possible that it had attacked someone who'd stumbled upon its lair. Maybe the killers had been acting in self-defense. And yet, Elijah's anger continued to mount. Perhaps it was because, somewhere in the back of one facet of his mind, he recognized the signs that someone had deliberately hunted the bear. Or maybe, after his period of peaceful coexistence with the beast, he simply couldn't look at its death objectively. Whatever the case, his anger reached a crescendo when he saw what had happened to the amanita. It had been hacked to pieces. What remained had rotted, so the pile of decaying fungus was barely recognizable. In addition, the aura that had surrounded it was almost completely gone, leaving behind only a tiny surge in the density of the ambient Ethera. As he stared at the aftermath, Elijah seethed, especially when he saw the remnants of broken spears and arrows lying around. He turned away from the scene, letting his anger envelope him. It wasn't that they'd killed the bear. Elijah had killed plenty of animals himself, so he didn't begrudge someone for hunting. However, what truly set him off was the waste. They'd barely harvested a quarter of the animal, suggesting that the purpose of the kill hadn't been for food or resources. Rather, it had been an attempt to gain levels. Or maybe even for the challenge itself. Worse yet, there was a possibility that they had killed the bear just because they could. Because they enjoyed the act of killing. Perhaps they liked watching the bear suffer, then took joy in hacking the Ammonita to pieces. Elijah had no idea which camp the killers fell into, but in his anger, he had difficulty imagining that they were justified. In any case, he didn't waste much more time before setting off. But he didn't head in the direction of the next town. Instead, he looked for the killer's trail. Soon enough, he found precisely what he was looking for and proceeded to follow it out of town. Fortunately, the trail was still fresh enough that, through his heightened senses and the increased concentration afforded by his quartz mind, he had no difficulty following the tracks. Still, he didn't catch up to them until well past sunset. When he did, he approached under the concealment of guise of the unseen, and watched the murderers who had killed the creature who, in Elijah's anger, he'd begun to remember far more fondly than was probably warranted. Rooker sat on the overturned log, staring at the flickering flames as a bit of bear roasted on a spit. The fat and juices trickled down the juicy hunk of meat, and when they hit the fire, they sizzled. It looked delicious and it smelled even better. However, even if it was more nourishing than most meat, a couple of meals had never been the goal. Instead, he and his boys had been contracted by an elven alchemist named Breeze to harvest the giant mushroom that had very nearly killed all four of them. If they hadn't had the benefit of the poison resistance potion, they'd have dropped dead before they even got close to the horrible thing. But they'd persisted, and they'd filled the specially prepared sacks with bits of mushroom flesh. They'd even had to leave a little behind because they didn't have enough room. So their job was done, and in only a few weeks, they'd get the body cultivation potions they had been promised. Killing the bear had just been a well-deserved bonus. The dumb beast had put up quite a fight, too, and their healer, Richard, still hadn't recovered enough Ethera to completely mend their wounds. Rooker was the only one who'd managed to make it through entirely intact, but that was only because of his high constitution as well as his jerkin of resilience that he'd gotten as the reward for conquering the tower back home. He'd been the only survivor of that one, and yet he'd come out on top. Like always. That was the key benefit of his vanguard class, after all. A clatter yanked his attention away from the roasting meat to see the pair of damage dealers Tommy and Vic fooling around with the bear's pelt. Tommy, the spellcaster of the group, had the thing draped over his shoulders with its head functioning as a gruesome hood. "Knock it off, you two," he growled. He was the highest level among them, so he had taken his position as their leader. And given that he was only a couple of levels from making it onto the ladder, the others respected him in a way they wouldn't have with anyone else. Still, all three were young and immature, so he often felt like he was babysitting his sister's kids. Of course, Michelle hadn't made it through the apocalypse. Neither had his nieces or nephews. But he didn't like to think about that. No, the world had changed, and if he wanted to survive more than a few more years, he needed to keep his eyes facing forward. That was why he'd taken the job offered by the alchemist. Normally, he wouldn't have even spoken to one of the elves. They mostly kept to themselves, but they'd also refused to help when so many humans were reeling from the world's transformation. That was hard to forget. Not for Rooker, though. He was a pragmatist, through and through, and he'd have done the same thing in the elves' places. In fact, he had done exactly that when he'd chosen to withhold his own assistance when it might have saved some of his neighbors. If they couldn't survive on their own, then they didn't deserve his help. More, he couldn't afford to offer it, not if he wanted to ensure his own survival. The moment the apocalypse had hit, or the world tree had touched Earth, as he'd learned, it had become an everyman for himself sort of situation. That was especially true after he'd lost his family. But Rooker didn't like to think about that, so he pushed the thought out of his mind. It was at that moment that he heard a rustle in the nearby bushes. Knowing precisely how dangerous the wilderness could be, he whipped around, yanking his axe from the loop on his belt. "Who's there?" he demanded. At the same time, the two knuckleheads left their fooling around behind, and leveled their own weapons in the direction Rooker was facing. For his part, Richard quickly retreated behind Rooker. As a healer, the once pudgy man was barely capable of defending himself, much less fighting anything more dangerous than a bunny, so he was almost entirely reliant on the others. For Rooker's part, he didn't care about the man at all. But he liked the idea of having a healer in his pocket in case things got dicey. "I come in peace," came a man's voice. It was a little rough but clear as a bell. Then, the owner of that voice stepped out of the wilderness. He held a staff that looked like twined roots, and his clothes were oddly cut but unremarkable, save that the pants ended just above the man's ankles. He was handsome, though a little rough around the edges, with curly blonde hair, and a beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in some time. However, there were two true oddities about him that made Rooker look twice. First, his feet were bare. What would drive someone to walk around the forest in the dead of night without any shoes, Rooker had no idea, but the characteristic was strange enough to make him do a double take. Second, the hand gripping the staff was scarred, and to Rooker, it looked as if he'd been seriously burned. The scarring went past his wrist and disappeared beneath his sleeve. "Stop right there," Rooker growled, gesturing with his axe. "The man didn't mean to sneak up on you. I just saw your fire and figured I'd drop in and say hello," he stated. Then, he gave a half-hearted wave and said, "So, hello, I guess. What do you want?" Rooker asked. I just told you." Rooker blinked. "What are you doing out here? It's not safe." The scarred man gave a shrug. "Kind of my thing. I'm looking for my sister." "You wouldn't know where Seattle ended up, would you? I think there's a city called Tom's Town 100 miles or so south of here. I was thinking of heading there first, then seeing if I can find any more information on Seattle." "East," Richard said from his position behind Rooker. He'd relaxed a little, and for good reason. It was just one man, after all. Of course, there could be others nearby, but Rooker didn't think so. If that was the case, they'd have just attacked without bothering with a ruse. "I heard Seattle ended up east of her. Not even next to the ocean anymore." "Really? Wasn't expecting that," the newcomer said. "Thanks. I'll probably still head south first since I'm so close, but yeah. That's helpful information." "You're a healer?" asked Vic. He was the only one in the group with the ability to identify people, though it only told him a person's archetype. How that related to his stalker class, Rooker had no idea, but it was a useful enough ability to have. "Oh. Yeah. Why? You need healing?" the man asked. "You have spare Ethera?" asked Richard. The stranger shrugged. "Depends on a few things." "Like what's that on the spit right there?" he asked. "Bear," grunted Rooker. "Killed this high-level fucker a couple days ago. This is the last of the meat we could take. Shame, too. He was big. Only reason we were able to kill him at all is because of the sleep poison we got from an alchemist. It was a pain getting in close enough to get it in him, but once we did, it knocked him right out." "Oh. So, were you just hunting, then?" "No," blurted Richard. "We were hired to harvest this." Rooker cut the healer off with a glare. "We were on a job," he said slowly. "That's it. Details aren't important." The man shrugged again. "Mind if I lower my arms? My strength is a bit lacking, so my shoulders are screaming at me right now." Rooker nodded, and the man dropped his arms, then rolled his shoulders. "You want some?" he asked the man, gesturing to the hunk of bear meat roasting over the fire. "Plenty to go around. And Richard could use a little help with the healing. The boys over there are." Just then, the man pointed his staff at Richard, who'd moved out from behind Rooker. The Ethera in the area shuddered before a thick bolt of lightning erupted from the stranger's staff, then hit Richard directly in the chest. He was flung backwards with enough violence that, when he struck a nearby tree, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the campsite. For a brief moment, everyone was stunned by what had happened. And then, suddenly, everyone erupted into motion. Vic yanked his dagger from the sheath at his waist. The idiot's bow wasn't even strung, then launched himself at the man. Meanwhile, Tommy raised his hands high into the air as he began casting a spell. He never got the chance. The vanguard was already moving to intercept him, but he was far too slow. Rooker watched as the men transformed, taking on the form of some sort of scaled nightmare that looked as if someone had crossed a panther with a crocodile, but far sleeker than either of those descriptors would normally indicate. The man or creature hit Tommy like he was shot out of a cannon. With claws and teeth, the monster ripped through the spellcaster like he was made of paper. Blood and other viscera misted into the air, but the monster didn't stop. Instead, it disappeared into the darkness on the other side. What the fuck, what the fuck was that? Vic pleaded, sliding to a stop. He jerked around, looking this way and that, but he clearly didn't see anything. The creature's scales were dark, so it was perfectly suited to hide in the shadows. I don't know, Rooker said, already using spells and abilities to accentuate his already stout defenses. Some of them were intended to protect comparatively more vulnerable teammates, and they had diminishing returns when he used them on himself. However, he almost never blessed anyone else with his defensive abilities. It was every man for himself, after all. He didn't care if his teammates survived so long as he walked away. In fact, he preferred it that way because, if he was the only one left, he wouldn't have to split any rewards. Is Richard still alive? Fuck if I know, man. Vic shouted. I don't know. I don't know. Pull yourself together. You pull yourself together, asshole. It just went through Tommy like it was. He slapped his hand against his neck, then tapered off. He was trying to look everywhere at once, but Rooker had already written the man off. So he backed himself against a tree and set his feet. By that point, he'd layered for defensive abilities, one atop the other to create a veritable cocoon of protection. So he was ready for whatever that monster was. Meanwhile, Vic continued to panic, muttering to himself the whole while. Every now and again, he'd slap his hand against any bit of exposed skin, but Rooker wasn't certain if that was a nervous tick or if a swarm of mosquitoes had descended upon them. Whatever the case, he wasn't concerned with a few insects. Or at least, that was the case until Vic fell to his knees and vomited. In the firelight, it was difficult to tell, but Rooker thought he saw blood in the resultant puddle. He shouted for Vic, but the man pitched forward onto his face, collapsing into convulsions. He went still a second later. Suddenly, Rooker felt very alone. So very alone. And tired. He wanted nothing more than to go back in time, and hold his daughter again. Or his wife. They'd had their problems. He'd been a terrible husband back then. But if he could just go back, he would change. No more drinking. No more cheating. He would never lay a hand on her again. He just wanted a second chance. Why? Came a deep, rumbling voice. Rooker looked up to see a monstrosity looming in the shadows. It was enormous, with hints of scales and a face like a spiny lizard. But it was shaped more like an ape, with long arms and squat legs. Show yourself, monster. Rooker bellowed with all the false bravado he could muster. I'm not hiding, the creature growled, stepping into the firelight. It was just as awful and intimidating as Rooker's first impression had suggested. Tell me why you killed the bear. The mushroom, I understand. But the bear was innocent. Once it was unconscious, you could have left it. Leave it. Why? Rooker asked, confused. It was a monster. Monsters give experience. That's the world we live in. And you? Will you give experience when I kill you? What? The Vanguard asked, his confident facade breaking. I was going to let you live, the monster stated, its gravelly voice rattling Rooker's bones. You just wanted the mushroom, and the bear was in the way. But you killed it when you didn't have to. I won't let that pass. With that, the monster erupted into motion. Rooker used his final ability, manifesting an ethereal shield a foot in front of him. The monster didn't even slow down as it shattered the plane of magical force, then crashed into its owner. Rooker's defenses were useless against the powerful monster, and it ripped through him with ease. Still, he managed to get a couple of blows in of his own, though they clanged off the creature's skin with the sound of metal on metal. And then, the creature grabbed his head with one of its massive claws. That's when it started squeezing. At first Rooker's constitution was up to the task, but the power the monster could bring to bear was absolutely overbearing. And soon enough, the integrity of his skull collapsed, and he knew no more. With mixed feelings dancing in her heart, Carmen watched her son as he trained with the practice spear she had made for him. A few years before, she'd have never condoned such a thing. Back then, even combat sports like boxing or mixed martial arts had been off the table, and she had actively forbidden him from playing football. There was too much chance of permanent injury, especially to Miguel's all-important brain, for her to sign off on those sorts of things. But now, the world had irrevocably changed, and she knew better than most that if they didn't change with it, they would become fodder for those who had adapted more fully. Or for some sort of monster, of which there were plenty. The reality was that, if she wanted to prepare Miguel to thrive, she needed to ensure that he had the tools to do so. That meant training him with weapons as well as ensuring that his normal education continued apace. In addition, she'd begun to teach him the rudiments of crafting at least as much as she had learned, and bought plenty of guides so he would know as much about the system as possible. Still, it felt so odd, worrying about his combat ability. That was a remnant of the old world, though, and Carmen had to remind herself to push it away so that it didn't infect her perception of reality. The moment the world tree had touched Earth, the entire paradigm had shifted, and the world had become a place where nothing was assured. A pang of regret sliced through her heart. She'd learned that lesson the hard way. Alyssa had been the best person she'd ever known, and yet she'd died anyway. Not for the first time, she wondered what had really happened in that tower. Roman's story made sense. It was a dangerous place, and if anyone would have sacrificed herself so others would live, it was Alyssa. However, there was a degree of doubt she couldn't quite push aside. Roman had had every reason to get rid of Alyssa. His grip on Easton was stronger now than it had ever been while Alyssa was alive. Yet, there was one problem with that line of thinking. Roman and Alyssa had been friends for a long time even before the world had ended. And Alyssa had been convinced that Roman was a good man. She had thrown her support behind him at every turn. That kind of bond wasn't easily discarded. Besides, Carmen had seen Roman's face during Alyssa's memorial service. That kind of grief was difficult to fake, especially for a man like Roman. Even so, she'd once warned Alyssa to remain wary of the man, and for good reason. So she was of two minds on the subject of whether or not to trust Roman's version of events. Not that it mattered. She needed to move on, both for her sake and for her son's good. He hadn't taken Alyssa's death well, and if Carmen started wallowing in her own depression, which was the inevitable path that would take, it would only push Miguel to do the same. So, as much as she wanted to dwell on the death of her wife, being a responsible mother came first. With that in mind, Carmen watched Miguel sparring with one of the warriors who'd been sent to protect the mine. The small town they'd built around the mine had grown to include 3 main buildings as well as a handful of houses for the workers. And with what they'd found so far, there was every reason to expect that growth to continue. Carmen suspected that, one day, it might become a full-blown city to rival Easton itself. But that hinged on the continued exploration of the mine. Almost as soon as that thought crossed Carmen's mind, she heard someone approach. "What is it now?" she asked, glancing back to see Colt drawing closer. "I'm busy." "I know," he said, removing his hat and wiping his forearm across his sweaty forehead. His other hand rested on the hilt of the katana at his hip. She knew from experience that he could have that blade out in the blink of an eye, and he was quite adept at using it. The man characterized himself as a samurai, even claiming to follow the Bushido code, which was a bit odd, considering that he looked every inch the cowboy, with his wide-brimmed hat and leather duster. But oddities had become the norm, and all Carmen really cared about was his competence. In that arena, she couldn't have asked for a better second-in-command. "Just one day," she said, sighing as she pushed herself to her feet. She'd been sitting on an old tree stump near the training grounds she'd established. There the warriors as well as any children who'd come along could practice their martial skills. She stretched her back with a groan. Just one day was all I wanted. Can't even give me that, can you? Sorry, ma'am. But the miners ran into some problems, he said with his characteristic drawl. Big problems or little problems? I don't come to you with the little ones, ma'am. She sighed in annoyance. Stop calling me ma'am. You're making me feel like I'm some old crone. You're older than I am, for God's sake, she said. Yes, ma'am. Carmen just shook her head. That was the thing about Colt. He wouldn't change for anyone, which was probably why she appreciated him so much. It was also why he'd been sent to the Silverswift mine. Why it had been named that, Carmen had no idea, but she'd discovered some documentation in an abandoned office near the entrance that labeled it such. Odd considering that it had been an iron mine, but Carmen had no interest in thinking of a name herself. So she'd kept the old name, as ill-fitting as it was. The budding settlement had taken a similarly silly, but much more understandable name when someone had started referring to it as Silverado. I hate that our village is named after a stupid pickup truck, she muttered to herself. I don't think that's where the name came from, ma'am. I know that, Colt, she said. All right. Show me this problem. Yes, ma'am, he drawled. Then, after Carmen waved at Miguel, he was fine in the training ground, given that there were a few warriors with decent levels around. The pair set off for the mine's entrance. It was less than a quarter-mile away, so they covered the distance quickly enough, passing through the burgeoning settlement along the way. Carmen was pleased to see that everyone was busy either processing the little, or they'd managed to mine, or working on the town's infrastructure. If they'd been slacking off, she might have had a few choice words for her people. Soon enough, they reached the mine's entrance. When they'd first arrived, it was only a few feet wide, and it had experienced a cave-in sometime in the recent past. However, through arduous labor, most of which had required Carmen's personal participation, they had managed to clear the debris and widen the entrance by a considerable amount. But that wasn't what Carmen was focused on. Instead, her attention lay solely on the group of fighters and miners who were congregated at the entrance. A few of them showed clear signs of having recently engaged in combat, and one of the expedition's 2 healers sat nearby, clearly exhausted. What happened? She asked as they approached. Some critters attacked us, ma'am, Colt answered. Don't rightly know what they were, but they were small and vicious. Big, sharp teeth, too. Like gremlins or goblins? No. Critters, he reiterated. Like the movie from the 80s. Never saw it, she stated. Well before my time. Freaked me out as a kid, Colt said. Maybe that's why I thought of M when the miners described what they saw. Probably. Unless 80s movie monsters are real, now, she joked half-heartedly. If we encounter Freddy Krueger in there, I'm done. We don't need the or that badly. I think everyone would agree with that one, ma'am. They reached the group a few moments later, and Carmen asked what had happened. The first to answer was a raw-boned woman with high cheekbones that, if she wasn't covered in dirt and blood, would have made her look like a runway model. Or that would have been the case if she wasn't so clearly used to hard labor, which was made evident by her well-defined muscles and calloused hands. She said, we were expanding one of the new tunnels, following a thick strain of that cold iron. That's when they hit us, hard and fast. We killed a couple, but there were way too many. We had to retreat. Lainey, right? Asked Carmen. If she remembered correctly, the woman was in charge of the third shift of miners, but she'd not learned much else about her. Or anyone else, really. She could put a few names to faces, but she had spent much of the trip from Easton to Silverado in the grip of depression. It wasn't until they'd started work on the budding town that she had begun to come out of it. That's right, she said. Miner extraordinaire. Actually, I'm a scholar. Haven't gotten my class yet, though, so I ended up having to volunteer for labor to stay useful. You know how it goes. A few others among the miners nodded along. Carmen knew just how common that story was. It didn't make sense. Scholars were ill-suited to manual work, and yet, they formed the bulk of Easton's labor force. Like Laney, most of them hadn't had much of a choice. If they wanted to remain in Easton, let alone earn their keep, they needed to do whatever it was the city needed them to do. And given Roman's prejudice against scholars, that usually meant that those with that archetype were relegated to all the worst job. It was a damned waste, but Carmen was in no position to do anything about that sort of ridiculous thinking. More, she didn't think she'd be very successful in changing anyone's mind, given that the city owed its continued prosperity to Roman and his policies. The existence of the critters wasn't a surprise. Ever since they'd first begun exploration of the mine, they'd known that something had expanded the system of tunnels that had existed since before the touch of the World Tree had changed the world. So having to clear the creatures out had always been an inevitability, though one she'd hoped would wait until her people were a little better prepared. "All right. Here's what we're going to do," she said. "I want a group of 3 warriors to come with me into the tunnels. We'll hunt down as many of these critters as we can, but our real objective is to find wherever they're nested and put them down." "Sound good?" There was a murmur of agreement from the miners, but Carmen was only really interested in Colt's response. He said, "It needs to be done, so we'll do it. Gather 2 more. Best we've got for close quarters," Carmen said. "I'm going to get my armor." She wasn't like the people with combat classes. Certainly, she could hang with them well enough, but only if she had proper equipment. Without her armor, she really only had her strength to set her apart. The rest of her attributes were, at best, mediocre, and none of her skills translated to combat. Still, she could hold her own, but she knew that the gap would continue to widen as humanity progressed. Eventually, she wouldn't even be in the same realm as people with actual combat skills. For now, though, she could handle herself well enough, so she headed back to her office/home, and donned her armor. Despite having been through quite a bit of fighting on the way to the mine, it didn't show any wear and tear. Once Carmen was wearing her armor, she glanced at her massive hammer. However, she chose to leave it behind because, in the tunnels, she wouldn't have any room to swing it. Instead, she would rely on summon tool, and use a blacksmith's hammer. It wouldn't pack quite the punch of her simple-grade weapon, but it would still do the trick. Thus armed and armored, Carmen headed back to the entrance of the mine to await Colt, and the 2 other combatants that would accompany them on their critter hunt. As it turned out, he chose a pair of warrior archetypes. One had a brawler class and specialized in hand-to-hand fighting, while the other was a vigilante who favored a longsword. He also had an ability that allowed him to identify creatures, which Colt reasoned would come in handy. "Tiffany," Colt said, nodding toward the brawler. Then, he indicated the vigilante as he continued, "And Brett have been with us for more than a year. I trust them." "Well, then I do too," Carmen said. "Let's do this thing." The morning air held a distinct chill as Elijah leaped over a burbling stream. When he reached the other side, he slowed to a stop before shifting into his human form. With a sigh, he unshouldered his pack, setting his 2 staves aside as he squatted next to the stream. After dipping his hands into the water, he splashed his face. How long had it been since he'd killed the group of hunters? 2 days? 3? It might have even been a week. After he'd slaughtered the leader, who'd been a little more durable than Elijah had expected, he'd taken the time to loot the corpses, coming away with nothing worthwhile besides a few extra Ethereum that he added to the pile at the bottom of his pack. Other than that, he'd also taken the sack of mushroom flesh. Everything else, he'd left behind, as much because he didn't want to strip the bodies as due to his limited carrying capacity. However, one thing he did carry with him was the guilt. Despite the justifications that kept playing through his mind, the fact was that he'd unhesitatingly murdered 4 people. Certainly, he'd killed before, and far more than he ever could have imagined possible in the years preceding the world's transformation. But they'd all been gnomes and goblins and elves. Or they had been the pseudo-real people populating the towers. But these last 4 were humans, just like him. And he wasn't so far removed from the civilized existence that had once characterized his life that he didn't find it at least somewhat repulsive. At the end of the day, he was a murderer. Sure, he had his reasons, and for the most part, he accepted them as just. But most was not all, and Elijah was still trying to deal with the psychological ramifications of his actions. The worst part was that, given the same set of factors, he would make the same choice every single time. Those men had flippantly killed the bear for no more reason than that they could, and that was something he refused to accept. What that said about him and his place in the new world, Elijah wasn't certain, but he knew his heart well enough to recognize that he would continue along that path, even if it one day made him a monster. Perhaps that was why he'd become a druid in the first place, because he had the capacity to look at the world from that perspective. And because he had the wherewithal to act, even if it meant going places most people would not. In any case, Elijah felt the stain of guilt, faint though it was, that would require some time to wash away. In the meantime, though, he felt a more immediate need to wash himself of the inevitable filth of more than a week living and hunting in the wilderness. So, without further ado, he quickly undressed, then retrieved the much-diminished bar of homemade soap from his pack before stepping into the frigid stream and taking an impromptu bath. He even cast healing rain to assist in the process. Even as dirt, mud, and congealed blood were washed from his body, so too were fatigue, as well as the worst of the guilt clinging to his psyche. It didn't magically disappear, but the symbolic nature of his wilderness shower gave him both the context as well as the time to come to terms with his actions. And unsurprisingly, he was fine with what he'd done. In a vacuum, murder was wrong. He knew that. But he couldn't bring himself to regret killing the hunters. From what he'd seen, the world was a better place without them. So by the time he had finished, he was clean in body, mind, and spirit. In the aftermath, he propped himself against a boulder and let himself relax for the first time since the night he'd rid the world of the hunter's stain. With the sun warming him, it was only a matter of time before he dozed off. He didn't dream, but when he awoke, a sense of contentment enveloped his mind. He also couldn't help but notice that he'd attracted a small audience. A squirrel the size of a beaver sat on the limb of a nearby oak tree, chittering down at him with mingled annoyance, curiosity, and fear. Elijah sighed, then pushed himself to his feet. As he dusted himself off, the squirrel's chittering grew more urgent. Finally, Elijah said, "Fine, fine. I'm getting out of your territory, you little tyrant." That didn't placate the creature, and it didn't cease its tirade until Elijah retrieved his staves and pack, then took on his draconid form. The moment he did, the squirrel went silent before fleeing through the forest's canopy. Elijah just shook his scaly head before taking off in the opposite direction. As the days wore on, the forest thinned, and more evidence of a fallen civilization presented itself. The remnants of old roads bore dozens of abandoned automobiles. Some seemed mostly intact, but others had clearly been ripped apart by powerful beasts. Still others showed signs of salvage, having been dismantled for parts. That was an encouraging sign even if Elijah didn't see any evidence of current occupation in the area. As he kept an easterly heading, he started seeing more and more proof of human habitation. However, he couldn't ignore one simple fact: the actual signs he saw were not in English. By virtue of the system's translation feature, he could still read them, but he still recognized that they were written in a language he shouldn't have been capable of understanding. He did know enough to recognize that it was Greek, though. Which made no sense, considering that his island was in the American Pacific Northwest. But then again, the world had been transformed, and its geography had been rearranged. So, with that framing his expectations, it should not have been surprising to suddenly stumble upon a region that had once been located on the other side of the world. In any case, Elijah couldn't complain with the steadily rising temperatures he'd experienced since descending from the more mountainous region around Norcastle. It wasn't warm per se. But it was much more temperate. Along the way, he ran into Vox from time to time, but none of them were particularly strong. So, even though he killed each one that he found, they only provided a trickle of experience. He shook his head at that. Hanging out with actual human beings had resulted in him changing some of his terminology. Instead of referring to the influx of Ethera he received upon killing an enemy as kill energy, he had begun to think of it using a gaming term that was popular in Norcastle. Experience. It seemed fitting enough. In any case, the result was that he hadn't gained a single level since leaving the tower, and as a result, he found that he was a little irritable at the lack of progress. That was odd too. He'd gone weeks between levels back on his island, and that hadn't bothered him. Perhaps he was growing addicted to progression. Or more probably, it was an issue of mindset. Back home, he didn't feel the need to constantly progress because, well, it was home. But in the wilderness, things were different. Regardless, he didn't intend to go out of his way to hunt powerful monsters just to gain a few levels here and there. If he did, he would be no better than the hunters he'd found so disgusting. But killing Vox, even the weak versions he kept stumbling upon, was always a nice distraction. He hoped it would prove profitable, too. He knew that each kill was recorded by the system, so he likely had quite a sizable reward waiting for him to visit a branch. Not that he had much to spend it on, of course. There were a few things he wouldn't mind buying back in Ironshore, and he'd forgone purchasing quite a few guides that looked useful because they were incredibly expensive, so there was always something he'd need to buy. More than anything, though, he wanted to find anyone to identify the loot he'd taken from the tower. He was still carrying the giant ogre staff, and he had a small arsenal of swords and daggers in his pack. Finally, there was the curious reward he'd gotten upon defeating the Reaver and conquering the tower. The claws of gluttony didn't have an overt purpose, but he was certain that they would be somehow useful. He just needed someone to help him discover what form that usefulness might take. Those thoughts occupied one facet of Elijah's mind, while the others were free to focus on his environment. His diligence bore fruit as he hunted his way across the region, and eventually, he came upon a road that led into a moderate-sized Greek town. From a distance, Elijah could see people going to and fro, but none of them strayed outside the city's stone wall without a couple of armed warriors to protect them. As Elijah drew closer under the guise of the unseen, he couldn't ignore the fact that the surrounding fields had been left untended. Moreover, there were a handful of empty paddocks that had clearly been used for livestock. And finally, he saw the locals' furtive glances and hurried gaits. Clearly, they were afraid of something, though Elijah couldn't figure out what it was. Because, other than the humans in and around the city, the immediate region was almost entirely deserted. There were birds and a few squirrels chittering and chattering in the trees, but on the ground there was nothing. No hares. No deer. Elijah picked up the scent of a few vox, but after following those trails, he found that the monsters had long since been killed. As he explored, Elijah saw a couple of signs that declared the town to be Argos, which sounded vaguely familiar. In any case, he quickly exhausted the possibilities of the surrounding wilderness and fields, so he prepared himself to enter the city proper. Though once he made that decision, he came upon a difficult choice. Did he want to enter the town as a human and risk something like what had happened back in Norcastle? Or would he prefer to slip in under the guise of the unseen, access the branch if there was one, then slip back out without any of the residents, aside from whoever manned the branch itself, being the wiser? In the end, though, Elijah's decision came down to two factors. First, he had no intention of slinking around like a thief for the rest of his life. His draconid form was powerful, and he would use it accordingly. However, letting himself fall into the habit of always being unseen was not healthy, and it held little appeal for him. He wanted to talk to actual people. He wanted to socialize. He wanted to drink and eat, and do all the things he'd missed during his solitary confinement on his island. Second, Elijah didn't think he could accomplish his goals while flying entirely under the radar. The branch's attendant or envoy of the cult of the World Tree, he'd learned back in Ironshore, would doubtless know of his presence the moment he came into range of the branch. But more, he wanted to identify his items and maybe even sell some of them, resupply, get some information, and perhaps most importantly of all, sleep in a real bed. He couldn't do any of those things while in his draconid form. So, without any further hesitation, Elijah retreated out of sight of the guards manning the gate, then let his draconid form slide away. After that, he took a deep breath, tried to smooth down his unkempt hair, then set off on a path that would take him to the city's entrance. Soon enough the guards caught sight of him, but they didn't react with the hostility he might have expected. Instead, they simply watched his approach with grim resignation. "What are you doing out so late?" the grizzled guard barked. He had an olive complexion and a great, bushy, and black beard. It was almost as if he'd grown such magnificent facial hair in order to make up for the lack of hair on his head. Otherwise, he was short and stocky, wearing a leather breastplate and carrying a shield and spear. "Do you have a death wish, boy? At your level, you're lucky you didn't meet the beast." "The beast?" Elijah asked, adjusting the giant ogre staff he had propped over one shoulder. His other staff, he used as a walking stick. What kind of beast? Indeed, he hadn't sensed any other creatures in the area, so the notion that there was some sort of beast around was something of a surprise. However, on second thought, it was entirely possible that some great predator had killed or scared off any other animals. "The man-eater," the other guard said in a quiet voice. She was taller than her partner, with similarly dark hair, and a nearly identical complexion. However, she was wearing a helmet, so Elijah couldn't get a good look at her face. "Now, in with you. You don't want to be out after dark. That's when it's most active." Elijah asked, "Do I need to pay or?" "What? No. Of course not," said the bearded guard. "In with you, now. We're about to lock up." Elijah knew better than to argue, so he thanked the pair, then stepped through the gate. As soon as he did, a horn sounded, loud enough to echo for miles, and behind him, the gate creaked closed. He did notice that there was a smaller door set into the gate, but it was barred shut as well. Soon, the entire city would be locked down, likely as a defense against the man-eater the guards had mentioned. Pushing those thoughts to their own facet of his mind, Elijah looked around as he strode into Argos. The architecture was what he would have expected from a Mediterranean city, with red-tiled roofs and stucco walls. Yet, there were only a few remaining bits of evidence that it had once been a modern town. The streets were populated by pedestrians and hand carts, without a car in sight. However, there were still electrical lights, and Elijah even heard a few stereos playing music. The people themselves wore an odd collection of old and new. There were plenty of old sports jerseys, blue jeans, and t-shirts, but there were also oddly cut trousers, shirts, skirts, and dresses as well. Elijah even saw a few robes that looked like they would have been at home in a movie about fantastical wizards. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one carrying a staff. In fact, the vast majority of the pedestrians were armed with at least a dagger. Quite a few had swords, axes, and spears. There were also plenty of guards present, and though they eyed everyone with stoic purpose, Elijah saw no evidence of overt corruption. It was a nice reminder that, sometimes, people could be good and effective at keeping order. He hoped that would turn out to be the rule, rather than the exception he'd seen in Norcastle. Yet, for all that, Elijah saw anxiety etched on every face. Every furtive glance told him that the population was uneasy. Elijah strolled through the city, the butt of his staff of natural harmony thudding against the flagged streets along the way. The architecture of the city was impressive in its diversity. From what he had seen from afar, he had expected a picturesque Mediterranean town, and there was certainly some of that present. However, there were plenty of modern, soulless buildings that would have been at home in any Midwestern strip mall as well. The curse of modernity, he reasoned. In any case, Elijah spent the next few hours just wandering around. It was nice, just being around people for once. He'd gotten a taste of it back in Norcastle, but he'd jumped from one crisis to another without stepping back and letting himself enjoy the benefits of civilization. There was just something comforting about being surrounded by other human beings. Most people took that for granted. Even those who preferred to stay away from crowds took solace in the knowledge that they weren't really alone. As isolated as they were, they knew that, if they so chose, they could have a conversation with their neighbors. They could meet up with friends. They could go see family. Many chose to eschew those benefits of living in a connected society, but the fact that the option was there was more important than exercising it. The highlight was a large statue that, according to an engraving on the plinth, was meant to depict Heracles. Further, it was supposed to be an exact copy of the famous Farnese Heracles statue. That it had survived the transformation of the world filled Elijah with a sense of gratitude. Even though it was a copy, its endurance felt like an assurance that Earth's culture and mythology wouldn't be completely lost. Of course, billions of people had likely perished in the transition, and thousands more probably died each day, so there would be an undeniable effect going forward. Hopefully, humans would maintain some connection with the world they'd lost. Eventually, Elijah's wandering took him to what looked like an armory. The sign out front declared it to be Atticus' arsenal, which was perfect for ticking off one item on his to-do list. He still needed help identifying the items he'd looted, and he expected that a weapons shop would be perfectly suited to such an endeavor. So, it was with some anticipation that he stepped through the front door of the shop. Inside, he found a dozen racks filled with weapons of every sort. Some were clearly low quality, which meant that they were bad examples of even unranked items, but others were just as obviously higher grade. And there was one sword on display that drew Elijah's eye like no other. It was situated in a glass cabinet, but even with that barrier blocking his senses, Elijah could feel the Ethera dancing around it. "You've got a good eye, friend," came a male voice. Elijah glanced over to see a man leaning against a doorframe. He was tall and well-muscled, with the build of an athlete. On his head was a mop of curly, black hair, and he had the same olive complexion that seemed so common amongst the town's residents. One thing that set him apart was a large, hawkish nose that gave his face an aggressive cast that it would have otherwise lacked. Other than that, Elijah noted that he was clean-shaven, with a strong jaw, and a slightly pointed chin. The man wiped his hands with a rag he then stuffed into his pocket, and continued, "That's my baby. Came from an actual tower. It's the blade of a true hero like Heracles himself." "You conquered a tower?" Elijah asked, surprised and awed. He'd beaten to himself, but he'd half expected that he was unique. It only took a moment's thought to realize how silly it was. The world didn't revolve around him, and while he was strong, there were probably plenty of people out there who could accomplish similar feats. In fact, the last time he'd looked at the ladder, he'd seen that there were at least 8 other people who were higher leveled than him, so the idea that his experiences were unique was ridiculous. The man laughed jovially, then said, "Me? No. I'm just a humble merchant." The man who looted it died a few weeks after conquering the tower. He sobered, then shook his head. "Great man. A great loss. How did he die?" "You're not from around here, are you?" Elijah shook his head. "What gave it away?" he asked. "What didn't?" "Don't have many blondes in Argos." "A few, but it's a small town, so I know most of them. Plus, I'd have noticed a man walking around in the middle of winter without shoes." "Oh. That. So where'd you come from?" "Most recently, Norcastle," Elijah said. He saw no reason to lie. Or maybe he just didn't like the idea of it. Either way, he wouldn't shy away from hiding his identity when necessary, but the notion of lying about every facet of his existence was so unappealing that he'd rather deal with the consequences of having his every secret known than try to keep up with a web of lies that would inevitably unravel at all the wrong times. "But before that, I was living just outside a town called Ironshore." "Norcastle. Heard that name once or twice. Never been, but, well, travel isn't as easy as it used to be, is it?" the man remarked. "Wish it was different, though. Staying cooped up in a little town like this is not the life I'd have envisioned. But enough about that. What can I do for you?" "No offense, but you don't look much like a sword swinger, if you know what I mean. The healer tag doesn't help, I'll grant, but I suppose it takes all kinds. For all I know, you're going for a paladin class or something." "Oh. Right." Elijah had completely forgotten about his ring of anonymity. However, at least he hadn't made the same mistake he'd made when he'd first entered Norcastle. Back then, he'd forgotten to change his surname, which had led Essex to guess his identity. Now he was comfortably ensconced in the false identity of Elijah Smith, the level 19 healer. Yeah. Blades really aren't my thing. I just thought it felt powerful. Getting a similar vibe from those two staves you're carrying. The big one's a bit weaker than the twisty one, but both are strong. High crude, at least. Maybe even low simple, the man said. I'd have to examine them properly to tell for sure, though. He stepped forward, offering his hand. Sorry. Name's Atticus, just like on the sign out front. Atticus Aridi. Elijah took the man's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. Elijah Smith. Sure you are. Huh? Don't know how you're doing it, but I'll eat my socks if you're only level 19. And if that's false, I'm willing to bet that the rest is too. But it's fine, Elijah. I'll respect your privacy. Any merchant worth his salt would do the same, Atticus said. Elijah's first instinct was to dispute the man's claim. However, he'd just finished acknowledging how much he hated dishonesty, so he said, How did you know? About my level, I mean. 2 things. Most people don't go waltzing through the wilderness without a few friends to watch their backs. Most don't go far from the city at all. So that was the first clue. Second was that you're glowing with powerful items. Even your pants are crude grade, and that's not considering the hot spots. Like those staves. The 2 rings on your fingers. That pack. The bracer there. Can't hide that kind of thing from somebody like me. Like you. Oh. That's my class. Which is? The man gave him a crooked grin. We just met, friend. Not going to show you all my secrets, am I? So let's get to why you wandered into my shop. You don't need weapons, so. Fair enough, Elijah said. I need some items identified. I'm also looking to sell a few pieces. You in a position to help me with that? Friend, you came to the right place. Let me show you to my office, Atticus said. If Elijah wasn't completely certain that he could take the man out if necessary, he would have been a bit more cautious. So he followed the arms merchant through the doorway at the back of the building and into a large storage area. There were crates lining every wall, and in the center was a long, wooden table, upon which were a few curios and a giant ledger. Atticus planted himself on the other side of the table, then slammed the enormous book shut. Despite the surprising sound, Elijah didn't even flinch. Nerves of steel on you, huh? Something like that, Elijah admitted. Well, let's see what you've got, Atticus said with a sweeping motion that indicated Elijah should place whatever wares he possessed onto the table. So he started with the giant ogre staff. It wouldn't completely fit, so a foot or so of its length hung off the ends of the table in both directions. Atticus leaned forward and squinted before announcing, Staff of Twin Forms. Low simple grade. Enhances fire and ice spells by 18%. Nice find. No bond necessary. Bond? Yes. You get the benefit without the necessity of bonding it. That makes it more valuable because the owner can just resell it once he outgrows it. Or she, I suppose. Equal opportunity and all that, Atticus explained. How do you bond items? For a moment, Atticus stared at him like he'd asked the dumbest question imaginable. Then, he laughed. Oh, don't tell me you've just been walking around with unbound items, he exclaimed, having figured Elijah out. No, that other staff is definitely bound. So are the rings. I can see that much. But the other items you're wearing, oh, this isn't great, friend. Not great at all. Didn't you wonder why you weren't getting the full effects? Just tell me how to bond them. Please. I'll be happy to, the arms dealer said. I'm always ready to help my customers. You are a customer, aren't you? I'd hate to give you all this vital information, and have you leave without doing any business. Elijah sighed. I'm definitely selling the staff. No question about that, he stated. All I ask is that you give me a fair deal. Atticus responded, leaning closer to the staff once again. I can give you 2 silver. It would be more, but the thing is too big for most people. I'm sure if you bonded it, it would size to fit, but then you'd lose the main selling point. In fact, I'm not sure I even want it. Probably only useful to some of the crafters, and even then, only as scrap. Or as an example. Yes, I'm certain. It's going to be taken apart for sure. Still, I offered already, so, yes. I can do 2 silver. Friend prices, of course. Elijah knew he was being taken advantage of, but he wasn't really attached to the staff in the first place. It was a nice curio, but ultimately, it wasn't something he could use. So he said, fine. 2 silver Ethereum. You have a folio. Not sure what that is, friend, but we can settle up at the town branch once we're done here, Atticus said, already putting the staff away. Now, as promised, because we're such good friends and you're now a loyal customer, I'll let you in on the closely guarded secret of bonding an item. Just drip a bit of blood on item in question, then run some Ethera through it. Really? That's it. That's it, friend. Now, I'm going to assume that none of the items you're actively wearing are for sale. That belt looks very interesting, though. Very interesting indeed. No. But I do have these, Elijah said, unshouldering his pack. He reached inside, noting that the merchant was very interested in the pack itself, then retrieved the weapons he'd looted from the elves. He set them on the table, then ended with the sword he'd taken from the warden. All for sale. Atticus' eyes widened at the treasure trove of weaponry. Each one of them was higher quality than most of his wares, so he stood to increase the value of his stock by quite a bit. Where did you get these? The merchant asked, leaning close to one of the daggers. Here and there. You have your secrets and I have mine. Anything notable about them? They're all high crude, he said. On the edge of being simple grade. Just called crude steel daggers and swords. But they're all extremely durable. Better than most of what we have here in town. I'll give you 1 silver Ethereum each. Plus 2 copper for each. All right. But that doesn't include the sword here, Elijah said, pointing to the weapon he'd taken from the warden. It's better than the rest. Yes. Right. It's simple grade. Called the Punisher, Atticus explained. When bonded, it provides an extra 2 points to dexterity. It also has a secondary effect called Pain Spike. I'm not certain what it does, but it sounds pretty self-explanatory to me. I can give you 10 silver, but that's my hard cap on a single item. It's not quite as good as challengers call out there, but that's probably a good thing. Elijah nodded. All right. We'll add that to the tally. That's all I'm selling, though, he said. But I do need you to identify a couple of things. Atticus agreed, though he said he would charge a nominal fee for each service. It only turned out to be a few coppers, so Elijah wasn't worried about that. The first item he had the merchant identify was the Claws of Gluttony, which garnered quite a reaction, simple grade again. Medium, though. This is the best weapon I've ever seen, Atticus said, his voice filled with awe. It has a passive ability attached to it. Only activates when bonded. Oh. What? I'm sorry, friend, but unless you're a bare-knuckle brawler, you're out of luck. And I can't afford to buy something like this unless you're willing to sell it for a fraction of its worth, Atticus stated. What's the effect? It increases all unarmed damage by 9%, he said. But it also has an effect called anticoagulant. I'm thinking it causes extra bleeding as a damage over time, or weakening effect. Elijah nodded. Seems powerful, he said. For the right person, most certainly, Atticus said. Not many people fighting with their hands, though. Almost everyone picks up a blade or at least a club. Our guards favor the spear on account of our heritage. But the hero doesn't need a weapon, I'm told. Hero. Goes by Atlas. Mightiest warrior in the village. He's hunting the man-eater right now. Sad because he's surely going to die. What? Why? Because everyone else has, Atticus said. But enough of that. Do you have anything else you need identified before we head to the branch and settle up? Elijah did. First came the Silver Bracer of Rage, which turned out to have an additional effect that was unsurprisingly called Rage. Elijah didn't know what it did, but Atticus had some insight into that sort of thing. It's probably a berserking ability, he said. Increased attributes or damage at the cost of control. There are a few abilities like that. The final item Elijah had Atticus identify was the Sash of the Whirlwind. It had no extra effects, but Elijah did learn that the time dilation was called Haste. However, it was limited to only 2% when unbonded. Once Elijah bonded the item, it would increase to 5%. The attribute bonuses would remain the same. Interesting, Elijah said, readying the sash around his waist. I believe you might be the best equipped person I've ever seen, and you're not even wearing any proper armor, Atticus said with a shake of his head. I'm sure there's a story behind all of that. Elijah shrugged. I got stranded in the middle of nowhere when the world changed, so I had to fend for myself. I guess there are benefits to that, he said. If you manage to survive. Atticus laughed, then clapped Elijah on the shoulder. You're not wrong, friend. The survival is the tricky part, I'm sure. Now, come on. Let's get you paid. Atticus slapped Elijah on the back and proclaimed, You aren't so bad of a guy, friend. And best of all, you're rich. So you can buy dinner. All right. Elijah said, depositing a few crystalline leaves into his sack. They were guides that he'd bought that would hopefully shed some light on a few topics that were still a mystery to him. Those same guides had been available back in Ironshore, but they had been much more expensive. Vaguely, he remembered Ramek mentioning that Ironshore's branch had been imported, so perhaps that had something to do with the increased cost. Whatever the case, with the prices of those guides, he felt like he was stealing. Unfortunately, there was almost nothing available on the market, and there was only one town listed on the map, and it was at the very edge of the range. Still, it would give Elijah a good starting point for his continued search for his sister. He had also added quite a few coins to his tally, especially after Atticus had paid him. He checked his folio. Copper. Silver. Gold. Platinum. 114. 422. 17. 0. Even after buying the guides, Elijah was a lot richer than when he'd left Ironshore. He supposed that conquering a tower alone was a good way to earn money, though he was still unsure of how he was intended to spend his wealth. He had everything he needed so far, and he had a feeling that acquiring new equipment and supplies would only grow easier as he progressed in levels. What do you suggest? He asked. I don't know anything about Greek food. Oh, you're in for a treat, friend, said the jovial Atticus. Despite shelling out quite a few coins, he was in a great mood. That probably meant that he'd gotten the better of Elijah in their dealings, but that wasn't so concerning. He had plenty of money, after all, and he was more concerned with getting the items off his hands, especially the giant ogre staff, than he was about getting the absolute most money he could out of selling them. Still, he intended to make an attempt at contextualizing prices going forward, that way, he could avoid getting ripped off by less reputable merchants. I know the best restaurant in Argo. The finest moussaka you'll ever taste. You'll see, friend. You will see. Elijah just nodded, saying, sounds good. I've never had moussaka. Then you're in for a treat. After that, Atticus dragged him from the building containing the branch. It was located in a central location, but the structure itself was little different from the rest of the city. By the time they stepped out into the street, night had begun to fall, and as they strode along, Elijah noticed the prevalence of elderly women sitting on the building's balconies. As they passed, they would lean into one another, clearly gossiping about him. A few even pointed, making him feel incredibly self-conscious. Atticus assured him that it was nothing to worry about. Instead, it was just a characteristic common among older Greek women. Even if he'd been absolutely normal, which he decidedly was not, considering his blonde hair and odd attire, he would have become a source of gossip. Eventually, Atticus led him to a restaurant. In front of the building, there were a half-dozen tables, at which various diners dug into their meals. Elijah didn't recognize many of the dishes served, but he was no expert on Greek cuisine, so that was unsurprising. Atticus obviously knew the owner, because he greeted the portly, heavily bearded man with a jovial hug. He introduced Elijah as a good friend. The owner, who was named Nicholas, escorted them to a private table in the back. There, Atticus and Elijah took seats on opposite sides. "It's nice, yeah?" Atticus asked. "Better than any place I've eaten lately," Elijah answered honestly. The last time he'd eaten a meal at a proper restaurant had been back in Norcastle, and even that had been the inn where he'd stayed. Before that, he'd had pizza with Jess the night before he'd left for the tower. "That's the spirit." "So what's your story?" asked Atticus, leaning in eagerly. "Who says I have a story?" "Everyone has a story, friend. You're more powerful than you have any right to be, you have special treasures I've never seen before, and you're walking around out in the wilderness alone. If anyone has a story, it's you," he stated. Elijah sighed. "The long and short of it is that I was stranded alone when the World Tree incorporated Earth. So I ended up having to spend the next 2 years, I think. Time got a bit funny trying to survive. A couple of towers later, and I'm here." "A couple of towers? Where's your team?" "No team," Elijah said. "Just me." "Seems like there's a story there, too." "Not an interesting one," Elijah lied. "So what about you? How'd you end up here?" "Born and raised in Argos. I moved to Athens a few years back, but I was back home visiting my mother when everything changed," he said. Then, his face fell. "She didn't make it. Giant rat creature. They were bad there for a while, but then they just stopped. Most people think they went elsewhere, but I don't know. I think something killed them. Same with the cats." "The cats? Argos used to be lousy with them. It was an issue in the first 6 months or so, but then, they started disappearing until there weren't any left. Dogs went next. Now, anything smaller than a mule disappears after a few days. Nobody knows what's happening." "Interesting," Elijah said. Just life in the apocalypse, right?" "I'm sure you've seen stranger things," Atticus said. Just then, Nicholas arrived bearing 2 plates of what looked like lasagna. However, the smells were all wrong. It was obviously the moussaka Atticus had mentioned, so once the owner left them alone, he wasted no time in digging in. And it was glorious. "What is this, and why have I never had it?" "It's amazing. It's moussaka, friend. Eggplant lasagna with lamb. The national dish of Greece." "Is it really?" asked Elijah around a mouthful of the delicious dish. Atticus laughed. "I don't know, but it should be. Now eat, friend. Eat and be merry." After that invitation, Elijah had no compunctions about doing precisely that. Before he knew it, his plate was clean. However, it didn't take long before Nicholas returned with another serving. In all, Elijah ate 3 helpings as well as a dessert of baklava. Through it all, Atticus proved an amiable companion, though he did continuously ask for details about Elijah's exploits. For his part, Elijah revealed a few more bits about what he'd been through, including his misadventures in Norcastle. "That's your problem, friend," announced Atticus with a laugh. He gestured with a fork as he continued, "You should have bowed to them. People like that, they expect subservience. When they don't get it, they react with violence." "Can't really argue with that," Elijah acknowledged. "So where are you going after this? Do you seek another tower? Or are you here to hunt the man-eater?" Elijah shook his head. "No more towers. The man-eater, then. Everyone keeps mentioning that. What is it? Atticus leaned in, and in a stage whisper, said, "There are two schools of thought on that, friend. Some people believe it's just some evolved beast. No different from any other. We had issues with wolves a few months back, for instance. But me? I think different." Elijah raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What do you think it is?" "Have you ever heard of the Nemean lion?" "One of the 12 labors of Hercules, right?" guessed Elijah, intrigued. "Indeed, friend. Impenetrable hide. Claws sharper than any mortal sword. Sprung from the moon goddess, Selene." "And you think this creature is here?" asked Elijah. "We have history with the Nemean lion around here. Just north of here was the town of Cleone, where the hero received his quest," Atticus explained. "This system made monsters real. The hero Atlas slew a minotaur not 3 months past. Who says the system is not a tool of Olympus, eh? The gods are angry for moving on without them, and they sent their monsters to punish us." "You believe that?" asked Elijah, his dubiousness apparent. Atticus shrugged, then grinned. "I've no idea, friend, but it's as good an explanation as any, eh? Besides, something is killing people out there. That's indisputable. So the question remains, are you here to hunt our monster?" "I fear Atlas is already gone, and with him out of the picture." Elijah didn't know how to respond. On the one hand, he had no issues hunting a monster. In fact, that seemed right up his alley. However, from his perspective, it was far more likely that the monster in question was just a guardian beast who was protecting its territory. In that case, there was no way Elijah would hunt it, even if it was killing people. But there was another possibility for handling the situation, wasn't there? What if he befriended the creature, then used Ancestral Circle to take it back to the grove? It would be difficult, but he'd done it before with Sarah the dragon. Besides, the creature would probably be much happier in his grove, right? It was certainly something to think about, and before Elijah even knew it, he had already decided to check it out. He was self-aware enough to know that part of that was due to what had happened to the bear. If he'd done the same for that guardian beast, it would still be alive. "I can look into it," he said. "But I can't really guarantee anything. Chances are I won't even find anything out there." "You will." "I'm sure of it." "What makes you so certain?" "A good feeling." "Now, let's drink," he said, raising his mug of beer. Elijah tried to beg off, but in the end, the boisterous merchant insisted. Fortunately, Elijah's constitution and regeneration were high enough that beer really couldn't inebriate him unless he went seriously overboard. Just to be sure, though, he continuously healed himself via touch of nature. He wanted to trust Atticus, but getting drunk with a stranger seemed far too reckless, even for Elijah. So he drank with the merchant, and as he did, he felt much of the tension he'd carried melt away. It wasn't the alcohol, poor S.E. rather, it was just being around people who weren't looking to exploit or kill him. In fact, there were moments when he felt like he was back home with his friends and co-workers, just hanging out and having a good time. But before long, the night came to an end, and he helped a very unsteady Atticus back to his shop. Apparently, he lived on the floor above, so Elijah had no qualms about leaving the merchant to find his own way to bed. Meanwhile, he quickly found an inn where he rented a room from an annoyed innkeeper. "Sorry about how late it is," he said, sliding an extra couple of copper coins to the frowning woman. "I got caught up with a friend." She snorted. "Lose your shoes, too?" I don't have any shoes." "That's quite an oversight." Elijah looked down at his bare feet. "Yeah. You're probably right." Then, he took the key from the crochet old woman, and headed up the nearby stairs to the room he'd rented. To his surprise, there were no villains there to ambush him. No sudden issues. Nothing but a bed, a nightstand, and a pitcher of water. Over the next few minutes, he undressed, then used the pitcher of water to wash himself as best he could. He knew it was inadequate, but the small inn was the only place that was open so late. So he figured that beggars couldn't be choosers, and he made do with what he had. Once he was done, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep before more than a minute had passed. Elijah missed his own bed. And the tree house. The grove, too. Even Nerthus. When he'd first washed ashore on that island, he'd have never expected to think of it as home, and yet, from the moment he'd departed, he had begun to miss all the things that had grown so familiar. Certainly, he didn't miss the monster attacks or the starvation that had plagued his first few weeks, but his grove had come a long way since then. It was easily as comfortable as his apartment back in Hawaii. As he lay in the hotel's thin mattress bed, he cast the whole of his mind back to his domain. Thanks to his locus, he always knew what was going on back on the island, but he usually kept that information sequestered in its own facet of his mind. But every now and again, he liked to turn his full attention to the goings-on back home. When he did, he was gratified to sense that it was much the same as always. His domain had continued to grow, and it had even encompassed the tower. However, the rate of growth had begun to slow, and he suspected that it would peter out within 100 yards of the island shores. Even that was an incredible amount of territory, though, and what's more, he could sense the tower's excess Ethera draining into the grove itself. That was just as Nerthus had predicted, and he expected that it would keep the tower from overflowing in a surge of vox. That's a relief and a half, he said to himself as he stared up at the ceiling, his hands behind his head. For a long time, he just enjoyed the safety and security of civilization while keeping his mind focused on his locus. It was oddly comforting, knowing everything that was happening back home. If Elijah was honest, he'd half expected to have already been called home for one reason or another. But the people of Ironshore had remained on their side of the strait, seemingly content to live separately. A good thing, too, because as much as he craved the comforts of home, he still had a goal ahead of him. Finding his sister remained at the top of his list. Fortunately, Carmen's name was still on the power rankings, and he took some solace in the implication that his sister, as well as Miguel, was still out there and safe. After all, there was no way that Carmen would let anything happen to Alyssa. Not so long as she was alive, which she clearly was because she'd actually gained a couple of levels in the past few weeks. That was enough to put at least some of his anxiety to rest. With that thought, Elijah pushed himself out of bed and looked around the room. The night before he'd barely noticed his surroundings, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the room was extremely clean, if a little sparse. As he'd noted before going to sleep, there was no bathroom attached to the room, so he quickly went down the hall to take advantage of the communal toilet. Fortunately, he was an early riser, and so, he didn't have to wait his turn. Once he was finished, he went back to his room, and took another birdbath with the provided pitcher of water, then headed downstairs. As was the case with the last hotel where he'd stayed, the bottom floor functioned as a restaurant, but to his disdain, the surly innkeeper wasn't cooking to order. Instead, a few minutes after he sat down, she stopped in to serve him some flatbread that had been topped with tomatoes and drizzled in olive oil. "What is this?" he asked, trying his best not to sound disappointed. He wanted bacon and eggs, or at least something a little heartier than a bit of bread. "Ladinia," the woman answered. "Good. Eat." Without further explanation, she left him to his meal. "At least there's coffee," he said, reaching out to grab the cup she'd left behind. When he took a sip of the hot beverage, he was taken back to the world before everything had changed. It had been so long since he'd enjoyed a real cup of coffee that he'd almost forgotten how much he loved the bitter brew. Even without sugar, it was amazing, and he almost forgot about the Ladinia. But then his stomach started rumbling, and he gave it a shot. "Oh my God," he muttered around his first bite. First of all, there was a lot more going on than simple bread and tomatoes. There were onions and herbs on the fluffy flatbread, too. And of course, the olive oil set it all off. It was divine, and Elijah quickly forgot about his previous objections as he tore through the entire meal, in what felt like seconds. As he swallowed the last bite, he signaled the innkeeper and asked for seconds. Strangely, his obvious enjoyment of the food cut through her surly demeanor, and she actually favored him with a smile. I have something else for you. Wait. Before she left, she refilled his coffee cup and patted him on the head like he was a child. But given her advanced age, she was probably old enough to have been his grandmother, so he didn't take offense. Especially if she kept bringing him delicious food and coffee. If she did that, he would take whatever she wanted to dish out. Soon after, she returned and set a plate in front of him. He looked at the round, pancake-like dish in front of him and asked, "What is this?" It certainly didn't smell like a pancake, and it had nuts sprinkled on top. There was also honey drizzled across the whole thing. "It's called Sfakianopita," she said, beaming. She waved her hand, adding, "Eat. It's good." By that point, Elijah trusted the older woman's judgment, so he dug in. And predictably, it was amazing. It was soft and crispy and flaky, all at once. And the cheese and honey and nuts all played perfectly together. "I think you're my new favorite person in the world," he said, grinning at the woman as he continued to chew. Meanwhile, he was trying to think of a way to coax the woman back to his island. He was top 10 on the power ladder, wasn't he? That meant he was famous and powerful. Surely, he deserved a personal cook. For her part, the woman just smiled knowingly. There was no trace of the curmudgeonly innkeeper he'd met the night before. Instead, she'd been replaced by a kindly, old grandmother. Elijah knew which one he preferred. Regrettably, by the time he finished the small pancake-like pie, he was absolutely stuffed. Still, before he left on the day's mission, he still hadn't forgotten about the supposed man-eater stalking the countryside. The innkeeper thrust a basket into his hands, telling him, "Egg muffins. For later." Elijah wasn't going to turn her down, so he took the basket with gratitude and handed her a couple more Cooper Ethereum. Of course, she tried to refuse, but he insisted, closing her fist around the coins and saying, "That was the best breakfast I've had in years. Thank you." And he meant it, too. Of course, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd eaten anything but leftover fish stew, crab, or a few berries, so that probably wasn't the compliment it seemed. Still, he was as satisfied with the meal as he'd ever been. After that, Elijah grabbed his staff from where he'd leaned it against the table and set off. As he started through the city, he once again noticed the prevalence of older women sitting on balconies and presumably gossiping about everything they saw. He gave one group a wave and a smile, which set them off into excited whispers. His contented grin widened at that, and he kept on going until he reached the gate. When he passed the guards, they reminded him to be back inside before nightfall. Otherwise, he would risk the ire of the man-eater. Elijah assured them that he would do just that, then strode off toward the tree line in the distance. As he did, he saw an olive grove on the other side of town. That explained where all the olive oil had come from, at least. Once Elijah reached the concealment of the trees, he took a few minutes to find a secluded glen where he settled down on a fallen log. There he started emptying his pack. After all, he now knew that, because he hadn't bonded his items, he wasn't getting their full use. So he quickly got down to the business of doing just that, pricking his fingers and thrusting his Ethera into his magical equipment. It was a bit embarrassing that he hadn't figured it out on his own, but it only took a moment for him to realize that it was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it would have taken quite an intuitive leap, or some odd coincidence, for him to figure the process out. "I mean, who goes and smears blood on their fancy new sash, right?" he asked the forest. "Nobody. That's who." In any case, he quickly did just that, then shoved some Ethera into the sash. A moment later, when he tied it around his waist, he felt the difference. It wasn't a huge difference, but the haste effect was still more potent than it had been before. Next, he bonded the claws of gluttony before slipping the awkward thing onto his hands. While he wasn't going to run around punching things in his human form, he fought unarmed in his other shapes. So he expected that the effect would work just fine. And Elijah certainly wouldn't refuse a straight 9% increase to his damage, let alone the anticoagulant effect. Finally, he bound his bracer. When he did, he became immediately aware of the rage effect. With a thought, he could activate it. However, he intuitively knew that once he did, the ability would go on cooldown for 6 hours. So he needed to be careful about using it. With all that done, he embraced shape of the predator, and once he'd assumed his draconid form, he looked down at his claws. The right set, the ones that corresponded with the claws of gluttony, had taken on a distinctly metallic sheen. That seemed to confirm that, if he wanted to take advantage of the weapon, he'd need to attack with that claw. Not ideal, but still better than nothing. He suspected it would be more effective in his lamellar ape form, largely because he was more dependent on his claws or hands, really in that shape. Still, he wasn't going to refuse any extra source of damage. Now that his items had been bound, and he was fighting at peak strength, Elijah decided to finally get started on the task at hand. So he took on the guise of the unseen, and set off through the woods. During his conversation with Atticus, he'd discovered that the last recorded man-eater attacks had been in the olive groves, so that was the direction Elijah headed. As he did, he kept an entire facet of his quartz mind dedicated to parsing the data he received from One with Nature. The effective radius still wasn't more than a dozen feet or so, but he'd found the extrasensory perception to be invaluable nonetheless. Yet, even with that on his side, he found nothing until he reached the groves. There he encountered plenty of twitchy and anxious workers. However, there was no sign of the man-eater. So Elijah kept going, slowly making his way through the olive groves until he reached the edge. That was where the hero Atlas had gone hunting the monster, so Elijah had always figured that was where he would end up. Soon enough, he'd left the olive groves behind, though even miles from the city, he still hadn't found any evidence of the monster. In fact, other than birds and a few tree-dwelling creatures, there were no animals at all. The day wore on, and as his search continued, he encountered more of the same. Until, at last, he smelled blood. One whiff, and he knew that it had originated with a human as well. He expected that he'd finally found Atlas' trail, and judging by the spatter of blood, it seemed that the hero was injured. So Elijah followed the smell, pausing every now and again to make certain that he wasn't walking into a trap. However, he didn't sense anything amiss, so he continued to track the injured hero until, finally, he caught sight of him. And he was nothing like what Elijah had expected. When he'd heard the name Atlas, he'd envisioned a huge, strapping man with bulging muscles capable of bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. However, the person huddled against a boulder and sitting in a pool of his own blood looked little bigger than a child. Even to Elijah, who was below average size, the boy looked slim to the point of malnutrition. He wore round spectacles and had a mop of curly, black hair that made him look like a member of a boy band. He was clutching a long, thin stick, and his eyes flicked around as if he was expecting to be attacked at any moment. That was probably smart, because his bloody clothing and multitude of wounds suggested that he'd already gotten the worst of some enemy. And judging by how twitchy he was, whatever had mauled him was still out there. For a moment, Elijah considered waiting to see if the enemy, probably the man-eater, would show itself, but the idea of using a dying teenager as bait just didn't sit right with him. So he let shape of the predator fall away, and he said, "Aren't you a little young to be out here all by yourself?" "No. You idiot. Run away. It's going to." Before Elijah could even cast Healing Rain or approach the young man, something slammed into his back, sending him pitching forward into the loamy forest turf. Pain erupted in Elijah's back as his attacker brought incredibly sharp claws to bear. Due to his high constitution, he wasn't ripped to shreds, but the claws still scraped against his ribs. As the creature, whatever it was, tore his flesh to ribbons, one facet of Elijah's mind focused on casting Form of the Guardian. The second he finished the spell, his body started to morph. First, he grew scales. Then, his arms extended, his hands becoming vicious claws. His legs didn't grow any shorter, but the effect was the same due to the lengthening of his torso, and the sheer amount of muscle that came with the form of the lamellar ape. The moment the transformation was complete, Elijah used iron scales. It didn't do anything for the ruin that had already been wrought on his back, but it would hopefully prevent more damage in the immediate future. But only for a few seconds. Then, he would have to cast it again, which was not a viable strategy. Using the ability in quick succession would drain his stamina very rapidly, and if he employed that approach, he would quickly wear himself out. As a result, he was on the clock. With that timer occupying one facet of his mind, Elijah used the second of solace granted by his ability to shove himself to his feet. With his long arms, he tried to dislodge the creature on his back, but it was both too small and too awkwardly positioned. So, even with his extended reach, he couldn't get a hold of the thing. So, after spying the nearest tree, he launched himself backwards. Just before he crashed into the massive trunk, the little monster on his back leaped free. That was when Elijah got his first look at the thing. "Is that a house cat?" he murmured, his transformed voice coming out as more of a growl. Indeed, the supposed monster was clearly a house cat, though Elijah wasn't certain of the breed. With an extraordinarily fluffy coat of tawny fur, it would have looked like a stuffed animal, if it wasn't for the blood splattered across its chest. The animal was also more than twice the size of any house cat Elijah had ever seen, which meant that its stature was similar to a mountain lion. "Don't hurt her," screamed the boy, his voice cracking. Then he added, "No, Artemis. Bad girl. Leave the monster alone." The cat, which Elijah belatedly recognized as a Maine Coon, briefly shifted its focus to the boy. That gave Elijah an opening he wasn't going to squander. So he launched himself forward, intending to end the fight with a single blow. With the increased haste effect from Sash of the Whirlwind, Elijah moved with incredible alacrity, and he managed to take the distracted cat by surprise. His claws glinted metallically as they swept out, but when he made contact with the little monster's tawny fur, he got the surprise of a lifetime. The sound of metal scratching against metal filled the air, and though the momentum of the blow sent the cat sailing through the air, the attack did not bear the results Elijah had anticipated. The little creature twisted, hitting a tree feet first, then launched itself back at Elijah. He barely had time to once again use iron scales before it hit him like a launched missile. Despite its comparatively small size, after all, even a bobcat was tiny compared to his lamellar ape form. The impact of its attack sent him staggering backwards. Then, it savaged his chest with its sharp claws, though most of the damage was mitigated by the still ongoing iron scales. But it was set to end soon. To avoid having his chest shredded as thoroughly as his back, Elijah clambered for a grip on the little creature, and to his surprise, he managed to grab a hold of its great, bushy tail. However, when he did, he felt something that, once again, filled him with surprise. Instead of fluffy fur, the cat was covered in something more akin to the bristles of a steel brush. When his claws closed around the tail, he felt those bristles painfully digging into his palm. Yet, he wasn't going to let such a perfect opportunity go to waste. So, despite the annoying pain, his grip tightened. And when he had a good hold of the tail, he ripped the creature away from his chest and slammed it against the ground. Once. Twice. 3 times, channeling his inner Hulk. The little monster yowled in agony, but Elijah wasn't rewarded with the sound of breaking bones. Instead of being crippled by being slammed into the ground multiple times, the cat had gone wild, clawing anything that came into range. That meant that, as soon as iron scales wore off, the creature tore into his wrist and forearm. Elijah's constitution was high, so those claws didn't sever tendons, but even if it wasn't permanently damaging, it was more than enough to frustrate him. However, just before he took his anger out on the cat via another slamming attack, something hit Elijah in his already wounded back. The smell of sizzling meat assailed his nose before the blistering agony reached his mind. And when it did, he reacted reflexively, loosening his grip just enough that the cat was able to wriggle free. "Leave her alone," screamed the boy. Elijah stumbled to his knees as the flesh of his back smoldered. Then, another attack landed, and the molten pain shot through the roof. He collapsed onto his chest as another fireball sailed overhead, hitting a nearby tree and setting it alight. Elijah tried to rise, but with the muscles in his back having been destroyed, he couldn't move more than a few inches. His options were limited. Touch of nature was powerful, but the healing it offered was far from instantaneous. Given that he could scarcely move, and he had 2 enemies bearing down on him, that just wouldn't work. So, without any other choices he could see, Elijah used Guardian's Renewal. Guardian's Renewal. Instantly and completely regenerate. Cooldown affected by regeneration attribute. Current, once per 6.7 days. The ability was instant, and his body immediately recovered. Muscles mended, flesh reformed, and his scales were quickly restored. Yet a lingering pain persisted, almost as if he had a pulled muscle. As far as Elijah knew, that shouldn't have been possible. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to hinder him, but in one facet of his mind, he was definitely concerned. More distressing was what he finally allowed himself to notice. The pervasive, sickly sweet scent of rot filled the air, and beneath the cat's fur was a series of familiar, black tendrils. Now that he saw it, albeit only barely, Elijah knew the source. He'd seen such a thing before, and the encounter had been significant and terrifying enough that he would never forget it. Clearly, the cat had run afoul of a dimensional rift, which had infected it with the madness Elijah had seen from the bare back on his island. Back then, he'd managed to close the rift before it had spread too much, but from the looks of it, wherever the cat had been infected had probably been there for quite some time. What? How? Breathed the boy. Elijah rose to his feet, completely restored. That prompted another attack from the young man, who summoned a ball of blue-white fire and tossed it in Elijah's direction. Now that he could see it coming, he had no issues dodging it, and when he did, Elijah darted forward to wrap his massive claw around the young man's waist. At the same time, the cat managed to push itself to its feet and flee into the surrounding forest. It used some sort of ability, because it even disappeared from one with nature far before it had time to leave the area of effect. So, with only one enemy left, Elijah turned his full attention to the young man. He squeezed, then growled, "Why did you attack me? Please, she's just sick, she's not bad. Don't hurt her." The fury of the lamellar ape threatened to overwhelm Elijah, but he shoved it aside in favor of human calm. Still, he was prepared to rip the young man in two if the situation called for it. In fact, he craved that outcome in ways he didn't want to think about. "Explain," he growled. She's my only friend. Please don't hurt her anymore." "I won't," Elijah snarled. He fully realized that the statement was entirely contrary to his tone, but he didn't dare switch back to his much more vulnerable human form. That fire would have eaten a hole through him in a second, if he hadn't been in his guardian shape. He unsuccessfully tried to soften his voice as he once again prompted, "Explain. Now." "Oh, okay. Okay. Just don't hurt her." Then, the young man launched into what sounded to Elijah like an unlikely tale. According to Atlas, which Elijah surmised was the boy's name, the animal was his cat, Artemis. Just after Earth had experienced the touch of the World Tree, the cat had started to level via hunting various pests in Argos. It had also become the young man's protector, keeping him safe until he was old enough to take an archetype. He'd chosen the sorcerer archetype, though he didn't specify his class. Elijah got the feeling that most people kept that information to themselves, at least in Argos. Then, Artemis started hunting other cats. Even dogs, Atlas explained. She kept getting stronger too. So did I. And when we found out about the tower, I was one of the people asked to go. I was the only one who made it back. When I did, Artemis was gone. And all the animals in the city had been killed. I don't know if that was before or after she got infected." Elijah sighed, which came out more like a growl. Then, he finally let the young man fall from his grip and made a choice that, in a vacuum, was probably stupid. However, the alternative was something he didn't want to consider. He shifted back to his human form, which caused Atlas to scramble backwards in fear. Holding up a hand, Elijah said, "Calm down. I'm going to heal you, okay? And then you're going to show me where the rift is. Once I close it, we'll find your cat, and I'll try to remove the infection." "What? How? You're not a healer." "You're not wrong. But I'm close enough," Elijah responded, already casting healing rain. As the soothing precipitation started to fall, he added, "See. Healing rain. Feels good, right? I'm here to help." Elijah was well aware that his bedside manner left a little to be desired, but he hoped that his calm tone, human visage, and healing would bridge the gap and allow the young man to trust him at least enough that he wouldn't start tossing more of those blue-white fireballs at him. I. He didn't get anything else out before Elijah took a step forward and laid his hand on the young man's shoulder. He wasn't going to push his luck by insisting on a proper examination, so he settled for the untargeted form of touch of nature. That was usually fine for self-healing, but when he was trying to mend someone else's injuries, it was decidedly less effective. Still, he made do, suffusing the young man's body with rejuvenating energy. Atlas gasped and flinched before he was beset by a series of tremors as his body mended. In the end, it took 6 casts of touch of nature to heal the boy, which was a testament to Atlas's level of power. "That most people have trouble healing me," he muttered, looking down at his blood-stained clothes. "Because of my class." Elijah could tell that the young man didn't want to talk about that, so he asked, "What's your real name? And don't tell me it's really Atlas. I know that's bullshit." "Oh. It's Isaac. The Atlas thing wasn't my idea." "Well, Isaac," Elijah said, holding out his hand. "I'm Elijah." When the young man grasped his hand, he pulled Isaac to his feet and added, "Nice to meet you. Now let's go find that rift. With any luck, we'll have your cat healed by the end of the day." The forest was silent, but Elijah felt the corruption of the nearby dimensional rift. It was clearly higher grade than the one he'd entered back on his island, which didn't bode well for the difficulties ahead. Even as he focused on that with one facet of his mind, the other partitions in his opal mind monitored his surroundings. One facet was trained on Isaac, who walked beside him, but the rest were entirely focused on the environment. He didn't want to get ambushed again, and one with nature seemed incapable of detecting the corrupted cat. "So why did Artemis attack you?" he asked, following the strengthening trail of corruption. Now that he was looking for it, it was easier to track, and he knew it was closer than expected. "She was a good girl at first," he said. "She even protected me. But once she disappeared, and I figured out what was happening, I knew I needed to help her. Or stop her." Elijah stopped, then turned to put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He was taller than Elijah, but he held himself with a stoop. "Listen. You need to accept that this might not turn out like you want it to," he said, trying to be as compassionate as possible. "The cat wasn't just the boy's pet. That was his friend. His guardian." Better than most, Elijah could understand how important that could be. "I'm going to try to heal her, and I think I have a good shot. But I've never done this, and there's every chance that I won't be able to." "If that's the case." "I know," the boy said, his eyes adopting a steely glint that flashed behind his round spectacles. In that moment, Elijah could see the determination that had allowed Isaac to survive the tower. "I'm prepared to do what's necessary." "Good." After that, Isaac explained how the cat had spent the past week toying with him. It wasn't simple cruelty, either, though that was part of Artemis's motivation. In addition, it had been using Isaac as bait, wounding him, and waiting on other monsters or animals to investigate the smell of what they thought was a wounded animal. When they came around, Artemis pounced. It was a viable hunting method, though one that Elijah found disturbing for a number of reasons he didn't want to contemplate. However, he did find himself wondering if it was an expression of the cat's natural cruelty, or if the corruption had twisted it into something it never should have been. Whatever the case, he listened to Isaac's explanation with equanimity as they approached the rip in the dimensional membrane that connected their world with the void. One of the guides he'd bought back in Argos had elaborated on the nature of the universe, which he'd added to the explanation he'd gotten from Nerthus. He already knew that the world tree connected multiple universes 9, in fact, but the space between those universes was referred to as the void. It was uncharted territory ruled by an entity called the Ravena. There wasn't much information on that creature or god, as it seemed, but the guide wasn't shy about calling it the enemy. The space on the other side of the dimensional rift was, like the towers, a result of the system's intervention. So instead of directly connecting the normal universes with the void, it acted as both a barrier and a bridge between dimensions. In many ways, it was exactly the same as the towers but on a much smaller scale. Even so, Elijah had also learned that they could be much more dangerous than towers, and for a variety of reasons. Mostly, though, it was due to the fact that people often underestimated those dangers, but also because the level of the creatures inside were completely independent of the challenger. That was a departure from the nature of the towers, the levels of which scaled according to the level of the people trying to conquer it. Of course, that didn't mean that a level 20 could jump into a tower and defeat nothing but creatures of that level. Instead, the guide described the tower denizens as appropriately leveled to provide a difficult challenge to an entire group of would-be conquerors. That was further muddled by the grades of towers, but that seemed to be less based on levels than on real power. It was all a little confusing to Elijah, but the gist of it was that most towers were theoretically surmountable by a well-tuned group. However, challenging and defeating the higher-grade towers was much more difficult, and only appropriate for the best of the best. Every time he dug deeper into the universe or multiverse, he amended the more he saw how little he understood. There were so many layers that it would take a lifetime to explore them all. But that shouldn't have been surprising. Even before the touch of the World Tree, Earth had been complex enough to take a lifetime to understand, and that was with the knowledge of all of human civilization to build upon. It only stood to reason that a multiverse that was composed of not just multiple planets, but multiple universes, would be infinitely more complex. So he'd resolved to take things one step at a time, and work with whatever snippets of information he could acquire. Anything else would be too overwhelming to contemplate. With that in mind, he and Isaac continued to follow the trail until, at last, they discovered the tear in the dimensional fabric. It manifested as a large, ragged rip hanging in the air. Through it, Elijah could see nothing but darkness, though he knew what to expect on the other side. Spreading out from that rip were black tendrils of corruption that looked like glistening vines. They reached about 30 feet in every direction, and the moment Elijah stepped within that circle, he felt the corruption skyrocket. Isaac let out a gasp. "I don't like this," he mumbled. "I don't like it one bit." "You get used to it," Elijah lied. "Just try to ignore it." He turned to the young man and continued, "You don't have to do this. I can go in alone." "No. I need to help." Elijah admired the boy's courage. "Fine. You remember what I told you, right? We're going into a space between worlds where we'll have to fight something, just like in the tower, but on a smaller scale." "I understand." "Okay, you're a mage, right? Like you sling fireballs." "Soulfire." "What?" "It's soulfire. It eats away at a person's Ethera while doing a lot of damage. I've never seen anything survive after I hit it." "I survived." "I know," the boy said with a visible tremor. "I can also increase Ethera regeneration. And I have an ability called Soulfire Explosion. If I use it, everything dies, and I'm out of commission for the rest of the fight. Last time, I had to spend a week in recovery." "Do you have anything else noteworthy?" "I have a couple of self-buffs," he said. "One called Arcane Shield that can block a few attacks. One called Shackle that kind of roots a bad guy in place. There are a couple more, like Fireball and Ice Explosion, that I don't use that much. I normally just use Soulfire Dart, like the one I hit you with." "All right. So I'm going to try something, then," Elijah said. Then he cast Essence of the Boar, Essence of the Wolf, and Aura of Regeneration on the young man. The enhancement stuck, but when he tried to use Essence of the Monkey on Isaac, it wouldn't take hold. Still, that was enough to elicit a gasp of surprise from Isaac. "What was that?" "I feel better. Like, a lot better. One increases your constitution, another your movement speed, and the last is called Aura of Regeneration. It increases your regeneration quite a bit," Elijah explained. Then, he cast the enhancements on himself, though he added Essence of the Monkey to his own list. He still couldn't use everything all at once, but he hoped that when he got a few more levels, that would change. Of course, he also kept one with nature active as well, but that was always the case. Isaac responded by casting an enhancement of his own, and when Elijah looked at his status, he saw that his regeneration had increased by another 15 points. That was incredible, considering that Isaac probably hadn't advanced his cultivation like Elijah had. And if he had, he certainly didn't have the benefit of the powerful dragon core. So the base spell was definitely powerful. With that, the pair were ready for the challenge of the dimensional rift. So without further hesitation, they stepped inside. For a brief instant, Elijah felt like he was being ripped into a million pieces. He'd experienced much the same in his first trip into a dimensional rift, so he had expected it. However, Isaac clearly hadn't, and his response was predictable. He let out a long, piercing scream before falling to one knee and sobbing. Elijah left him there for a few seconds before kneeling beside the boy. He put his hand on Isaac's back and said, "It's okay. It's over. Now, eyes up. This isn't like the last time I was in one of these." The setting was similar. Populated by jagged rocks that looked distressingly like obsidian, the ground was otherwise barren. In the distance, he could see huge peaks of gray stone, and just as before, there were a multitude of purple rivers of energy. A few dozen feet away, Elijah saw what looked like purple anemones waving in the motionless air. More importantly, he saw his opponent. The Voxian monster was small. Maybe 3 feet tall but built of solid muscle and coated in dark green scales. It cocked its head to the side, gazing at Elijah with obvious curiosity. "On your feet, Isaac." The moment he uttered those words, the little creature let out a screech, then charged Elijah. For his part, he immediately shifted into his lamellar ape form, and leaped forward into battle. He met the monster's charge with a Herculean punch that sent it skidding across the rocky ground. It shattered the jagged shards of obsidian with its passage, only coming to a stop 30 feet away when its momentum was met by a larger black edifice. But it wasn't dead. Not yet, at least. Isaac had recovered from the pain of passing through the dimensional rift, and he'd already tossed a soulfire dart at the prone creature. The little ball of blue and white fire moved extremely slowly, but the fallen Vox was too stunned to take advantage of that weakness. The soulfire dart hit it in the shoulder, then quickly enveloped the creature. It screeched again, but the sound quickly died away, replaced by the sizzle of broiling flesh. Only a few moments later, it was dead, leaving behind only a charred and unrecognizable husk. "Is that it?" the young man asked, panting with excitement and fear. Elijah looked back to see Isaac pushing his spectacles back into place. "I expected it to be harder." "No. We didn't get a notification." Just then, the ground rumbled and via one with nature, Elijah felt 2 distinct presences flare into existence. A moment later, 2 creatures erupted from the rocky ground. Both of them screeched, then launched themselves into a charge that mirrored the previous monster's attack. However, these 2 Vox were slightly different than the one that had come before. Not only were they noticeably larger and more muscular, but they featured sharper-looking claws. "Upgrades," Elijah muttered before leaping forward. However, the creatures were smart enough not to meet his charge head-on. Instead, the second he moved in their direction, they split. One went for Isaac, while the other intended to confront Elijah. Knowing that the young man wasn't built to take hits, Elijah pivoted, springing sideways and tackling the other monster. However, the first quickly adjusted and darted toward Isaac. Even as Elijah grabbed hold of the monster and started pummeling it into submission, the other reached Isaac. But to his surprise, the young man's shield held through the monster's first blow, and he responded by hitting it with another soulfire dart. Just like that, the monster ended up like the first, charred and crispy. Elijah's opponent died a few moments later. But almost as soon as it went down, he felt the next wave of monsters. 3 more burst from the ground a second later, confirming the nature of the rift's challenge. "It's a gauntlet," he shouted. "Conserve your Ethera as best you can. I think we're going to be here for a while." 3 Voxian monsters clambered across Elijah's broad back, biting and clawing for purchase. He'd just used iron scales, so they stood no chance of actually harming him. However, the same couldn't be said for Isaac, who was running in circles as he tried to avoid yet another creature. He was not doing a good job of it either, because the thing kept catching up and biting him. The only reason he hadn't already fallen was the ethereal shield that protected his body. Elijah couldn't worry about the boy, though. He had to trust that Isaac could take care of himself, because he was already starting to feel the strain of using iron scales too many times in quick succession. If something didn't change, and soon, he would fall from sheer exhaustion. So, with that in mind, he reached back with one long arm, and snatched at the much smaller Vox. It dodged nimbly and continued its gnashing attack. So he tipped over and slammed himself into the ground, back first. 2 of the monsters scattered, leaping from his back just in time to avoid being flattened. However, the third wasn't so lucky. Bones crunched as the full weight of Elijah's guardian shape squashed the creature. It didn't die, but it certainly wasn't recovering from that anytime soon. More importantly, Elijah had a brief moment to enact the next part of his hastily conceived plan. Without hesitation, he shifted back into his human form and cast 2 spells. The first was Healing Rain, which he hoped would be enough to keep both himself and Isaac healed for the time being. The next was Snaring Roots, which he aimed at the boy's pursuer. Thick, thorny, and purple vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the small creature and locking it into place. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Vox reversed course and made a beeline toward the suddenly vulnerable Elijah. He met the first one with a baseball swing of his staff that sent it skidding to the side, but that opened him for the other's attack. Elijah raised his arm just in time to keep it from tearing into his torso, but when it crunched down on his forearm, he let out a cry of anger and agony. Without aiming, he used Storm's Fury, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It hit the creature clinging to his arm, sending it into convulsions, and he used that brief opening to fling it away. The second it flew free, Elijah cancelled Essence of the Monkey and used Shield of Brambles. After that, he shifted back into his lamellar ape form, the transformation completed just before the 2 creatures returned to the fight, but this time, Elijah was ready for them. He didn't even bother keeping them off him. Instead, he was perfectly willing to endure their attacks. With iron scales active, they did almost no damage, and every time they bit or clawed, which was quite a lot, considering their favored form of frenzied attacks, they got a sharp thorn for their troubles. In seconds, they were coated in a dozen rivulets of blood. At the same time, Elijah stomped on the injured Vox that was still struggling to rise despite its plethora of broken bones. He ended its life with a generous application of force directed at its vulnerable skull. It couldn't avoid the blow, so it died after only a few more seconds. That left 3, 2 of which were covered in their own blood from 100 reflective thorn attacks. The third was still struggling with the roots as Isaac finally realized that he was no longer being chased. To his credit, the second he had an opening, he took aim at the struggling monster and let loose with one of his balls of soulfire. Even with its limbs wrapped in writhing vines, the creature managed to dodge the oncoming spell. Mostly. It still took a glancing blow, which for any other spell, might have been an issue. With soulfire, though, it was more than enough. The monster howled in agony as, in the space of a second, its arm melted entirely. However, the remainder of the ball of soulfire hit the roots, burning them to a crisp and freeing the creature. It stumbled as it tore loose from the remaining tendrils of vegetation. For his part, Elijah couldn't afford to watch the unfolding battle between Youngman and Vox. He was far too busy with his own opponents. Thankfully, the multitude of wounds, small though they were, had begun to take their toll, and the 2 Voxian creatures had slowed considerably. That allowed Elijah to reach back and grab one of them by the loose skin on the back of its neck. His claws dug into its hide as it attempted to wriggle free, but he wasn't having that. Despite its efforts at escape, Elijah's grip held, and he proceeded to slam the creature into the rocky ground. The first instance broke bones, but the second shattered them. The third ruptured organs, and the fourth took its life. He let out a roar as he tossed it away, turning his attention to his remaining attacker. It wasn't long before it went the way of its partner, broken and dead. At that moment, Isaac finally finished his target off as well, using a whip of pure soulfire to slice through the creature. It fell into two disgusting halves that squelched when they hit the ground. What was that? It's called Soul Whip, he said. I'm not good with aiming it, so I can't use it unless they're close. You didn't mention that before, Elijah accused, his lamellar ape voice low and growly. The young man shrugged. I wasn't sure if I might need it against you, he admitted self-consciously. That makes a lot of sense. You're not mad at me? Isaac asked. Elijah shrugged his massive shoulders, saying, Can't blame you. You don't know me. I don't know you. But I'll tell you this right now, you use that thing on me, and we're going to have a big problem. Isaac swallowed hard. I wouldn't. Look alive. Next wave is coming soon. Just then, a massive rumble shook the ground, and Elijah felt dozens of presences swimming through the earth toward the surface. He knew exactly how to deal with that, so before they could complete their ascent, he shifted back to his human form and cast Calamity. Even as the wind began to blow, he shifted back to his guardian shape and readied himself for the coming struggle. As it turned out, he needn't have worried. The second the creatures, and there were more than 10, surfaced, Calamity descended upon them in all its disastrous fury. The wind howled as it cut them to pieces, and the earth buckled beneath them. And all the while, Elijah stood back, using his massive form to shield the young man. In the end, all but 3 of the Voxian monsters perished in the calamity, and the trio of survivors were in no shape to fight back when Elijah went in to finish them off. They were much smaller than the previous wave, maybe 3 feet tall, at most, but they still looked extremely dangerous, with their sharp claws and biting teeth. Elijah pummeled them to death without hesitation. When he returned to his position in front of Isaac, the curly-haired young man was in awe. What level are you? Don't worry about that, Elijah responded. Besides, levels aren't everything. Before he could elaborate, a deep, resounding roar cut across the landscape, bouncing off the jagged obsidian rocks to make it seem like it was coming from everywhere all at once. But Elijah didn't need to rely on his aural senses to recognize the source. He could see it coming right for him. It was big. Bigger even than the monster that had nearly killed the panther back on his island. It also only had 1 set of arms, which somehow made it look even more fearsome. Elijah had just enough time to notice a huge sail-like set of spines on its back before it crashed into him. He met its charge with one of his own, though the impact with the 12-foot-tall monster sent him flying backwards like he'd been hit by an 18-wheeler. Isaac lashed out with his soul whip, though to much lesser effect than against the other monsters. The tendril of blue-white fire wrapped around the Voxian monster's leg, setting it to sizzling, yet that was where the damage ended. Still, it must have been quite painful, because the monster let out a shuddering scream of pure agony before it backhanded Isaac. Blood arced, and the young man went flying away. Elijah's mind went white with fury, and he sprang to his feet, and launched himself at the monster. He hit with the force of a charging bull, knocking the Voxian monster into a stumble. However, it recovered quickly, raking its claws across Elijah's back. Even with a hastily activated iron scales, Elijah felt his hide part beneath its sharp talons. But he wasn't without claws of his own. He snapped out his fists, ripping and tearing with all the fury he could muster. With the additional potency from his claws of gluttony, he managed to do quite a bit of damage before the monster lashed out with its foot, kicking him across the landscape. He tumbled, flipping over 3 times before hitting an escarpment of jagged, black rock. It shattered and a few bits lodged between his scales as his momentum took him a few feet further. Fortunately, he was durable enough that the damage was minor, and he recovered his feet only a second later. As he did, he saw the huge monster's unhurried approach. It almost looked like it was enjoying it. Or perhaps Elijah was simply anthropomorphizing the macabre smile playing across its semi-reptilian face. Whatever the case, he wasn't going to waste the opportunity represented by the distance between them. So, without even pushing himself to his feet, Elijah once again shifted to his natural form and cast Swarm. Then, knowing that he needed all the damage he could get, he cast Essence of the Monkey, willing it to replace Shield of Brambles before he cast Shape of the Predator. Assuming his Draconid form took a lot more mana than taking on the shape of the lamellar ape, but he knew he couldn't win if he fought on the huge monster's terms. He needed to change the paradigm, and the Shape of the Predator offered the best chance to do that. The giant Voxian monster reached him just as the transformation completed, and he narrowly bounded out of the way of what would have been a devastating slash. Yet, because of haste and his increased control, he easily dodged it before springing off a nearby shard of jagged stone and leaping onto the monster's back. There he dug his foreclaws into its shoulders and raked with his back claws. Elijah only managed a few good gouges before he saw another attack coming his way. So he leaped free and sprinted away. Meanwhile, as the monster followed with its lumbering steps, a swarm of tiny, glowing bugs descended on it, delivering a payload of afflictions as it loped after Elijah. He had no trouble keeping ahead of the creature, but when he got too far away, the scaly monster lost interest and started toward the still prone Isaac. So he darted back in, raking his claws across the Voxian monster's legs as much to get the thing's attention as it was to do damage. It worked, and he slowly led the creature away from the hopefully recovering Isaac. Healing Rain was still going, so if he hadn't already succumbed to his injuries, there was a good chance that he would live. So long as Elijah dealt with the monster. So he continued like that for a few minutes, darting in every so often to keep the creature's attention as well as to do whatever damage he could muster. Meanwhile, every time he attacked the monster, he stacked instances of contagion as well as anticoagulant from the claws of gluttony. In addition, the afflictions from the swarm were busy working on the monster as well. Gradually, Elijah whittled the monster down. It was slow, though. Very, very slow. And he got into trouble more than a few times when he underestimated the monster's speed. It was so easy to forget that massive strength, which the monster clearly possessed, translated into explosive, if often short-lived and barely controlled bursts of speed. So on more than one occasion, Elijah found himself on the wrong end of that equation. Still, each time, he managed to escape with only a few scrapes. Until, almost 20 minutes later, it caught him with a backhand that crushed his ribs and sent him tumbling across the landscape. As it happened, he ended up near where the battle had begun, but to his shock, Isaac was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't give that much thought, though, because the moment the monster had sensed even a hint of weakness, it had become rejuvenated. The sluggishness of its many injuries briefly forgotten, it charged Elijah with renewed fury. Elijah forced himself to his feet, but one of his legs was broken, and Healing Rain had long since run its course. With his mobility cut to almost nothing, he had no choice but to initiate a shift into his lamellar ape form, and hope he could endure whatever punishment the creature dished out. So he did, noting that his Ethera had gotten extremely low due to his constant shifting back and forth, as well as the copious use of his spells. He would need to be more cognizant of that going forward. But for now, he had other things on his mind. Like the monster bearing down on him. His transformation completed just in time for him to once again meet the charge. However, in this instance, he was at an even more distinct disadvantage due to his broken leg. Even so, Elijah took the hit as well as possible, rolling with the blow to dissipate the impact. The injured Vox was still stronger than him, though, and he definitely got the worst of the clash. He landed flat on his back, his head hitting with enough impact to make everything fuzzy. When he recovered his wits, he saw the massive monster looming over him. It once again wore the disgusting grin upon its face. It laughed, a sound like clinking glass. Elijah tried to pick himself up, but the creature stomped down on his chest with its entire weight. Elijah felt his ribs creak as he struggled to breathe. It cocked its arm back, clearly intending to level a fatal blow. Elijah struggled, his claws raking against the monster's ankle as he tried to free himself. It was useless. Every facet of Elijah's mind whirled with potential solutions. He considered shifting again. He could probably wiggle out from under the monster's foot if he took on his human form. Yet, with it so close, there was almost no chance he'd win free. And without the increased constitution that came with his guardian form, there was no way he could endure the monster's attacks. For similar reasons, he couldn't shift into his predator form either. Those thoughts and 100 others like it writhed in Elijah's mind, but he could think of nothing. No clever plans. No new powers. He was going to die. Then, a flash of white and blue light announced his salvation before a ball of soulfire hit the monster in the back. It sizzled, filling the air with the smell of charred meat. And for the briefest of moments it let up the pressure on Elijah's chest. He used that opening, slim though it was, to roll free. Then, with only one leg, he pushed off and threw himself at the off-balance monster. He hit it with a shoulder tackle that drove it backwards. It tripped over the nearby escarpment, then tumbled to its back. Elijah latched onto its chest, riding it to the ground, and when it hit, he pummeled it with every point of strength he could muster. Between blows, Isaac, ragged and looking as if he was barely hanging on to life, tossed another ball of soulfire at the monster's head. It hit the struggling creature and melted its scales. Elijah kept going, and Isaac refused to let up either, though one facet of his mind recognized that Isaac had fallen. Elijah feared the worst, though he couldn't spare the attention to worry about the young man's fate. When Elijah saw that his blows weren't doing enough damage, he activated the rage ability of his silver bracer of rage. His mind was flooded with fury as his attributes skyrocketed. He didn't have the presence of mind to check his strength, but blows that had once felt completely ineffective were suddenly dislodging scales and breaking bones. The Voxian monster struggled, yet just as had been the case with Elijah only a few moments before, it couldn't escape. He roared in berserk fury as he continued to smash his fists into the monster, not stopping even after it had finally succumbed. In fact, Elijah didn't let up until, finally, the effect of rage dissipated, leaving him feeling even more drained than if he'd used iron scales a dozen times. His shoulders sagged as he looked up to see that Isaac's form had gone unnaturally still. That cut through the last vestiges of his enraged state, and with that clarity, he forced himself back into his human form. Dragging his broken leg, he stumbled toward the fallen young man, hoping that he wasn't too late to save him. He was dead. "Help him!" Carmen shouted, whipping her head around. But the healer she had brought into the mines was busy performing triage on another warrior. Meanwhile, Colt and Tiffany stood at the head of the tunnel, defending them against a tide of critters. There were hundreds of them, each the size of a basketball, and with teeth like razors. Alone, they weren't that dangerous to anyone with a few levels under their belt. But in the numbers they'd found within the mine's tunnels, they were like terrestrial piranha that could strip the meat from their prey's bones in a matter of minutes. At first, the expedition to exterminate the pests had been safe enough. For the first few days, the group, which consisted of Carmen, Colt, Tiffany, and Brett, had been more than enough to deal with the scattered creatures. However, after a week of constant exploration of the tunnels, which included constant backtracking and frequent trips back to the surface in order to rest, they had finally discovered the nest. And it was both awful and awe-inspiring. The cavern had contained thousands of the little monsters, each of which were capable of downing a level 15 warrior. None of her group were that low of a level, but to Carmen, the second she'd laid eyes on the colony of little terrors, she'd known they weren't up to the task. So, like any good commander, she'd called for a retreat. That had gone well enough, and in the following days, she'd begun to assemble an assault team. More, she'd sent a runner back to Easton begging for more healers. She had yet to hear back from Roman, which wasn't that surprising. It was an arduous journey made even worse by the onset of winter. So it made perfect sense that no one had returned. Yet, Carmen's hand had been forced when groups of the critters, they were actually called terrestrial Molochs, according to Brett, whose vigilante class gave him an ability to identify enemies, started to surface. The first time they had, the critters had killed one of the guards and maimed a couple who'd been on a walk through the town. That had necessitated a response. So Carmen had commandeered the services of one of the town's 2 healers, gathered a handful of warriors, and set off to exterminate the pests. It had not gone well. The mistake was forging ahead, and having their elementalists set fire to the nest. Before they'd done that, Carmen and the others had rigged the surrounding tunnels to collapse, so they thought they could trap the creatures inside and burn them to death. And at first, it had worked well enough, with hundreds of the little monsters perishing in Logan's summoned flames. That was one thing that had changed with the apocalypse. Conventional combustion was far less effective than it once had been, which was why gas cars and guns didn't really work as they once had. However, magical flames picked up the slack, and once set, they could use the ambient Ethera as fuel. So Logan's fires burned hot and fast, enveloping the entire cavern in seconds. The group was busy patting themselves on the back when a trio of much larger Molochs came crashing through the debris blocking the tunnels and giving the rest of the critters an escape route. More distressingly, it gave them a free shot at the people who'd attempted to engineer their deaths. Her people had fought valiantly, and yet, there had been far too many Molochs. So Carmen had organized a fighting retreat, eventually taking shelter in a small cavern with a single narrow and easily defensible entrance. Since then, they'd fought a steady stream of the critters, taking a plethora of wounds along the way. The healer Keith had done everything he could, but it was obvious that it would only be a matter of time before he ran low on Ethera. In the meantime, the wounded continued to pile up, overwhelming even his magic. Carmen checked the young man's pulse and found nothing. Still, she hoped that Keith could do something. So, she reached down and grabbed the body around the waist before throwing him over her armored shoulder. He didn't react at all. As she ran across the small cavern, Carmen tried to convince herself that her burden was simply unconscious. Keith would save him. She just knew it. So when she reached the healer, who already had 3 patients, she gently laid the body down and begged, "Please, please tell me you can help him." Keith took one look at the young man, his eyes flicking down to the gaping wound in his chest, then shook his head. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "He's already gone. Even if he wasn't, I don't have the Ethera to, I can't do anything about that kind of injury." He hung his head. Whether it was exhaustion or shame, Carmen had no idea, but for her part, she felt both. Everyone had put their faith in her, and she'd rewarded that trust by getting people killed. 3 were already dead, and she had no idea if the critters had made it outside. If they had. No. She refused to go down that road. She'd done everything she could, and at every turn, she'd made the choices she thought appropriate. She couldn't let herself drown in self-pity or guilt. That didn't help anyone. So she reached out and gripped Keith's bony shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. He really was a thin man, largely because he'd been a member of one of the groups of refugees that had initially been denied entry into Easton. It was only recently that his people had been allowed in, and his condition reflected that. He wasn't precisely unhealthy, but he clearly hadn't been flourishing either. Carmen had hoped to provide him a fresh start. Now he was watching the people who depended on his miraculous healing ability die. That was going to take a toll. "You're doing everything you can," she said. "Keep it up." Then, she ran a hand through her hair. She had no idea where her helmet had gone, and when she pulled her hand away, she saw that it was bloody. It didn't matter. She was still on her feet, and she wouldn't trouble the healer for a mere scratch. Before Keith could notice, she stepped away and returned to the entrance. There she saw Colt hard at work. Most of the time, he simply sliced the little monsters to ribbons with precise, perfectly controlled attacks. However, from time to time, he would use one of his techniques, and one of the larger critters would simply fall to chunks. He called it Blade Storm, and the way he described it, it manifested 13 razor-sharp blades of Ethera that cut his target to pieces. It was expensive to use, but it was as sure of a kill as any ability could guarantee. By comparison, the Rawbone Tiffany's knuckles were bloody, and from her knuckles grew a series of ethereal claws. When she punched, they ripped jagged wounds in the creature's coarse-furred hides. She had a few other abilities that she rarely used, which was common for the combatants. Most of them didn't have enough experience to use anything but their go-to skills, spells, and abilities, which was often enough to deal with the typical threats they saw during routine patrols. This was different, though, and it highlighted a huge issue with how they were training the potential fighters. But that was a concern for another day. For now, Carmen stepped up and shouldered the exhausted Tiffany aside. As she did, she growled, "My turn." Then, she manifested her blacksmithing hammer with summoned tool, and planted herself beside Colt. It wasn't long before she was forced to use the crafting tool for its adapted purpose when she crushed a critter's spine. The little round creatures had odd anatomy, but she'd fought them enough by that point that she knew precisely where to hit them to do the most damage possible. She employed that knowledge to great effect as she stoically stood vigil, shoulder to shoulder with Colt. At some point, one of the other warriors replaced Colt, but Carmen barely noticed. Instead, she focused entirely on the task at hand, which meant using her immense strength to pummel the monsters to death. Because she was used to long hours at the forge, she barely grew fatigued, and she didn't have any combat skills or abilities, so she never ran low on Ethera. As a result, Carmen felt like she could keep going indefinitely. Of course, that wasn't true. Eventually, she would grow tired. But that point was a long way off. In addition, she took almost no damage due to the high quality of her armor. If the rest of her people had been wearing something similar, perhaps they could have avoided casualties altogether. But she'd been too caught up in wanting to be properly compensated for her work. All the best crafters were, largely because they all thought the danger had passed. Clearly, they were wrong, and they needed to get back to the basics of collective survival. When Easton had first been founded, everyone had contributed without thought for how it would personally benefit each one. And that was fine, in a vacuum. People deserved to earn a living. Yet, the world was still changing, and everyone's lives were still balanced on the edge of a knife. Carmen and the other crafters needed to do what they could to keep people from falling over that edge. Those thoughts flitted through Carmen's mind as she monotonously slaughtered one critter after another. It wasn't until she realized that she stood alone against the tide that she began to realize how dire their situation was. She'd been fighting for hours, and so had everyone else. They'd picked up one wound after another until, one by one, they'd fallen. She couldn't look back to check if they were dead or simply wounded, but she feared the worst. That thought crashed into her mind, and in that moment, something broke. She didn't grow any stronger. Her fatigue, thin though it was, didn't wash away. Instead, it was like she experienced a rush of adrenaline that, later, she would liken to what a parent might feel when she saw her child being threatened. In those sorts of situations, people had been known to lift cars, and Carmen's physical abilities skyrocketed along those same lines. Suddenly, every fall of her hammer sent a critter splattering against the ground. At the same time, her fury or frustration, perhaps climbed to unprecedented levels. She took that out on the monsters before her. And for a while, it was enough to convince her that she was going to win. But reality came crashing down on her when that surge of adrenaline faded, and her arms started to feel like they were encased in lead. She slowed, and her blows lost their lethality. Still, she pushed on, trying to force the strength back into her muscles. It didn't work. A critter latched onto her arm. Then, as she was trying to dislodge it, another crunched down on her leg. She kicked it away, but another soon replaced it. Then another after that. She kept swinging, screaming all the while. From somewhere behind her, she heard a scream, and she felt the weak activation of skills. Yet, she couldn't even turn to see what was going on, much less help the people who'd chosen to put their faith in her. Just as she felt a monster latch onto her neck, sending a gout of blood gushing into its greedy mouth, she spared a thought for Alyssa. She wasn't sure if she believed in an afterlife, but in a world of magic and monsters, the idea didn't seem as silly as it once might have. And while she didn't want to leave Miguel, she couldn't deny that there was a part of her that welcomed death, and the possibility of being reunited with the woman she loved. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of rotten guilt envelope her. She was better than that. She needed to be. Miguel needed her to be stronger. With a roar, she grabbed the critter and tossed it aside before ramming into the nearby wall and squashing the trio of monsters clinging to that side of her body. Then, she did the same to the other side. Over and over, she let the critters latch onto her, then she used her own body as a hammer, and the wall as an anvil. Like that, dozens died, but she certainly didn't escape unscathed. Her armor had limits, after all. And it couldn't cover everything. Her growing fatigue hadn't disappeared, either. No, that brief surge had given her a few moments more, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. Still, Carmen fought on until she felt the effects of blood loss and exhaustion drive her to her knees. The first time it happened, she forced herself back to her feet with a swell of forced energy, but it didn't last long. It couldn't. Soon enough, she fell and couldn't regain her feet. Even so, she never stopped swinging her hammer. Even when her blows lost all strength, she refused to give in. Finally, she fell and couldn't force herself to rise. Briefly, Carmen felt sharp teeth on the back of her head, but then, there was something different. Blistering heat washed over her. Because of resist fire, which was no doubt intended to help her endure the heat associated with magical forges, she was unharmed. The same couldn't be said for the critters, and the smell of burning filled Carmen's nostrils. Once the confusion passed, she looked up to see a hellish scene. Monsters burned, some of them so hotly that they actually melted. Amidst that stood a man, tall and thin, and wearing a red and white robe. Carmen recognized him from somewhere, but in her exhausted state, she couldn't quite place him. However, she certainly remembered the person beside him. Or rather, the morning star at the woman's waist. Varen, she muttered. It was the healer who'd been with Alyssa when she died. That probably meant something, but now that the threat was ended, even that mystery couldn't keep Carmen from slipping into unconsciousness. Purple lightning flashed in the sky as the smell of death filled Elijah's nostrils. He stumbled toward the fallen Isaac, dread and despair mingling in his heart, as he let his guardian form fall away. With each staggering step, pain lanced up his broken leg, but he forced himself to ignore it, and as soon as his transformation completed, he summoned healing rain. A storm of soothing precipitation gathered, dumping its rejuvenating payload on Elijah and Isaac alike. But the young man wasn't moving, and when Elijah finally reached him, he found that Isaac's breathing had stalled. No. He reached out and as soon as he laid his hand on the boy's chest, he used touch of nature. It pulsed and Isaac's body seized at the injection of healing Ethera. Yet, Elijah could tell that it hadn't worked. Forcing life into a corpse wouldn't do anything. Dead was, after all, dead. Yet Elijah refused to accept it. So he channeled it again. And again after that. Each time, the boy's body jerked like he'd just been subjected to the electrical current of a defibrillator. However, the moment the flow of Ethera ceased, he went limp. Elijah gritted his teeth, and continued his efforts. Over and over, he kept going until there were only wisps of Ethera left in his core. He pulled on more, flexing his mind and soul for all they were worth. But it wasn't enough. Tears traced lines through the dirt and dried blood on Elijah's cheeks, as he tilted his head back and screamed. That didn't do any good, either. It just wasn't fair. Nothing was. The world had become a cruel place where a young man like Isaac had been tasked with becoming a hero. He was just a boy and yet, he'd marched into danger and answered the call of heroism. And then, he'd died unceremoniously, and for no other reason than that Elijah was incapable of saving him. Of protecting him. Ever since he'd killed those hunters, Elijah had felt that something was wrong. That everything was skewed. He'd avenged the bear, killing people that, in his head, he'd pegged as villains. But were they? Elijah really had no idea. The reality was that he'd reacted based on frustration, and he could admit to himself a false sense of companionship. For so long, he'd been alone, and in retrospect, it was easy for him to anthropomorphize the creature. Yet, the bear would probably have tried to kill him if he hadn't continuously brought it food. The same was true of the panther he remembered far more fondly than reality suggested. More than once, Elijah had thought himself immune to the stress that came from his traumatic existence. But he wasn't. Not any more than anyone else, at least. He'd just processed it differently. And that flawed method had led him down a road that eventually pushed him into killing a group of hunters that may or may not have deserved what he'd done to them. Did he feel guilty about it? No. He did not. Not truly. Yet, he knew that, in the future, he needed to think things through, rather than react based on his ultimately flawed feelings. He also needed to be cognizant of his tendency to lose context. Animals were animals and people were people. And in the changed world, he couldn't blame humanity, or the various other sapient races for killing. That was probably the only way anyone was going to survive. What the hunters had done still didn't sit well with him, though. He didn't like it, and he suspected he never would. However, that didn't mean they had deserved to die. Thoughts like that flitted through Elijah's mind as he struggled to absorb enough Ethera to fuel more attempts at healing the fallen Isaac. He knew it was useless. But just like with the bear, he had latched onto the young man in a way that probably wasn't warranted by the situation. They barely knew one another, after all. But in Elijah's mind, the boy had taken on the role of a little brother. Or a nephew. Hopefully, if Miguel was in a similar situation, someone would try just as hard to help him. So Elijah kept going well past the point when he should have stopped. Then, after some interminable time, Isaac's eyes shot open. His hand shot out, and Elijah only recognized the danger at the last second. He dove to the side just in time to avoid taking a ball of soulfire to the face. He didn't care, though. "You're alive." "What?" panted Isaac. "How?" "Of course I'm alive." "What?" It's an ability. A spell. It kind of keeps me alive. It's called stored soul. Think of it like a second life. So long as I cast it before a fight, I can survive fatal damage. I go into a coma for a while, but yeah. It's saved my life 3 times so far. It goes on cooldown after activation, though. It'll be a month before I can use it again, Isaac said, the words spilling out all at once. You probably shouldn't tell strangers that, Elijah pointed out. You're not a stranger, though. You saved me. Elijah shrugged. We're even, then. You saved me, too. I did, didn't I? The young man said, grinning. He tried to get up but winced. Oh. I guess I'm not completely healed, huh? How long have been here? It usually takes a week for me to wake up from the coma. It's been about an hour. Maybe 2 since the monster died, Elijah said. It made sense. Likely, the influx of healing had shortened the duration of the coma. He picked himself up, saying, Don't move. I want to finish healing you. I think we should probably get out of here. Why? There aren't any more monsters. Isaac pointed at the sky. Elijah followed the gesture to see that it had broken into a million jagged pieces, revealing an abyssal blackness that did not look good. It was as if they were inside a broken snow globe, except that it was intended to keep something out rather than in. Yeah. You're probably right. With that, Elijah reached down and helped Isaac to his feet. Then, they hobbled back to the entrance, where a pair of white crystals floated in the air. Elijah touched one, and Isaac touched the other. That prompted a notification to appear before Elijah's mind's eye. Congratulations! By closing a minor dimensional rift, you have done a great service to your world. Thus, you have earned a reward. Lesser rejuvenation potion awarded. Whoa! Exclaimed Isaac, looking at the vial in his hand. This is amazing. Elijah was less enthused. Yippee, he muttered to himself. He could already heal himself, so he didn't see a whole lot of use for a potion that would do the same thing. Others clearly didn't have that option, so it must have been very valuable. However, he would have much preferred an attribute potion like he'd gotten the last time he'd closed a minor dimensional rift. He sighed, pocketing the potion as he said, Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. After that, the pair left the rift behind, and when they stepped back into the world, the rip in reality dissipated, and the black tendrils of corruption dissolved. Elijah was less concerned about that than the giant cat barreling toward him. He pushed Isaac aside and took the furious feline's leaping charge right in the chest. It only managed to rake its claws across his unprotected skin a few times before Elijah managed to reposition his hands and shove the thing away. The cat was big, but Elijah's strength attribute was well past the peak of humanity. As such, dislodging an 80-pound cat wasn't nearly as difficult as it would have been before the world had changed. The creature went flying away, bounced off the trunk of a tree, then came rocketing back at Elijah. He met it with an overhand swing of his staff that ended with the cat hitting the ground with enough force to leave it stunned. That's when Elijah dropped his staff and pounced on the cat, wrapping his arms around its torso. He could feel the corruption pulsing through it. "Don't kill her." "I'm not." Elijah growled, struggling to hold the struggling cat still. He hadn't escaped its initial pounce unscathed, and he was bleeding pretty profusely. Even so, he had the animal at his mercy. "I'm going to heal it." "Her." "I'm going to try to heal her." Just be prepared for if it doesn't work." With that, Elijah cast Healing Rain. It barely cost any Ethera, especially considering the sheer volume of healing it could offer. It was especially efficient, considering that the spell was healing him, the cat, and Isaac all at the same time. But for now, he was mostly concerned with banishing the corruption from Artemis the cat. He focused as hard as he could, channeling touch of nature into the overgrown feline. It went wild, bucking and hissing and raking its claws across his arms. With Elijah holding it off the ground, it couldn't get any leverage, though. He cast the spell again, trying his best to guide it toward the corruption. But the moment the two clashed, he knew it wouldn't do any good. The corruption wasn't a disease or a virus. Indeed, it didn't feel like anything else Elijah had ever experienced. Even calling it corruption felt wrong. It was so fundamentally different from anything else he'd ever experienced. As a result, Elijah struggled to even contextualize it. Alien was the best he came up with, but even that implied that it was of their universe. It wasn't. It was from somewhere else, whatever was on the other side of that rift. Not the place where they'd fought the Voxian monsters. No, that was just a bridge. Instead, the corruption was from wherever that bridge led. Still, he kept trying to heal, but to no effect. The cat wasn't diseased. It wasn't unhealthy. It was just different. Desperate to find something that worked, Elijah shouted, "Isaac! Take the potion from my right pocket. I need you to pour that down Artemis' throat. Can you do that without getting cut to ribbons?" He nodded, saying something about his ethereal shield. Then, he followed Elijah's directions, finding the vial and uncorking it. The moment he did so, Elijah felt the power emitting from it. Then, Isaac reached in and awkwardly dragged the cat's mouth open. It hissed and spit and tried to claw him, but each time it did, it was met with a shimmering blue shield. Eventually, Isaac managed to pour the concoction down Artemis's throat. Instantly, he felt the difference. The potion was more than simple healing. It exceeded what Elijah could do by a fair amount, adding some other characteristic that he simply couldn't identify. However, what he could tell was that the moment the potion went down Artemis's throat, the corruption had started to retreat. But it wasn't enough. Elijah felt the darkness rally as the effect of the potion started to dissipate. So he spat the other one. To his credit, Isaac didn't hesitate, which told Elijah just how much the young man loved his cat. Isaac yanked his own potion from his pocket and added that to the mix as well. As he did so, Elijah forced as much Ethera as he could muster into repeated castings of touch of nature. And finally, it worked. Slowly. The cat continued to struggle, but soon, its yells weakened and its wriggling lost vigor. Elijah continued to pour Ethera into his healing spells, and miraculously, the corruption retreated, then began to dissipate. Just as he was about to run out of energy, the last of the otherworldly taint dissolved, leaving only a healthy cat behind. But it was absolutely exhausted, and the creature immediately went limp, passing out. Elijah felt like doing the same, but instead, he gave Isaac a tired smile as he said, "She's going to be okay." I hope so. Do you have any idea what those potions were?" Isaac asked, grinning like a giddy idiot. Rejuvenation potions is what the notification said." "Why? What's so special about them?" "They're kind of like a cure-all. I think I remember someone who had an identification skill saying that the description claimed that no affliction can endure a rejuvenation potion." "Those things are priceless," Isaac stated. Elijah shrugged and scratched behind the cat's ear. Even out cold, it let out a contented purr. "Worth it," he said, and he could tell that Isaac completely agreed. "Are you sure?" asked Isaac, looking around the darkening forest. "It's fine. I sleep outside all the time," Elijah said, sitting beside the small fire he'd built. Artemis was draped over his lap, sound asleep. Because she was so much larger than any housecat had a right to be, she didn't quite fit in his lap, but that clearly didn't bother her very much. And if Elijah was honest, he didn't mind either. "I spent an entire winter sleeping outside once. Don't recommend it one little bit. Of course, I've got a pretty awesome treehouse now." "You live in a treehouse?" "I think I'm selling it short here. Not a house in a tree. A house made out of a tree." "That's a very important distinction, I'm pretty sure," Elijah pointed out. As he spoke, he idly scratched behind the cat's ear. "What are you?" asked Isaac. A human being." "Well, as much of a human as any of us are anymore," Elijah answered. He tilted his head to the side and scratched his chin. "Though with cultivation in the mix, I'm not really sure how true that is. I mean, I feel human. But body of wood doesn't really sound like a very human thing to have. More tree territory, if I'm honest. Or Pinocchio. Real boy shenanigans, of course." I was talking about your class," Isaac clarified. "Oh. I'm a druid." "Well, technically, that's my archetype, but that's good enough." "Does that mean you're a protector of nature?" asked the young man. "Or is it more like the Celtic druids?" "The first," Elijah answered, reaching into his bag. He still had some travel rations in there, down near the bottom. So he reached in almost up to his shoulder and grabbed the jerky wrapped in wax paper. When he pulled it out, he offered some to Isaac. "Jerky? I'm not sure what kind of animal it's from, but it's not bad. A bit peppery for my taste, but it's better than eating crab every day." "Crab?" "Yeah. Used to love it. But fun fact about crab, when you eat it every single day for more than a year, it kind of loses its luster, if you know what I mean. Maybe if I'd had proper spices, but those are hard to come by out in the wilderness. Best I could do was some salt from boiling seawater, wild garlic, and a few odds and ends I gathered," Elijah babbled. "It was edible, but only just. Didn't really help that I've never been much of a cook. My dad used to tell me I could burn water, and he wasn't that far off." As Elijah spoke, Isaac tore a chunk of the jerky away and scooted a bit closer to the fire. It was still on the tail end of winter, and though the temperatures had begun to rise, nights remained quite chilly. "I don't know anybody else who can do what you do." "Are you on the power ranking list?" asked Isaac. Elijah considered lying, and his good sense told him to do just that. However, he'd never been much for dishonesty, especially with someone who had saved his life earlier that day. Besides, the notion of constantly lying about who he was just left a bad taste in his mouth. So he said, "Yeah. Top 10, actually." "What about you?" He hadn't even checked, but given the boy's obvious power, it seemed likely. "I was in the 90s for a little while after the tower," he stated. "But I haven't hunted that much lately. The young man trailed off, and Elijah understood precisely why. It didn't take a psychiatrist to recognize the inevitable consequences of the trauma the boy had been through. "It's okay. You don't have to talk about it," Elijah said. For a long moment, Isaac just stared into the crackling fire. Then, in a low voice, he said, I was the only survivor. I shouldn't have made it either. I was the first to go down. Too slow. My shield didn't hold. The monster, I think it was a werewolf or something, it was too fast, and it targeted me first. Stored soul saved me, and when I woke up, everyone was already dead. But the monster, it was wounded. Barely alive. I killed it, and I got the rewards. He laughed harshly. A stupid sword I couldn't even use. I saw it. Ridiculous thing, right? Isaac said, shaking his head. After that, everyone started calling me a hero. Someone said I was like Atlas, standing with the world on his shoulders, and it stuck. Me. A titan. Even stupider than the sword. Before the world changed, I was a nobody. Worse than nobody. I spent all my time playing online games and avoiding everything. But now I'm supposed to be a hero or something. I don't know how to do that. Me neither, Elijah admitted. What? You saved me. You saved Artemis. You are a hero, Isaac insisted, leaning forward, his eyes glistening. Elijah just shook his head. I'm definitely not what you think I am, kid, he said. Then he stood, careful not to wake the cat cradled in his arms. He stepped toward Isaac and deposited Artemis beside him. The cat woke up and yelled in his direction, but he ignored it. I'm going for a walk. I'll make sure nothing messes with you. What did I say? Elijah ignored the rest of the boy's question, instead slipping into the trees and shifting into his predator form. He had guise of the unseen wrapped around him within a couple of steps. But he didn't go anywhere. Instead, he just turned around and watched over Isaac, who looked incredibly small and young, sitting there beside the fire. The boy was also naive. The fact that he thought of Elijah as a hero was laughable, especially considering that not that long ago, he'd killed 4 people for no more of a crime than hunting a bear and picking a mushroom. There was more to it than that, he knew. Far more. On top of his trauma and his tendency to anthropomorphize animals, he suspected that his attitude was being affected by something far greater than himself. Was that the effect of his archetype? Or was it something more ephemeral? Had he truly gone wild? Or was he simply making excuses for indulging in his most violent tendencies? The truth was that he didn't know, and that scared him. Because for better or worse, Elijah knew he had the power to become something incredibly scary. Without rules or restraint, he would be a monster not unlike the Vox. Just pure destruction in human form. After leaving Nor Castle, he'd been patting himself on the back for taking Jess's advice and refusing to rise to the mayor's unspoken challenge. But in retrospect, it was easy to leave the town behind because he just didn't care enough to react. Pride wasn't Elijah's sin, after all. But his frustration had left him primed to react poorly when he'd come upon the bear's corpse, and he'd given in to the anger. The rest was history, and not the sort any sane person would look upon favorably. As Elijah considered his actions, and how to avoid falling into that trap again, he watched the young man fall asleep. Artemis pretended like she was asleep as well, but in his draconid form, Elijah could tell that she was awake and alert, likely to guard Isaac from any potential predators. It made him think of the panther who'd died what felt like a lifetime ago, which brought his thoughts back to the bear. Neither had deserved to die, but in retrospect, he could understand the motivation to hunt them. The world was a dangerous place, and unless humanity grabbed at whatever power it could, people would die. If not to the dangerous wildlife, then to the non-human settlements like Ironshore. Some of those people were assuredly aggressive. Even so, Elijah couldn't stomach the idea of hunting something for no more reason than to gain experience. Doing so for food was acceptable. For defense, too. Even for dominance. But just for experience. It just left him feeling queasy, and for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. He only knew he didn't like it. To distract himself from that, Elijah focused on something he'd not let himself acknowledge while with Isaac. Since leaving Norcastle, he'd gained 3 more levels. The first was when he'd killed the 4 hunters, and the other 2 had come in the dimensional rift. Normally, 3 levels wouldn't have excited him after all. It wasn't as if he needed to allocate his attribute points anymore, but in this case, he'd finally hit the level 45 threshold. And that meant that he'd gotten a new spell. Essence of the Lion. Channel the might of the lion, increasing strength attribute by 10 points. Usable on allies. It was a familiar format, largely because he had similar enhancements meant to augment his other attributes. The lone holdout was Ethera, and he wasn't certain if he'd ever get something like that. However, he could already think of tons of situations where having the extra strength that came with Essence of the Lion would come in handy. The only drawback was that he couldn't use all of his enhancements at once. Yet, if he ever found himself fighting as a member of a group, he could pick and choose the enhancements he bestowed upon other people, tailoring the augmentations to the person's archetype, class, or role. And who knew? Perhaps at level 50 he would gain another slot. Once he finished examining the new spell, which didn't take long, considering how similar it was to the others in the Essence line, Elijah decided to take a look at his full status for the first time in quite a while. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 45. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: Not applicable. Alignment: Not applicable. Strength: 67/57. Dexterity: 79/49. Constitution: 57/47. Ethera: 55. Regeneration: 69/49. Attunement: Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body: Core. Mind: Soul. Wood: Hatchling. Quartz: Neophyte. His attributes had continued to grow by 1 point for every level, and combined with his equipment and enhancement spells, he felt like he was in a good place. And in his draconid form, it was even more dramatic. But he had to wonder about the other people on the ladder. Were their attributes just as impressive? He knew his archetype was rare, and he believed his class was as well. On top of that, with his dragon core, his enhancement spells were that much more effective. So he felt confident that he could stand toe-to-toe with any of them, even the ones ahead of them on the list. Yet, it stood to reason that they'd all experienced their own lucky encounters as well. Perhaps their cultivation was just as advanced as his. Or maybe more so. The reality was that he had no idea, and so far, he'd yet to find an opportunity to answer the questions strangling his thoughts. And perhaps he never would. The world was a big place, after all. What were the odds that he'd actually run into another high ranker? Slim, Elijah knew. But still, he expected that it would eventually happen. Power drew power, and strength challenged strength. It was naive in the extreme to suspect that there wouldn't be friction between those high-ranking people. Competitive natures dictated as much, and that was discounting the possibility that someone might see their fellow people as a means of progression. No, he knew he would run into them at some point. He just needed to be ready for when the inevitable came to pass. Until then, though, he had other things on his mind. He still needed to find Alyssa, and despite having spent the past months exploring and fighting his way across hundreds of miles, he still didn't feel any closer to accomplishing that goal. But he would. He believed that because he didn't want to contemplate any other possibility. With that at the forefront of his mind, Elijah switched back to his human form and returned to the campsite. There he settled down to watch over the now sleeping young man and his cat. Morning sunlight filtered through the forest's canopy as a dewy chill carpeted the forest floor. Somewhere up above a bird chirped, and in the distance, a squirrel chittered, painting the morning with a cold, yet idyllic brush. Elijah sat with his back to the trunk of a tree, his head tilted upward as he enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere for what it represented. He looked across the campsite to see Artemis staring back at him from her position cuddled next to Isaac. She was a dangerous creature. He knew that down to his very core. Even without the corruption of the dimensional rift infecting her, Artemis was a peerless predator. Due to that undeniable fact, Elijah was hesitant to leave her behind. The chances that she would end up killing someone were high enough that taking her back to his island was probably the most responsible path he could take. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to make that decision. For one, he didn't have the heart to separate Artemis from her owner. Or perhaps she was the owner in this situation. Regardless, it seemed that neither would accept being parted from the other's company. So if Elijah took one, he'd need to take the other. And he had no interest in doing that. Not only would having another person underfoot, trampling his grove, be far more trouble than it was worth, but the prudence of that course of action was extremely questionable. Elijah knew he wasn't great company, and sentencing someone else to the sort of solitude he'd endured was a cruelty he refused to contemplate. No, that wasn't a path he intended to explore. Perhaps Artemis would hurt someone, but maybe not. Elijah couldn't be responsible for the whole world, after all. It wasn't his problem to solve. He'd already done enough by saving her and Isaac, and if he was honest, he was eager to get back on the proverbial road and hunt down his sister, Carmen, and Miguel. Because if nothing else, the bond between Isaac and Artemis had proven the value of having trustworthy people around. Even if those people happened to be overgrown and deadly house cats. More than anything, he wanted to just unload his problems onto someone, but he didn't think many therapists had survived the touch of the world tree. Not many of anything had, as far as he could tell. But as a substitute, his sister would do just fine. Certainly, she'd played that role before, and he'd done the same for her. But that was back before he'd run away to Hawaii. Of course, he'd never characterized it like that. On the surface, taking that job had made perfect sense. It was in his field, and it was paradise after all. But in reality, Elijah could admit that he'd just wanted to get as far away from all the trappings of familiarity that reminded him of the parents he'd lost far too soon. It was a mistake, and one he'd acknowledged on more than one occasion. Being diagnosed with terminal cancer tended to prompt introspection, and as he was dying, he'd most regretted losing touch with his sister. Now he had a chance to rectify that mistake, and with all the things going through his mind, he needed the support of family more than ever. Finally, about an hour after dawn, Isaac's eyes fluttered open and he pushed himself upright. "I can't believe I slept all night," he muttered, stretching. He ran his hand through his curly, black hair, smacking his lips as he yawned. "Didn't you need to rest?" "I could have stood watch." "It's fine," Elijah answered. "Not the first all-nighter I've ever pulled. At least I have the attributes to soften the blow, now." He reached into his pack and retrieved one of his glass jugs, which he handed to Isaac. The boy took it gratefully, and after taking a long swig, wiped his arm across his mouth. "We should head back to the city. My sister is probably worried sick." "Sister?" asked Elijah. "You never mentioned a sister." He shrugged. "Must have slipped my mind," the young man said. "She didn't want me to come out here looking for Artemis. She's kind of protective like that. This is an older sister, right? Please don't." "Don't what?" "Look, I'm grateful for what you did for me. But please don't go after my sister," he said. Just don't, okay? What makes you think that look?" "I've seen it enough to know exactly what it means. Delilah was always popular." "Was that because of her looks or?" Isaac just shook his head. Elijah tried to babble an excuse his social graces might have been a bit rusty, but he was still aware that he'd crossed a line, but he ended up going off on a tangent about how big his grove was. It was not an effective conversational path, and by the time they started back to the city, Isaac was visibly annoyed. Artemis just followed along, but Elijah got the feeling she was judging him, too. But that might have just been the fact that she was still a cat, if an overgrown one. Still, Elijah wouldn't let that dampen his spirits. After all, he'd successfully completed the mission he'd set for himself, gained a couple of levels and a new spell, and to top it all off, a beautiful woman was waiting back in Argos to show him how grateful she was that he'd saved her little brother. And he'd saved a couple of lives, which, now that it was done, didn't seem quite as important as all the rest. "I hate how much you're smiling," Isaac muttered as they drew within sight of the gate. Elijah pointedly ignored him. The same two guards were working the gate, and to Elijah's surprise, they recognized him straight away. They were far more excited about Isaac's return, which meant quite a lot of backslapping and jovial declarations as to the hero's valor. Artemis hadn't even stopped. Instead, she'd disappeared through the gate to wander the city. Hopefully, she wouldn't kill anyone. Or at least nobody that didn't deserve it. Once they made it past the two enthusiastic guards, Elijah and Isaac made their way through the city. As they went, the same old ladies sat on their balconies exchanging gossip. Meanwhile, Isaac received the celebrity treatment, which he endured with as much grace as could be expected. Still, Elijah could recognize the tightness of frustration in the young man's shoulders. One good thing was that, apparently, Greek people like to show their appreciation with food, which meant that by the time they reached Isaac's home, they'd been loaded down with various fruits and a couple of hearty meat pies. The smell alone was enough to set Elijah's mouth to watering, so when Isaac invited him inside, he was more than happy to take advantage of the young man's hospitality. It had nothing at all to do with the possibility of meeting the boy's goddess of a sister. Unfortunately, by the time he finished his meat pie, no such sister had presented herself. So, without any reason to hang around, he said his goodbyes and headed back into town. For a couple of hours, he just wandered around enjoying the atmosphere. He enjoyed the wilderness, and he was a bit solitary by nature, but Elijah could appreciate civilization as much as the next guy, especially when everyone was so friendly. It was such a departure from what he'd experienced back in Norcastle that he couldn't help but make the comparison. Where one town had responded to the world's transformation with petty cronyism and corruption, another had pulled together in solidarity. The existence of somewhere like Argos was enough to color Elijah's expectations with a fair amount of optimism. Eventually, he made his way to Atticus's shop, where he found the eponymous owner closing a deal with a man in a heavy, purple robe. Elijah recognized the ogre staff the man was in the process of buying, so he gave Atticus a quick thumbs up. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he definitely overheard the final price the two agreed upon, and it was quite a bit higher than what Atticus had paid. So once the purple-robed would-be wizard departed the shop, he asked, "Was everything you told me about that staff a lie?" "Welcome back, my friend." "Oh, don't my friend me. You paid me 2 silvers for that stick, and you just charged him 14. He overpaid, friend. Or you underpaid." "I would never," he said, clutching his chest as if stabbed. Elijah rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever. What's a few silvers between friends, right? But maybe you can help me with identifying a couple of other items." "More treasure already. Did you go to the tower, then?" "No," Elijah answered. "Just some things I didn't know what to do with before. Still don't, honestly. But figuring out what they are is probably the first step." With that, the two men headed into the back room. There Elijah rummaged in his pack until he found the 2 items that were his goal. The first was the bear's pelt, which he set onto the table. "Dire bear pelt," Atticus stated, with a note of surprise. "Simple grade. Where did you get this?" "Oh, out and about." "What about this?" he asked, setting the pack containing the ammonite of flesh onto the table. "It's an enchanted sack, but inside is what's left of a natural treasure. I wouldn't open it if I were you, though. It'll almost certainly make you sick." "Can't identify it, then." "The pack is crude grade, though. Called a preservation sack. You might have more luck with an alchemist, but we don't have any living in the city limits." "Does that imply there's one outside the city?" Atticus nodded. "There's one that lives in a commune about 40 miles to the south on the edge of the swamp. I've never met him, but I've heard weird stories," he said. What kind? The cult Y kind. I don't know anything else, but people certainly don't hold him in high esteem, friend. Name is Constantinos. Don't know any more, and I'll be honest, I don't want to know. Fair enough, Elijah said. Oh, took care of the man-eater, by the way. Turns out, you had a dimensional rift. It's closed now. After that statement, Atticus begged Elijah to tell him more. And for his part, Elijah parlayed that into a meal, which the two took at a local tavern. By the time he was done telling the story in as self-deprecating way as possible, the pair had already finished their meals, and were deep into a night of drinking. Which was why Elijah didn't even notice the newcomer until she tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around a little too quickly, and almost stumbled directly into a woman's chest. He caught himself just in time, then pulsed touch of nature to rid himself of the effect of the alcohol. Then, he realized where he was staring, so he looked up and into the eyes of the goddess he'd envisioned earlier. She looked a little like Isaac, though far more mature and infinitely more feminine. However, she was far from some dainty maid. Instead, she was a striking Amazon, with thick shoulders and a warrior's physique. You're smaller than I expected, she said with a smirk. Cute, too. Isaac didn't mention that. Of Delilah. Oh, so he mentioned me. Good. Then, without further explanation, she wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tight. His bones creaked under her high strength, but with the orientation of his face, which was positioned in the center of her chest, he couldn't really complain. When she finally released him, Atticus cleared his throat and slurred, I think I deserve a hug, too. Whatever he did, I did it twice as much. Delilah ignored him, which didn't seem to bother the weapons dealer at all. Or that was the impression Elijah got when Atticus turned his attention back to the mug of beer in front of him. Meanwhile, he got a good look at Delilah. She wore a boiled leather cuirass and a skirt composed of leather strips. From the knees down, she wore brass greaves, which left her thighs on display. And from Elijah's still slightly drunken perspective, they were great thighs. In fact, everything about her was great, even if she was almost a foot taller than him. She probably weighed more, too. But that didn't dissuade him at all. Instead, he found it quite interesting. But in his defense, outside of Jess, who'd never really considered giving him the time of day, he'd not had much of an opportunity to mingle with the opposite sex in more than 2 years. So, of course, he put his foot in his mouth. Yeah, I can see why you're popular. What? She asked, narrowing her eyes in confusion. What do you mean by popular? Oh. It's something your brother said. You were talking about me with my brother. Of course. I think he meant to fix us up. I tried to talk him out of it, but he insisted. Said we'd make a great couple. Did he now? More or less. I'm thinking it was less more than more, she stated. I'm far too drunk to make sense of what you just said. So, I don't have a room yet, but there's an inn around here where the owner loves me, he went on. I'm sure. You think you can handle me? She asked, her eyes twinkling. Definitely, Elijah said with a grin of his own. Then, without hesitation, she dipped down, wrapped her arms around his waist, and threw him over her shoulder. With his sash of the whirlwind, Elijah probably could have avoided it, but in his human form, his strength and dexterity weren't quite high enough to make use of the item's haste. Besides, he wasn't all that displeased with the sudden shift because it at least gave him a nice view of her backside. Still, he made a show of resistance, claiming, I was just joking. I wasn't. Then, she was marching outside and to the house where he'd left Isaac earlier that day. Nobody in the streets batted an eyelash at the clear abduction, which Elijah would later learn was due to Delilah's well-known proclivities. She was a straightforward woman, and apparently, not averse to taking what she wanted. And at that moment, she wanted Elijah. Yet, despite the lack of dignity in its beginning, Elijah couldn't think of any reason to object to what he hoped would prove to be a very eventful night, and a much-needed release. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the dancing dust motes in the air. For a moment, Carmen had no idea where she was, and she reached for a partner that wasn't there. Then, everything came crashing down on her like a tidal wave, and she suddenly felt very alone. That lasted right up until she saw Miguel curled up in a chair, his mother's old spear leaning against the wall next to him. That brought all sorts of mixed feelings, but the most prevalent was that she couldn't afford to lose herself in the still poignant grief that came every time she thought of Alyssa. She had a responsibility to the living, including Miguel, and all the people of Silverado who'd entrusted her with their safety as well as their potential prosperity. She shifted, and her muscles screamed at her for the mistake. Groaning, she persisted, propping herself up on the pillow. That noise woke Miguel, whose eyes fluttered open sleepily. Just like his mother, he took a moment to remember where he was, but when his eyes found Carmen, they widened in surprise. "Mom! You're awake," he shouted, launching himself from the chair. In less than a second, he crashed into her, burying his face in her shoulder as he hugged her as tightly as his little arms could allow. He'd put on a bit of muscle since he'd started training, but he still wasn't strong enough to really affect Carmen. Physically, at least. Emotionally, he had all the power in the world. Even though it caused some degree of pain, Carmen wrapped her arms around her son and returned his hug with one of her own. She didn't even realize she was crying until her tears started to drip onto his mop of black hair. She sniffed loudly, then said, "I'm sorry, sweetie." "I'm so sorry." "For what?" he asked, pulling away. Carmen didn't want to release him, but she also didn't want to smother him. When they locked eyes, she saw the evident confusion implied by his question. "I made a dumb decision. I shouldn't have gone into that mine," she said. "But I know my limits now. I won't leave you ever again." Then, she hugged him again. "But Mom, you saved all those people," he said, his voice muffled by its close proximity to her chest. "Everybody says you're a hero." Hero. People had called Alyssa that too. But that had gotten her killed. Carmen didn't care what people thought of her. In fact, a sudden epiphany told her that, in the grand scheme of things, she didn't care about anything nearly as much as providing Miguel with an opportunity to grow up in a safe environment. That meant that she couldn't just throw herself into dangerous situations, regardless of what she saw as her responsibility. Not only did that put her in unnecessary danger, which in turn increased the odds of turning Miguel into an orphan, but it was also a waste of her talents. She was strong, and she could hold her own in battle. Yet, if she had been focusing on the things she did best, then the people who'd followed her into that mine would have been far better equipped to meet the dangers therein. As a result, as Carmen had fought what she thought was a fruitless battle, she'd made the choice that, if she managed to survive, she would devote herself to giving her people the tools they needed to do the jobs for which they were suited. They were the warriors. She was the crafter. And as much as she wanted to do her part as a fighter, she needed to remember that she'd chosen her path long ago, and now she needed to walk it. All of that flitted through her mind as she held Miguel, and in that moment, she had to admit that her own selfish desire to protect her son played a part in that resolution as well. Before she could respond to her son's remarks, the door to the room, which Carmen belatedly recognized as the town's infirmary, to admit a familiar face. Varen looked much the same as she had when she'd fetched Carmen so Roman could deliver the news of Alyssa's death, which meant that she was an older, matronly woman with a thick, gray braid and a stout figure. She was unarmored, and the morning star she normally wore at her waist was nowhere to be seen. The woman gave Carmen a tight smile that didn't touch her eyes as she asked, "How are you feeling?" "Like I was in an 18-car pileup," Carmen admitted. "I'm sore all over." "That's normal. Is everyone else okay?" Carmen asked, rather than talk about her own condition. She was alive, which meant that she would recover. In any case, she was far more worried about whether or not everyone had made it out alive. Varen shook her head. "We saved as many as we could, but..." "Who?" "Brett Thomas," she said. "He fought until the very end, but by the time we arrived, he was already dead." Carmen's heart jumped into her throat. Over the course of the battle, the vigilante had proven himself a dozen times over. He was a talented fighter, and Carmen had thought he would be the last to succumb. Perhaps he wouldn't have died if he'd had proper armor. Anyone else? She asked. Nora Lassiter and Misha Addison. I remember Nora, but the other. She came with me, Varen said. We were in such a hurry that some of my people were caught off guard by the number of monsters. Misha was our knight, and she's the only reason we arrived in time to save everyone else. Oh. I'm sorry, Carmen said, shaking her head. To Miguel she said, Sweetie, why don't you go get me something to drink? But Mom. Carmen knew he wanted to stay and listen in, but she didn't think it was appropriate for a boy his age to hear a casualty report. So she gave him her best mom look, cutting off any further objections. He did move extra slowly on his way out, though, just to make sure everyone knew he wasn't happy about being excluded. Once Miguel was out of the room, Carmen got the full report of the injured. A few people had lost limbs, but aside from Brett, Nora, and Misha, everyone else had survived. Varen credited Keith, the other healer, for that. And Carmen herself, of course. The story of how she'd single-handedly held the entrance had already begun to make the rounds. It was made even more plausible by the tales of how, despite only being a crafter, she'd fought side by side with the combatants on the trip from Easton to Silverado. That had done wonders for her reputation, and her status as a hero had been cemented by her exploits in the mine. And Carmen hated it. To move on, she asked Varen for the whole story of how she had come to arrive in the mines. And to her surprise, it was only partially as she expected. Apparently, the messenger she'd sent back to Easton had never actually made it to the city. Instead, he had been intercepted by Varen's patrol, and the older woman had taken it upon herself to respond. After that, they'd come as quickly as possible, and when they had arrived, they had found a town in disarray, and a few warriors holding off a tide of critters who were trying to spill out into Silverado. Then we fought our way through until we found you. We would have gotten there sooner, but Devon had to stop a few times to recover his Ethera, Varen explained. So Roman doesn't know what happened here. Varen shook her head. I think it's best he doesn't know you and I met, she said, looking away. Why? I can't talk about it here. But if I asked, would you meet me and some other people back in Easton? In a month or two, I mean. There are some things you need to know, Varen said. What kinds of things? Carmen asked. The kinds of things that will explain why Alyssa had to die. At first, Carmen didn't react. But then, she threw herself from the bed with all the strength she could muster. It was considerable, and as a result, she moved so quickly that Varen couldn't react before Carmen rammed into her, clamping her hand around the older woman's throat. Carmen didn't stop until she'd slammed Varen against the wall hard enough to shake the building. Leaning in, she growled, "What did you just say?" The sound of a glass hitting the floor jerked Carmen's attention towards the door, where she saw Miguel staring at her, wide-eyed and in shock. "Mom," he breathed. "Miguel, go get Colt. Now." "But Mom, why?" "Don't ask questions. Just go. Now." Miguel clearly wanted to disobey, but when he saw his mother's face, he thought better of it. The moment he raced from the room, Carmen turned her attention back to Varen, who'd started to turn blue from lack of oxygen. "I'm not letting you go until Colt's here to back me up," she hissed. "But if you know what's good for you, you'd better think long and hard about telling me absolutely everything. You don't know me, so I'll explain it to you in the clearest way possible. I am usually an easygoing person. I don't get angry very quickly. But one thing sure to set me off is my family. So, if you know anything about how my wife died that you haven't told me, then I suggest you tell me the moment I let you go. Got it?" Varen tried to nod, but Carmen's vice-like grip prevented her head from moving more than an inch or two. Just then, Colt arrived, wearing a hospital gown, his hat, and with his sheathed sword in one hand. Miguel followed after him, out of breath. Colt took less than a moment to take stock of the situation before saying, "Miggy, I'm going to need you to do me a huge favor." "You good with that, boss?" Miguel nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." "Close that door and guard it with your life," he said. "Anybody tries to come in here, I want you to scream bloody murder." "Got that?" Miguel said that he understood, then hastened to obey the samurai's orders. When the door slammed shut, Carmen said, "Colt, if she tries anything, I want you to use Blade Storm and cut her into 100 pieces." He unsheathed his sword, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Carmen released Varen, and the older woman fell to the ground, gasping for air. Clearly, she hadn't worked on her constitution very much. A mistake, but an understandable one for someone who could heal herself from any injury. In any case, Carmen wasn't concerned with the woman's deficiencies. Instead, she'd latched onto her words. Ever since the world had been transformed, Carmen had mistrusted Roman. She'd tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the combination of his questionable policies as well as the way he'd treated his wife had always left a bad taste in Carmen's mouth. Then, he'd taken a hardline stance against scholars, which, while better in the short run, was a surefire way to create a regressive society that would never meet its potential. But with monsters knocking on the door and issues like starvation becoming a real threat, standing up for people who couldn't really pull their weight wasn't on anyone's mind. It wasn't until Easton had moved past the immediate survival stage that she'd begun to advocate for the scholars. It had been met with little success, and that only because of Alyssa. It wasn't the only thing the two had disagreed on. But Alyssa had always trusted Roman. After all, they'd been friends and co-workers for years before the apocalypse had reared its ugly head. So while they were prone to animated disagreements, the two still trusted one another. Carmen had seen Roman in a different light, though, and she had even warned Alyssa of the dangers of going into the tower. Yet, when Roman had brought news of Alyssa's death, she'd simply accepted the story due to shock and a desperate need to believe that her wife had died for a purpose. In the back of her mind, though, she'd never quite abandoned the notion that Roman had engineered it somehow. That he had betrayed Alyssa. So when Varen had uttered those words, "Why Alyssa had to die," something inside of Carmen had snapped into place. Suddenly, Roman's story didn't seem so believable. "Tell me everything," she spat, glaring down at the woman who she'd already found guilty by association. And Varen did as she'd been ordered, spilling the story with a mix of eagerness and shame that Carmen found repulsive. Or maybe that was due to what she had to say. Varen explained how Roman had approached her just before the trip into the tower, promising that her people would be given a place in Easton if she went along with what he had planned. At the time, Varen didn't have any choice but to do it. She had more than 100 people, some of whom were friends and family, depending on her. So she went in, knowing that something bad would happen. "I didn't think he was going to kill her," she mumbled. "I swear, I just thought, I don't know." It was either a lie or naivete. "Go on. Tell me how he did it." Varen continued, explaining in brutal detail how Trace had stabbed Alyssa in the back. "He had this dagger that we'd looted from the other level," she said. "But that just made it easier. He already had another plan to make it happen. That dagger made her vulnerable, and then, Roman did it." "How?" Why you don't want to know?" "Tell me." Carmen roared, kicking Varen in the side. She didn't hold back, either. In her state, she couldn't have, even if she'd wanted to. And she did not want to. Varen coughed, spitting up blood, but she didn't dare embrace any skills. Not with Colt standing there ready to cut her to pieces. He would, too. Everyone knew how much he'd idolized Alyssa, and he had transferred much of that devotion to Carmen in her stead. He beheaded her," she said. Then, she looked up with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was going to. I thought I could maybe let him do it, then heal her, but she was gone and..." "Kill her." "Ma'am?" "Kill her, Colt. Do it, or I'm going to beat her to death with my bare hands. I don't want Miguel to see me like that." "With all due respect, ma'am, I don't think that's a good idea." "Fine," Carmen said. If you can't stomach it, I can. And then she embarked on a quest to do just that. She only got one good kick in before Colt wrapped his arms around her and pulled her away. Carmen was incredibly strong, but he had all the leverage. Still, she could have broken free, and she would have if she hadn't been interrupted by a garbled cry coming from the broken woman at her feet. I know how to get revenge on him. Carmen tore free, but that sentence had torn a hole in her resolve. So she growled, how? She knew good and well that Roman's position was nearly unassailable. Not only was he one of the highest levels in Easton, he wasn't quite on the power ladder, but he was close, but he also had the weight of the entire government on his side. That meant that to get to him, one needed to either be prepared for a suicide run or... There's a resistance, Varen said. Mostly people who were loyal to your wife, but there are people who lost friends and loved ones to his policies. I can put you in touch with them. I can help you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to save. Carmen had heard enough. Or perhaps she'd finally lost whatever thread of civility she had left. Whatever the case, she suddenly had her summoned blacksmithing hammer in her hand. Even as it descended, Colt tried to stop her. He wasn't quick enough, though. Just before the blow landed, Carmen caught sight of Varen's surprised face. Had she really expected to be forgiven? Had she truly thought Carmen could ignore that confession? If so, then she didn't know who she was dealing with. The hammer crushed the healer's skull with a sickening crunch that sent splatters of brain and fragments of bone against the wall. Then, Carmen hit her again. Roaring in inarticulate rage, she continued to pummel the woman's skull until it was little more than a slurry of blood, bone, and brain matter. By the time she'd finished, she was hoarse. Pushing a bloody lock of hair out of her face, she turned to a stunned Colt and said, I need you to find out who these rebels are. I'd very much like to meet them. Colt swallowed hard, then said, Yes, ma'am. And Colt. Ma'am? Don't let Miggy in here, okay? He doesn't need to see this. Why yes, ma'am. It was a good morning. That was the most prevalent thought in every facet of Elijah's mind as he lay on his side, his head propped on one hand as he beheld the goddess he'd met the night before. As she dressed, this time in normal clothes as opposed to the Wonder Woman get-up she'd worn when she had accosted him, she gave him a small smirk. What? She asked. Do you think there's a prostitute class? He asked. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Come again. What? He said. Then, it hit him what he'd just suggested. No. I didn't mean you. It's just that I was thinking about it last night and you think I'm a whore. I'll have you know that I'm a well-respected member of this community, and I do not have a prostitute class, she shouted. Her eyes went to the spear propped against the wall. Before she could take a step toward it, Elijah leaped to his feet, just in case he needed to defend himself. He didn't think getting stabbed would kill him, but he didn't want to experience it regardless. He held his hands out in surrender. Wait. That's not what I meant. She stopped, put her hands on her hips, and demanded, then explain it. If I don't like your explanation, there's always the spear. And believe me, I've got a good measure of your attributes, so I'm fairly sure you're not getting away if I don't want you to. Do men run away from you often? He couldn't stop himself from asking. Not successfully. Elijah could believe it too. While he had no idea what level Delilah was, she'd certainly proven that her physical attributes were up to just about any task. He'd only spent one night with her, and it was definitely a pleasurable one, but he was sore in places he didn't even know existed. To call her strong would have been an understatement. If he was in a bit less desperate of a situation, he might have wondered why she wasn't on the power ladder, but as it was, he was far too concerned with explaining himself. It was just an idle thought, okay. I'm weird. We've established that. I sometimes lose track of things, he said. Do better, she said, taking a step toward the spear. Okay. Okay, he said. I spent a long time alone. Like, a long time. Longer than you can imagine. So I sort of lost some of my, social graces. I'm trying to get them back, but it's a work in progress. What I meant when I asked about that other class was that there seem to be classes for all sorts of other professions. And that's supposed to be the oldest one, right? I'm sure that wherever the system came from had lonely people who would pay for companionship, right? It seems like there'd be just as much call for someone with that kind of class as there is for, say, a carpenter. Or an archivist. Or whatever other non-combat classes are out there. Just idle curiosity, then. That's your final answer, huh? I should warn you that I am a powerful warrior, and I will defend myself if necessary, he said. That's when he realized that he was probably 20 pounds lighter than her, a couple of inches shorter, and as they'd established the night before, lacking more than a few points in strength. He was also still naked, which he only realized when Delilah's eyes flicked down to his most private bits. But he stubbornly refused to cover up. She'd seen all there was to see, anyway. It wasn't as if he had anything to hide after the night they'd spent together. You really believe that, huh? She asked, cocking her head to the side. Scrawny thing like you. I spent 2 years with barely enough food to survive, he said. I think I'm in pretty good shape, all things considered. And let's not even talk about when I got digested by a whale. Or whale monster, I guess. I was down to skin and bones after that. Isaac lashed out with his soul whip, though to much lesser effect than against the other monsters. The tendril of blue-white fire wrapped around the Voxian monster's leg, setting it to sizzling, yet that was where the damage ended. Still, it must have been quite painful, because the monster let out a shuddering scream of pure agony before it backhanded Isaac. Blood arced, and the young man went flying away. Elijah's mind went white with fury, and he sprang to his feet, and launched himself at the monster. He hit with the force of a charging bull, knocking the Voxian monster into a stumble. However, it recovered quickly, raking its claws across Elijah's back. Even with a hastily activated iron scales, Elijah felt his hide part beneath its sharp talons. But he wasn't without claws of his own. He snapped out his fists, ripping and tearing with all the fury he could muster. With the additional potency from his claws of gluttony, he managed to do quite a bit of damage before the monster lashed out with its foot, kicking him across the landscape. He tumbled, flipping over 3 times before hitting an escarpment of jagged, black rock. It shattered and a few bits lodged between his scales as his momentum took him a few feet further. Fortunately, he was durable enough that the damage was minor, and he recovered his feet only a second later. As he did, he saw the huge monster's unhurried approach. It almost looked like it was enjoying it. Or perhaps Elijah was simply anthropomorphizing the macabre smile playing across its semi-reptilian face. Whatever the case, he wasn't going to waste the opportunity represented by the distance between them. So, without even pushing himself to his feet, Elijah once again shifted to his natural form and cast Swarm. Then, knowing that he needed all the damage he could get, he cast Essence of the Monkey, willing it to replace Shield of Brambles before he cast Shape of the Predator. Assuming his draconid form took a lot more mana than taking on the shape of the lamellar ape, but he knew he couldn't win if he fought on the huge monster's terms. He needed to change the paradigm, and the Shape of the Predator offered the best chance to do that. The giant Voxian monster reached him just as the transformation completed, and he narrowly bounded out of the way of what would have been a devastating slash. Yet, because of haste and his increased control, he easily dodged it before springing off a nearby shard of jagged stone and leaping onto the monster's back. There he dug his foreclaws into its shoulders and raked with his back claws. Elijah only managed a few good gouges before he saw another attack coming his way. So he leaped free and sprinted away. Meanwhile, as the monster followed with its lumbering steps, a swarm of tiny, glowing bugs descended on it, delivering a payload of afflictions as it loped after Elijah. He had no trouble keeping ahead of the creature, but when he got too far away, the scaly monster lost interest and started toward the still prone Isaac. So he darted back in, raking his claws across the Voxian monster's legs as much to get the thing's attention as it was to do damage. It worked, and he slowly led the creature away from the hopefully recovering Isaac. Healing rain was still going, so if he hadn't already succumbed to his injuries, there was a good chance that he would live. So long as Elijah dealt with the monster. So he continued like that for a few minutes, darting in every so often to keep the creature's attention as well as to do whatever damage he could muster. Meanwhile, every time he attacked the monster, he stacked instances of contagion as well as anticoagulant from the claws of gluttony. In addition, the afflictions from the swarm were busy working on the monster as well. Gradually, Elijah whittled the monster down. It was slow, though. Very, very slow. And he got into trouble more than a few times when he underestimated the monster's speed. It was so easy to forget that massive strength, which the monster clearly possessed, translated into explosive, if often short-lived and barely controlled bursts of speed. So on more than one occasion, Elijah found himself on the wrong end of that equation. Still, each time, he managed to escape with only a few scrapes. Until, almost 20 minutes later, it caught him with a backhand that crushed his ribs and sent him tumbling across the landscape. As it happened, he ended up near where the battle had begun, but to his shock, Isaac was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't give that much thought, though, because the moment the monster had sensed even a hint of weakness, it had become rejuvenated. The sluggishness of its many injuries briefly forgotten, it charged Elijah with renewed fury. Elijah forced himself to his feet, but one of his legs was broken, and healing rain had long since run its course. With his mobility cut to almost nothing, he had no choice but to initiate a shift into his lamellar ape form, and hope he could endure whatever punishment the creature dished out. So he did, noting that his Ethera had gotten extremely low due to his constant shifting back and forth, as well as the copious use of his spells. He would need to be more cognizant of that going forward. But for now, he had other things on his mind. Like the monster bearing down on him. His transformation completed just in time for him to once again meet the charge. However, in this instance, he was at an even more distinct disadvantage due to his broken leg. Even so, Elijah took the hit as well as possible, rolling with the blow to dissipate the impact. The injured Vox was still stronger than him, though, and he definitely got the worst of the clash. He landed flat on his back, his head hitting with enough impact to make everything fuzzy. When he recovered his wits, he saw the massive monster looming over him. It once again wore the disgusting grin upon its face. It laughed, a sound like clinking glass. Elijah tried to pick himself up, but the creature stomped down on his chest with its entire weight. Elijah felt his ribs creak as he struggled to breathe. It cocked its arm back, clearly intending to level a fatal blow. Elijah struggled, his claws raking against the monster's ankle as he tried to free himself. It was useless. Every facet of Elijah's mind whirled with potential solutions. He considered shifting again. He could probably wiggle out from under the monster's foot if he took on his human form. Yet, with it so close, there was almost no chance he'd win free. And without the increased constitution that came with his guardian form, there was no way he could endure the monster's attacks. For similar reasons, he couldn't shift into his predator form, either. Those thoughts and 100 others like it writhed in Elijah's mind, but he could think of nothing. No clever plans. No new powers. He was going to die. Then, a flash of white and blue light announced his salvation before a ball of soulfire hit the monster in the back. It sizzled, filling the air with the smell of charred meat. And for the briefest of moments it let up the pressure on Elijah's chest. A whale monster. Where in the world did you encounter a whale monster? In the Sea of Sorrows. Or something like that. I forget the name, if I'm honest, he said, hopping off the bed. My point is that you shouldn't make light of someone who's been through what I've been through. Bad form and all that. She narrowed her eyes again, and he added, my other point is that, in no way, shape, or form did I mean to impugn your reputation. If I did, I apologize wholeheartedly and throw myself upon your generous mercy. He ended with as dramatic a bow as he could muster. You're not getting laid again. What? You heard me. It was fun. I had a great time, she said. But this was always going to be a one-time thing. Ugh. I feel used. Because you were, she pointed out. Look, do you have any idea how few men my age are still around in Argos? Not many. Do you know why? Elijah shook his head, though he did take a moment to find his underpants, which were hanging from a standing lamp. Classy. Who do you think the first ones called to defend the city were? The young, healthy men. And who do you think were the first ones to die when the Vox started surging? Yeah. You guessed it, she said, her expression suddenly hard. It was almost overnight that the average age in Argos rose by 15 years. So, when somebody new comes in and saves my little brother, well, a girl has needs. Elijah guessed, but a girl doesn't want commitment. Just so. I've got plans, she said. Me and Isaac are going to travel once we both get a few more levels under our belts. We want to see the world. Elijah understood wanderlust better than most. He had no intention of sitting still, even after he found his family. Yet, he also didn't want to be responsible for two strangers, even if they were reasonably capable. Isaac had proven himself, and he suspected that Delilah was nearly as strong in her own way. But Elijah was on a different level, and he didn't want to saddle himself with that kind of responsibility. It's not you, Delilah said. It's me. I don't want to have to carry anyone. Elijah almost laughed at that, but he remembered his manners well enough to keep that to himself. Instead, he just gave her a feigned sad smile and said, I understand. I hope you both find exactly what you're looking for. After that, Delilah finished dressing. When Elijah hesitated to do the same aside from his hastily donned underwear, Delilah cleared her throat pointedly. That's when he remembered that they were in her room. Clearly, she had no intention of leaving him behind, so he quickly apologized and dressed, gathering his things without much fanfare. Once that was done, they shared an awkward goodbye, then Delilah led him downstairs and past Isaac, who was pointedly ignoring everything as he sat at the table eating a piece of fruit. Elijah had no intention of extending that awkwardness, so he just gave a half-hearted wave before Delilah practically pushed him from the house. A couple of old women sitting on the neighboring front porch sniggered at his treatment, so he just gave them a shrug before heading on his way. It wasn't long before his path took him to the branch, where he deposited his coins and spent a few minutes perusing the knowledge base as well as the map. He bought a couple of extra guides, one on crafting, and the other called guidelines for entering a newly touched world, which he surmised was intended for people traveling from other worlds to ones that had been recently touched by the world tree. He hoped that would give him some insight in case he encountered more off-worlders. On the map he found his next target, which was called Kalajma. That didn't sound Greek, so he suspected that it had come from a completely different part of the world. Which was both exciting and daunting. Elijah hadn't experienced a lot of different cultures in his short life, but he knew just how easy it was to say or do the wrong thing when you didn't know the societal rules. Still, if it was half as friendly as Argos had been, then he expected he would enjoy the new town. Once he'd copied a rough facsimile of the map into a notebook he'd bought back in Ironshore, Elijah thanked the envoy and went on his way. Before he decided what to do, Elijah stopped by a cafe, where he enjoyed a cup of coffee. As he sat there, he became keenly aware that someone was watching him. So he focused on one with nature, and he found a familiar presence in the nearby alley. He didn't immediately go check it out, though. Instead, he continued to enjoy his coffee, chuckling softly when his visitor started pacing impatiently. However, Elijah didn't want to push things too far, especially because he knew what his friend was capable of, so instead of ordering another cup, he paid his bill, leaving an extra copper Ethereum as a tip, then headed into the alley. What? Predictably, his stalker didn't answer, but that was more due to the fact that cats typically couldn't speak, rather than any intention of rudeness. Artemis just stared at him flatly, then approached. I'm not taking you with me, he said, kneeling down to pet the cat. When he did, he was reminded that her fur on her back felt like metal bristles, which sort of took the fun out of the whole thing. Still, he was careful to show her the positive attention she obviously craved as he said, You need to stay with Isaac. Protect him. He's strong, but he's vulnerable. If you... Are you giving my cat an explanation like she can actually understand you? Came Isaac's voice. Huh? Elijah asked, forcing himself to calmly look back. No. You must have been hearing things. I wouldn't, you know what? Sure. I was explaining to Artemis that she can't come with me. Pretty sure she doesn't want to go with you, Isaac said, stepping forward. He seemed a lot more confident than he had in the woods. But that was probably because he was more comfortable in the city where everyone saw him as a hero. Or maybe it was because Argos was only home to one monster, and now that Artemis had been cured of the corruption, she wasn't going to start attacking people. Probably. Cats being cats, one could never be sure, but Elijah felt reasonably confident that Artemis wouldn't just haul off and start hunting people. Especially so long as Isaac was around. In any case, Artemis raised her head primly and sashayed past Elijah to leap into Isaac's arms. Considering her size, that was quite a feat, but Isaac didn't seem to have much difficulty holding the cat. What was obvious was that Artemis didn't have any intention of leaving her friend, which just highlighted how silly Elijah felt. Just one of those days, he sighed. What's up, then? Need me to save you from something else? Isaac held his cat close as he said, No. I just wanted to thank you again. I know you didn't have to help me. Most people wouldn't have, especially after I hit you with that soulfire ball. But you did. And, well, thanks. If you ever need me for anything, I'll be here. Elijah nodded, but he really didn't know how to respond to that. Also, please stay away from my sister. What? Why? I mean, she came for me. Ugh. Please just, no. Just no. I didn't do anything wrong. Isaac just shook his head. Then, he cleared his throat before asking, Where are you going to go? Elijah was more than happy to move the conversational topic to something else, and he said, There's a town a few hundred miles from here. It's called Kalajma. That's the next stop. I thought you wanted to go to Seattle. I do, he said. And how do you know that? Indeed, he'd never revealed his plans to Isaac. Suddenly, he was suspicious. Delilah told me. She said you told her about it last night. We didn't do much talking last night. Gross. Where did you really hear it? Elijah asked. Fine. It was from Atticus. When we got back into town, someone told me that you two had gotten kind of friendly. So I went over there today and asked about you, Isaac said. He told me about Seattle. What else did he tell you? Nothing. Isaac said, taking a step back. Easy, kid. I'm not going to attack you. Jesus. People are so paranoid. Like I'd just murder a kid in the middle of town, he muttered. Just don't tell anybody else, okay? I'm not exactly hiding here, but I don't need my business all over town. You might have made friends with the wrong person, then. Everybody knows Atticus is the town gossip, Isaac revealed. Of course he is, Elijah said, running his hand down his face in exasperation. In reality, it wasn't really that surprising. In retrospect, it wasn't even that frustrating. Atticus was just a friendly guy who was probably on good terms with everyone in town. Of course he'd talk. Elijah could just hope that he hadn't revealed all of his secrets. It's fine. I'm leaving anyway, and I don't know if I'll ever come this way again. Don't you want to know where Seattle is? It's to the southeast. Close to 500 miles, though. At least according to the last peddler that came through here, Isaac explained. He seemed pretty sure about it, though, and from what I understand, it's not a good situation down there. But that was more than a year ago, so I'm sure things have changed. Do you know anything else about it? Isaac shook his head. And that's second-hand information. For all I know, the peddler was lying. But he seemed sure that Seattle was in that direction, and I don't see why he would lie about that part. Me neither. After that, the conversation went on for a few more minutes, but it was clear that Isaac didn't have any more information. So Elijah said goodbye, patted the cat on its bristly head, then set off to the southeast. Hopefully, before too long, he would reach Seattle and find his sister. So, it was with some degree of optimism that he left Argos behind and set off into the wilderness. Keurig dove aside, rolling away just in time to avoid the orc's descending axe. The stone blade thudded into the loamy turf, sending an explosion of black soil and dead leaves into the air. The monster roared in frustration as it yanked the massive blade out of the ground, but it had dug into the roots of a nearby oak tree, so the motion wasn't quite as smooth as it should have been. That was the only opening Keurig needed. The dwarf dashed in, drawing his one-handed axe from the loop at his belt. He swung, and with a sickening thunk, the blade bit deep into the off-balance orc's knee. It was like hacking at an ancient tree, but Keurig ripped it away, keeping his momentum going as the orc finally retrieved his massive weapon from where it had become embedded in the ground. Keurig skidded to a stop, twisting back to face his opponent. The orc was almost twice as tall as him, and broader across the shoulders as well. The heavily muscled creature wore nothing but a loin cloth, and the hide of some animal across its shoulders, and its weapon was about as primitive as any Keurig had ever seen. Stone-bladed and with a haft made from the femur of a monstrous animal, it looked too large even for the huge orc. And it was, often overbalancing the monster. Though that didn't mean it wasn't deadly. If he found himself on the wrong end of that blade, he knew he'd end up bisected. No, he had to fight smart. Fortunately, he was well prepared for such a battle. Through his long years, he'd fought so many oversized opponents that he'd lost count. That was the life of a dwarf, after all. Or any of the shorter-statured races. He made up for it with sheer durability, and some would say, stubbornness. The real advantage was upstairs, though. So, with that in mind, Keurig slowly retreated, holding his axe in an easy grip he'd learned from his long-dead father. Then, he crooked his finger at the hulking monster and said, "Come on, you big idiot. I'm right here waitin' fer ya." The orc didn't need any further invitation, and with an echoing roar that Keurig hoped none of the other orcs in the area had heard, it threw himself forward. So Keurig did the only sensible thing. He turned on his heel and ran, leaping over a fallen and rotted tree, then sliding down the duslick slope on the other side. The monster barreled through the tree, sending decomposing splinters flying before realizing its mistake and tumbling down the slope after Keurig. That gave the dwarf a few extra seconds to stretch his lead, though he didn't dare glance back. That would only slow him down, and he knew that the huge creature was possessed of enough strength to throw itself forward with incredible quickness. Certainly, it couldn't control that speed, but that wouldn't do much to help Keurig on a straightaway. So he continued to sprint, nimbly avoiding the worst of the area's thick underbrush. It was like a tropical jungle, it was so dense. But Keurig was an experienced scout, and he knew how to move in all sorts of terrain. He was at home in the forest, so he didn't have any trouble keeping ahead of the orc. The chase continued for about 30 more seconds before he saw a small mark on one of the trees as he darted past. Grinning, leaped over a barely noticeable depression, then skidded to a stop. The orc came only a few seconds later, roaring in bestial fury as it caromed off of trees and ripped its way through the dense foliage. Then, it hit the depression and disappeared. Less than an instant later, a pained yell filled the air. But Keurig didn't immediately approach. Instead, he waited for a few more seconds to see if the creature was going to climb out of the trap. It didn't, but not for lack of trying. Agonized screams, frustrated growls, and the sound of digging greeted Keurig's ears, but the monster seemed to have been confined to the pit. In most cases, Keurig would have waited a little longer. Many animals were more than capable of pretending they'd been caught, so that they could turn the situation around on a careless hunter. He'd seen it happen, and more than once. But orcs were too stupid or perhaps single-minded for that kind of thing. At their current stage of development, they could barely even use tools, much less think strategically. Yet, they were dangerous monsters, and what's worse, Keurig knew that Ironshore wasn't prepared to meet such a threat. Not with most of their security forces having been killed in an ill-fated attempt to snatch some natural treasure out from under a powerful guardian. Keurig had seen the moon for himself, and though he didn't think much of what he'd seen, he knew well enough to respect his deeds. A full 50 people had gone to that island, and only one had returned. Keurig knew better than to tempt those odds. Of course, he wouldn't have gone hunting on that island anyway. Just wasn't worth it, as far as he was concerned. There were other ways to advance that didn't involve fighting a guardian on his own turf. Less deadly ways. Keurig wasn't a coward. He'd fight when necessary, and if he thought the odds were in his favor. But trying to take more than a dwarf's share was what had gotten his clan banished in the first place. It was why he'd spent his formative years without a father, and ultimately, it was why he'd ended up in Ironshore looking for a fresh start. He crept forward, keeping on his toes as he approached the pit. And when he looked down, he saw precisely what he'd expected. The pit itself was almost 10 feet deep and lined with sharpened sticks. But it was more than just a hole in the ground. It was augmented by two of his abilities. The first was Conceal Trap, which was why the orc had never detected it. Conceal. Trap. Create an illusion to hide a trap. Lasts 30 minutes. Potency of the illusion is based on dexterity. Keurig's dexterity was fairly high for his level, which meant that, when he used the technique, his traps were almost entirely undetectable for someone near his level. The orc had him by 3 levels, but it clearly hadn't the wits to see through Conceal Trap. The second ability was the one that really gave the trap some punch, though. Venom Trap, Augment. Augment an existing trap with potent venom. Choose type. Paralysis. Neurotoxin. Necrotic, Current. The ability was an incredible boon for any hunter. Normally, he used the paralysis type of venom after all, he didn't want to ruin the meat of his prey. However, now that he was hunting orcs, he knew he needed to use the most powerful venom available to him. When he'd originally received the ability, it had been nearly useless. But over time, he'd discovered that he could add potential types to the ability. The only caveat was that he had to experience it himself. The necrotic venom had come from a scorpion native to his home world called a lava dredger. Normally, they were fairly peaceful creatures, but when agitated they would strike. But it only took one hit, and their victims were goners. To endure it, Keurig had been forced to commission an expensive healing potion, but in the years since, it had proven invaluable. Hurts, don't it? I still remember that sting, he said, looking down at the orc. Already, the venom had infected it, and because it had been stabbed by the stakes in multiple places, the venomous skill had worked extremely quickly. The thing would be dead in less than a minute, unless it possessed some sort of healing ability. Which it almost certainly didn't. Keurig had killed enough orcs over the past few weeks to be as sure about that as he was about anything else in his new world. Ever since he'd reported the orc invasion to the mayor, as well as Ironshore's ruling council, he'd been tasked with keeping an eye on the horde while killing as many as he could. The rest of his scouting team was doing the same, and to date, they'd slaughtered almost 100 of the monsters. Yet, there were still plenty left. Their primary purpose wasn't fighting a war, though. Instead, they were meant to watch for signs that the orcs had detected Ironshore. The boundary field they'd set up upon arrival kept the worst of the monster population away, but it could only do so much against semi-sentient creatures like orcs. The moment the orcs got a whiff of such a juicy target, even if it was rendered faint by the boundary field, they'd come running, and in full force. And that eventuality, which they'd hoped they could avoid, had clearly come. The Orcish horde had shifted, and begun their march toward Ironshore. By Keurig's estimation, they were no more than 2 or 3 weeks away, which meant that he needed to hightail it back to the city and warn them. But what that would accomplish, he didn't know. They couldn't stand up to the oncoming horde. Not even if the security forces were still intact. He knew that the city's leaders had pooled all their Ethereum in order to hire more, but they could scarcely afford the teleportation fee for any force that would make a difference, much less enough to actually get them to come. No. Ironshore was doomed. Keurig knew it, and if he was a smart dwarf, he would have already fled into the wilderness. Yet he hadn't because, if he was honest, he was tired of running away. That was what he'd done when his people were exiled. And he'd done it again when the opportunity to come to a new world had crossed his path. That wasn't how he wanted to spend the rest of his life. So Keurig waited until the orc had succumbed to the venom of his trap, then headed back towards Ironshore. Along the way, he met up with his squad. Most of them had greatly benefited from the ongoing hunt, so had Keurig, which in normal circumstances would have been cause for celebration. But now, none of them were thinking of anything but the coming fight. As a result, it was a somber group that headed back to Ironshore. ******. Ramek glanced up at the gray sky and watched the roiling clouds that heralded a coming storm. He let out a sigh, then glanced at his closest friend and said, "Storm's coming." Carissa let out a snort. "Storms always comin'," she said in her characteristic brogue. "Be a lot more interestin' if you said it wasn't 'bout to rain." The goblin shook his head, then removed his glasses. With a handkerchief he took from his pocket, he wiped the priceless lenses. They weren't intended to correct his vision he'd had that fixed long ago, but rather, to give him some insight into the flow of ambient Ethera. For instance, when he looked across the strait at the Guardian's Island, he could see just how special of a place it really was. Through the lenses, the island practically glowed with potential. It was nearly enough to awaken the avarice in his heart, but he only had to remember Eason Cabot's fate to recognize just how bad of an idea it was to pursue that line of thought. "It was meant to be a metaphor," he explained. "But I suppose it was a terrible one." "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Do we have any choice?" was his responding question. The Guardian said. "He said he might help. Not that he would. But might is better than we've gotten from anyone else," Ramek stated. "There are 10,000 bloodthirsty orcs coming this way, Carissa. Do you know what an orc horde can do?" "I've read the same stories as you." "Then no. I've seen it. On my home world. I was only a child, but I remember it so keenly. They swept across the countryside, conquering and devouring everything they could find. Some people say they are descended from the great Ravener himself." He shook his head, continuing, "But they're just monsters, Carissa. Deadly, dreadful monsters that only know aggression," he explained. "We stopped them. Barely. But a lot of good goblins lost their lives in that fight. Indeed, his own family, once prominent members of a successful merchant guild, had been devastated. From there they'd experienced a precipitous fall from grace, ending with Ramek leading what was left of his family into the new world. They weren't even part of the guild anymore. But Ramek had vowed to return the Lenderai family back to prominence, if it was the last thing he did. The Green Mountain Mining Guild had given them the opportunity to do just that, and though they weren't members, that could change soon enough. He just had to defend the town from an Orcish invasion. A tall task, especially given that his entire security force had been killed. Certainly, everyone in town had at least some ability in combat. Nobody came to a new world without that. However, those meager abilities wouldn't count for much against a ravening horde of orcs. Because of that, he'd used the branch's limited communication capability to ask for support, but the guild's hub had only told him that they would take it into consideration. That was code for, "Fend for yourself." The reality was that Ironshore was operating on a razor-thin budget as it was, and because they'd yet to find anything truly valuable, it was probably easier for the Green Mountain Mining Guild to cut ties and leave them to their own devices. If they managed to survive, then that was great. But if not, then they wouldn't have sunk any more Ethereum into the venture. It was just good business. Terrible from a compassion standpoint, of course, but that was normal. Guilds weren't charities, after all. "You think he can stop M?" Ramek shrugged his shoulders, then replaced his glasses. "I don't know. He's strong. I felt it. He also killed Cabot and his folks. Cabot was an idiot who was convinced he was far more powerful than he actually was, Ramek spat. When I saw who he was, I thought that we had lucked out. And Eason. Here. Yet, I quickly discovered why he'd ended up on a frontier world with all the rest of us desperate people. I ain't desperate. I just felt the call of adventure, Carissa insisted. That was blatantly untrue. Cabot had seen her file. She was a competent enough miner and engineer, but the dwarven woman was anything but reliable. She'd left a string of misdeeds in her past, the same as almost everyone in Ironshore. The same as anyone who chose to come to a newly touched world. They were wild, lawless places that catered to the desperate and depraved, and more often than not the dangers outweighed the potential rewards. But still, like Ramek, they came because they had no other options. For him, it was either take his chances on Earth, or spend the rest of his life wallowing in mediocrity. And that latter was the best-case scenario, if he'd stayed on his home world. I think we have to try, he said, still gazing across the strait at the island. He may not help us, but our backs are against the wall, Carissa. We need him. Aight, she said. I'll fetch us a boat, and we'll go for a little visit. Let's just hope he don't kill us on sight. He wouldn't. You sure about that? She asked, raising one bushy eyebrow. I'm not, he admitted. But then, he straightened his coat, pushed his shoulders back and said, but we can't let that dissuade us. Aight, she said again. Sounds good to me. He didn't kill us last time, so here's hopin' he'll keep to that. Elijah knelt atop the hill, looking out across the valley. It was an idyllic scene, with lush vegetation and a gentle stream cutting through the center of the dell. Despite the drizzling rain that had pervaded the region since he'd left Argos a couple of days before, sunlight still bathed the hollow, giving it a surreal, yet comfortable atmosphere. The only thing marring the landscape was the crumbling skyscraper standing in an asphalt clearing on the eastern side of the valley. Ignoring the obvious damage, it would have been at home as part of any major city's skyline, though Elijah didn't recognize it. Still, it was so incongruous that it sparked his curiosity to the point that he felt obligated to check it out. Running his hand through his hair, he let out a low sigh. Every time he decided to investigate one oddity or another, he ended up getting sidetracked from his primary quest. It had happened in Norcastle with healing the plague-stricken townspeople and the tower, then again in Argos. He knew that if he kept giving in to his wanderlust, he'd never find his sister. And now that he knew where to find Seattle, he was more eager for a reunion than ever. After all, Easton had been just outside of the city, so hopefully finding Seattle would mean finding that small town as well. Even if the two locations had been separated by Earth's sudden transformation, it would at least give him some degree of verifiable progress. Because so far, he'd felt like he was just wandering randomly and hoping for a clue to point him in the right direction. Which was precisely what he'd gotten. Now he just needed to not ignore it. Still, the mystery of the skyscraper called to him, and in the end, he decided that a quick look wouldn't hurt. So Elijah shifted into his draconid form, then set off down the hill and into the valley. With essence of the wolf working in conjunction with his high attributes, he covered the ground incredibly quickly. He didn't have much context for his actual speed, but if he traveled any slower than a 30-mile-an-hour jog, he would have been surprised. He could go much faster if he fully exerted himself, though that was always a little disconcerting. It would also quickly exhaust him. In any case, he slowed down as he descended into the valley, if for no other reason than because it was a pleasant setting. So often, it was easy to forget just how miraculous nature could be. Once it had been common for people to lock themselves in their homes and stare at one screen or another without ever enjoying what the earth had to offer. Likely, people in cities were still unwilling to venture out into the wilderness, albeit for a different reason. Now, it was due to the dangers inherent in the wilds rather than laziness, depression, or the habits of a screen-addicted society. Those thoughts flitted through one facet of Elijah's mind as he beheld the wonders of the idyllic valley. Birds chirped and small animals chittered. Meanwhile, he could feel everything all around him. Even the trees felt more alive and aware than normal, which was both welcome and a little disconcerting. Eventually, he reached the stream, where he stopped to drink and wash. As he did so, he cast his mind back to the events of the past few weeks. It had begun with his flight from Norcastle, and it had ended with his night with Delilah. Somewhere in the middle of it all, his awareness of his place in the world had begun to coalesce. In hindsight, he wished he hadn't killed those hunters. Not because he didn't think they deserved it. He fully believed that they had. Yet, he also knew that his perspective was skewed by his compromised mental state. He'd let that drive him to do something that he now regretted. From a philosophical perspective, Elijah knew he needed to accept that people would hunt the wildlife in order to advance. Progression was as necessary a part of survival as food or water, and without it, people would stagnate and eventually die when they encountered some hostile situation they couldn't handle. That was the world, now. And as much as it pained him to see something like the bear killed, it was a fact of life he would have to accept going forward. That didn't mean he had to do those sorts of things himself, but he could at least look the other way while others did. The same was true of natural treasures, though given what he'd experienced so far, the idea of consuming something for a one-time benefit when you could instead bathe in the Ethera it emitted indefinitely was the height of stupidity. Yet, Elijah knew he couldn't do anything about that. He could govern his own actions, but he would not run around some eco-police hell-bent on punishing people for their crimes against nature. Down that road lay disaster, both for his own mental health as well as the likelihood he would be tolerated by the rest of the population. But one thing Elijah did know was that he enjoyed helping people. That had begun with the Ulthrax in the first level of his island's tower, and it had only grown more prevalent when he'd helped heal the people in Norcastle. The same could be said when he'd fought his way through the Reaver's citadel, and then saved Isaac and Artemis. In a world where so much had been destroyed and so many lives had been lost, he liked the idea that he could effect positive change. He could save people. He could rescue and heal them. With the power he'd earned, he could do miraculous things, and he refused to let that go to waste. Did that make him naive? Perhaps. And maybe it would one day come back to bite him. But he wouldn't want to live with himself if he ever became the sort of person who could see a chance to save someone and simply turn away. It would take a truly damaged person to end up like that. He liked to think that his parents had raised him better than to let that sort of attitude take hold. Those thoughts and more occupied Elijah's mind as he idled near the stream. Eventually he caught a couple of fish, made camp, and had a peaceful meal, all thoughts of the nearby skyscraper briefly forgotten. As night began to take hold, he decided to tackle the skyscraper in the morning. For now, though, he was content. Which was why it took him a few moments to recognize the warning in his mind. The source wasn't his immediate surroundings. Rather, someone had landed on his island. Through his locus, he could feel the familiar figures of Ramek and Carissa planting a white flag on his beach. Elijah's initial reaction was one of annoyance. He'd told them to stay away from his island, and yet there they were. However, that only lasted for a moment before he came to terms with the fact that his irritation was more about the fact that his foray into the wider world had been interrupted. Clearly, the people of Ironshore needed help, and they were willing to ask him to intervene in whatever problem they'd found. Through his domain, he watched the pair standing on the shore and waiting. They didn't stray from the beach where they'd landed, which further reinforced Elijah's surety that they'd come in peace. So he had an option to either ignore them and hope they simply went away, or he could use Ancestral Circle and teleport back to his grove so he could see what they wanted. But even before he'd posed the question to himself, Elijah knew what he was going to do. So it was with some residual irritation that he gathered his things, making sure that he smothered the fire before embracing Ancestral Circle and teleporting back to his grove. When he reappeared, he stumbled to his knees at the influx of dense Ethera. It took him a few seconds of deep breathing to reacclimate. Had it grown thicker? Or had he simply grown accustomed to the thinner ambient Ethera in other parts of the world? He resolved to ask Nerthus after seeing what Ramek and Carissa wanted. However, he did take a second to snatch a berry from one of the grove's bushes and popped it into his mouth. It was sweeter than ever, and he experienced a slight jolt of energy and vitality the moment he swallowed. "Oh, it's good to be home," he said. Despite his annoyance at having been called back, he couldn't deny that much. Even though his bed and the shower called to him, Elijah knew he needed to take care of business first. So he shifted into his draconid form and took off across the island at close to full speed. Anywhere else, he couldn't have traveled through such dense forest at top speed, but with the knowledge of the terrain he received from his locus, he could have gone even faster. The result was that he arrived at the beach, or rather, the tree line nearby, only a few minutes later. Predictably, Ramek and Carissa remained near their boat, nervously looking around. "You think he's comin'?" asked the dwarven woman. The goblin shook his head, then straightened his coat. "My answer is the same as the last 10 times you have asked, Carissa," he said in his prim voice. "I have no idea. If he hasn't responded in the next hour, we will have to return to Ironshore and prepare to either flee or fight back." "If we fight, we die," Carissa stated. "We have no fighters, other than that squad of scouts. And they ain't much for a straight fight." "Again, I am aware. Hope he shows up soon." "I'm hungry," Carissa said, leaning against the rowboat they'd used to reach the island. That statement prompted Elijah to wonder if he should return to his grove and gather some more berries, but ultimately, he decided against it. The moment either of them tasted his berries, they'd know just how special the island was. As far as he was concerned, they didn't need any more incentive to visit, so he chose to simply shift into his human form and step out from the tree line, his staff of natural harmony in hand. As he did, he asked, "What do you want?" The pair flinched away from him, but both quickly mastered themselves. Ramek was the first to speak. "Thank you for coming," he said with a bow of his head. "Skip the pleasantries. I was busy. What do you want?" "Very well," Ramek said, adjusting his glasses. "As you are, aware, our security force was, well, we no longer have a security force. We have attempted to hire more, but the teleportation fees to a newly touched world are exorbitant. The only reason any of us are here was because of the settlement incentive, which covered the fees for anyone who met the requirements. Otherwise, we can't hire nobody else," Carissa interrupted. "We got a few people who can fight, but not enough to do what needs doin'. Ramek cut his eyes at the muscular dwarf. "Right. That is what I was saying," he went on. Then, he looked back at Elijah and continued, "We have been training people, but it's not enough." "Enough for what?" "Orcs," Ramek answered. "A horde have invaded and are coming for Ironshore." Immediately, Elijah thought back to the tribe of orc-like creatures he'd seen on the other side of the mountain range. They had settled in an abandoned Walmart, but it didn't take an intuitive leap to come to the conclusion that those monsters were one and the same with the ones described by Ramek. The goblin went on to explain the nature of an orc horde, and how it posed a unique threat to not just Ironshore, but to all surrounding areas. That included Elijah's island, which meant that he really didn't have much of a choice but to help. Not that he would have refused, anyway. Certainly, the Mohawk gnome and his warriors had come from Ironshore, but the rest of the population had made it clear that he'd been a rogue element. On top of that, they'd been kind to him, likely because they were terrified, but still, that mattered. And of course, his previous resolution to help where he could loomed large in his mind. So he asked, "How long until they reach Ironshore?" "A couple of weeks. Perhaps 3, Ramek said. "Bit could be as few as 5 days before we see their scouts." Elijah nodded. "All right. I'll help," he said. "Just like that?" asked a surprised Ramek. "I told you he'd help," Carissa said. Elijah shrugged. "Feels like we're in this together, for now," he said, wanting to maintain an air of mystery and danger. "But I expect cooperation and some degree of compensation. We'll discuss that later." Ramek nodded, and after a few more awkward exchanges, the pair boarded their boat and rowed out into the strait. When Elijah lost sight of them, he let himself relax. A whole horde of orcs. He had his work cut out for him. But for now, he just wanted to go back to his grove, talk to Nerthus, and then sleep in his own bed. Tomorrow, he would worry about fighting what sounded like a war. "Are you sure?" asked Carmen, looking around Easton. It had been months since the last time she had visited, and in that time, the city had once again transformed. It was difficult to believe that only a few years before, it had been nothing more than a sleepy suburb. Now, it was a walled city that had to house at least 100,000 people. Probably a lot more. "Because if you're wrong." Colt nodded. "Sure as I can be," he responded, his hand on the hilt of his katana. The duster he always wore had been pushed back to allow for easy access to the sword. Underneath, he wore a set of chainmail Carmen had made herself. It wasn't her best work, she still wasn't great with the delicate process of making that type of armor, but as a low simple grade item, it was head and shoulders above average. Didn't have a ton of information to go on. It would have been easy to take that statement as a reprimand for her actions regarding Varen, and in fact, she'd admonished herself enough as it was. Colt knew that better than most, and Carmen was well aware that he didn't mean the statement as anything but informative. Not that Carmen regretted her actions, poor S.E. Varen had deserved to die. So did Roman. However, the timing could have been better. As it happened, her rash reaction to learning what had really happened in that tower had robbed her of the opportunity to learn more about the so-called rebels. So, after interrogating Varen's squad, and to no avail, she'd been forced to send Colt to search things out. Fortunately, he had a background as a bounty hunter, which he was quick to point out was not as exciting as it sounded, so he was a natural choice as an investigator. Still, she'd spent the following weeks on pins and needles as he'd gone back to Easton to investigate. When he'd returned with the identities of the rebels, Carmen had been relieved. However, when he'd revealed that he'd already set up a meeting, she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. That had followed her all the way back to Easton, and to the tavern door in front of her. It was located in what had once been the least developed part of the city, and in a lot of ways, it still was. But as much as she had grown to hate Roman, she couldn't deny that his policies were effective. Exclusionary and oppressive, but effective nonetheless. Because as far as she had seen, the city was incredibly clean, the people looked well-fed, and most of all, they were safe. Of course, there were guards on every street corner, each one wearing blue and white uniforms and sporting decent levels, and someone had decided to get the propaganda machine going. Even in the small portion of the city Carmen had seen, she'd passed for statues in various stages of construction. Each one depicted Roman in some sort of heroic pose. More than that, she'd seen a host of banners and flags that reminded her of Soviet-era propaganda. And finally, she'd noticed more than one poorly disguised member of a secret police. If she'd seen that many, then she could extrapolate that there were far more scattered throughout the population. Easton had become a fascist police state in every way that mattered, but with that had come safety, which was likely the only reason anyone tolerated it. At least at first. But after years, the pervasive propaganda had assuredly done its work. Carmen hesitated to call the population brainwashed, but they had certainly been manipulated. Even without that, though, the world was such a dangerous place that giving up freedom in favor of security was a valid option. So long as you weren't one of the undesirables. There were plenty of those, too. People who'd only done the bare minimum. The ones who'd chosen a less than optimal class or archetype. The untalented. The lazy. The apathetic. The disabled. The list went on and on. For anyone who didn't fit Roman's narrow definition of usefulness, Easton was hell. But at least they were protected from the monsters on the other side of the walls. That was the first problem. The second was that anyone who was strong enough to be useful was well treated, and as a result, had few reasons to buck Roman's authority. Sure, there were likely a few people here and there who would object based on empathy, but from everything she'd ever seen of human nature, Carmen knew those would be the exception, rather than the rule. That meant that any potential rebellion would already start from well behind, making its viability that much less likely. Carmen knew these things and yet she didn't care. Roman needed to die. She was committed to that endeavor to such a degree that she was willing to ignore everything else if it gave her a chance to see it through. I wish I was wearing my armor, she muttered. Indeed, it wasn't uncommon for people to walk around Easton wearing armor or carrying weapons, but it did tend to get the attention of the guards. As she was trying to avoid such notice, Carmen had left her armor and hammer back in Silverado. She sighed. You first. I'll follow. Colt nodded, then opened the door. A cacophony of noise swept out of the building and overwhelmed Carmen. The tall samurai stepped inside and Carmen followed. Fortunately, the tavern, which was called the Flailing Fortune, was busy enough that 2 new entrants weren't enough to garner any undue attention. The pair went straight to the bar, where they ordered a pair of drinks. Then, once the bartender served them, Colt said, I'm looking for something special. Brothels down the street. Not what I was talking about. I hear there's a special meeting downstairs. Real special, you hear? Be mighty obliged if you'd let M know that Carmen Rodriguez is here, and she wants in. The bartender, who Carmen noted was young enough that his poor excuse for a mustache hadn't really filled in yet, swallowed hard, then took a step back. A second later, he glanced at Carmen, and recognition dawned in his expression. His face went pale. I don't know what you're talking about. Carmen rolled her eyes and leaned forward. Listen. What's your name? Pete. Look, Pete. I'm pretty sure I already know where this little get-together is, she stated. Her eyes flicked toward a door in the back that looked like it led downstairs. The bartender's eyes followed that small gesture, and he went even paler. So here's the thing. I've come to help. So run along down there and let them know I'm here. That way we can avoid them scattering across the city. I don't want to have to chase anyone down. She gave him a smile that she was sure didn't touch her eyes and said, short legs, you know. Not built for running people down. A moment of indecision passed, followed by a pregnant silence. Then, finally, he let out a deep breath before saying, fine. All right. I'll go let them know. S'all we ask, drawled Colt. Then, Pete took yet another steadying breath before heading toward the door. Colt said, you see the bouncer? Yep, Carmen said, taking a drink of her beer. It was not the highest quality stuff, but it was more than they had back in Silverado. Is he coming this way? Not yet. Think they'll rabbit? Carmen shrugged. Dunno. Maybe. I was on the council. As far as the public was concerned, she and Roman were thick as thieves. Of course, they had no idea that he was responsible for the murder of her wife, which was an important bit of context. Means you're valuable. If you wanted M gone, you would not have come yourself. You'd send those secret police. You saw them too. Couldn't miss M. Lost M before we came, though. Sure of that much, he said. As he did, his eyes flicked towards the door and he said, here we go. Carmen tensed. She didn't have a bunch of combat abilities or spells like real fighters, but she made up for it with her high level. That gap would close soon, she was sure, but for now, she could hold her own. As such, she was ready to use summon tool the moment she felt threatened. Pete came back to the bar, looking slightly more relaxed. When he reached them, he said, you can go down. They said that you'd, better not be trying anything. 'Cause they got some powerful fighters down there. Real heavy hitters. Noted, Carmen said. Colt. Yes, ma'am, he said, sweeping his coat back and swaggering toward the door. To Carmen, he looked like a gunfighter from an old western, which should have been a little silly. Yet, he made it work, radiating an aura of pure danger that told anyone looking for trouble that he was ready for just that. By comparison, Carmen felt clunky and clumsy. Or like a little girl play-acting as a dangerous fighter. Perhaps he felt like a little boy playing cowboys, but she doubted it. Colt was a lot of things, but unconfident was definitely not one of them. Either way, she followed him to the door, where they both descended a set of stairs that terminated in another door. Carmen could hear muffled conversation on the other side, but she couldn't make out any actual words. Colt led the way, pushing through the door. But the second he stepped through, he whipped his katana out and to the side. "Easy there, fella," he said, circling so that Carmen could get through. Just then, someone moved across the doorway, but Carmen had expected it. So she barreled into him or her, she supposed, slamming them against the wall. Her hand found their throat. "Like my friend said, easy. We're not here to fight," she said, finally taking in the attacker. He was average height, but with heavy shoulders. Out of the corner of her eye, Carmen saw that Colt had his blade against another, much taller would-be attacker's throat. Behind her were 3 other people. Presumably, they were who she'd come to see. So she said, "Now, I'm going to let this guy go. If he tries to attack again, we're not holding back. Got it? We're just here to talk." "Very well," came a strong voice. Carmen stepped back, releasing the attacker. He fell to the ground, gasping for air. Already, his neck had begun to purple. Meanwhile, Colt stepped away from his target as well, sheathing his sword so quickly that Carmen had trouble tracking the movement. Trusting that he would watch her back, she turned to face the 3 people. There was 1 man and 2 women, though she didn't recognize any of them. "Are you here to kill us as you did Varen?" asked one of the women. She had close-cut gray hair, and wore decidedly shabby clothing. "Do I have a reason to want you dead?" she asked. Apparently word of Carmen's clash with the healer had somehow gotten back to the city. Hopefully, it had yet to reach Roman's ears. "Perhaps," the older woman stated, leaning forward. There was a table separating them from Carmen, but with her strength, that wouldn't be much of a barrier. The room was lit by a series of candles on the table, casting the entire area in deep, flickering shadows. "You are one of his lackeys, are you not? One of the founders of this city, in fact." "I am. A founder, I mean. Makes it all the more difficult to see what it's become," Carmen stated evenly. "I'll just come out and say what I'm here to say. I'm not one to dance around the facts. So here it is. I know you're planning some sort of rebellion or resistance. I want in. If you know who I am, then you know what I can offer." "Why?" asked the lone male across the table. He was tall, with an acerbic appearance. More, he was missing an arm, suggesting some tragic story that Carmen didn't care about. "Do I need a reason other than the obvious?" "Yes," said the woman. "The city isn't much different than when you were assigned to the mining colony. Worse perhaps, but not much. What changed to set you on this path? And why did you kill Varen, if not to punish her for fomenting rebellion?" "Because she helped kill the woman I loved," Carmen answered simply. "Roman, too. And a guy named Trace. I don't care all that much about your rebellion, if I'm honest. Sure, it's sad and it all sucks. But I can't deny that Roman has given people safety when there wasn't much of that available. I disagreed with some of his policies, and I argued against them when I was on the council. I was overruled, so I left it behind." She leaned forward, her hands on the table. The 2 fighters tensed behind her. "All I care about is killing Roman. And that little weasel Trace, too. You give me that, and I'll make sure you have the best equipped rebellion in the world. So long as I get a chance to stand over him as he's bleeding out on the ground, I'll give you the means to accomplish your goals. That's what I offer, and that's what I want in return. So, are we on the same page?" The woman glanced at her companions, then back at Carmen. As she did, she said, "I think we can work with that.